Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Amber. The morning sun peeks through the curtains, nudging me awake somehow before my alarm goes off. I stretch, feeling the crispness of the autumn air even from under my blanket. Today's going to be a good day, I tell myself. I hop out of bed and head to the shower, the warm water a welcome contrast to the chill. Once I'm clean and refreshed, I tackle my makeup routine with practiced ease. Just enough to enhance my features, but not overshadow them. A quick glance in the mirror confirms it. Natural hair, twisted into an elegant updo, a touch of mascara, and a swipe of berry lip gloss. Perfect. I pull on my favorite jeans and a cozy sweater before tiptoeing into Ollie's room. He's buried under his dinosaur comforter, only a mop of curly hair visible. "Morning, buddy," I whisper, giving his shoulder a gentle shake. 5 more minutes, he mumbles, rolling over. "How about 3? I counter. "I'm making your favorite for breakfast." His eyes crack open just enough to show interest. "Pumpkin spice French toast?" You know it. That does the trick. He's up and rubbing sleep from his eyes as he pads to the bathroom. While he gets ready, I head to the kitchen and start mixing up the egg batter, savoring the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg that fills the air. By the time Ollie shuffles in, dressed and somewhat more awake, I'm flipping golden slices on the griddle. He takes a deep breath and grins. "Smells like fall." "It is fall," I remind him with a wink. We sit at the table and he digs in with enthusiasm only an 8-year-old can muster. "Mom, this is awesome." "Thanks, sweetie." I smile as I pack his lunch. A turkey sandwich cut into fun shapes, apple slices, and a pumpkin-shaped cookie for good measure. "You're spoiling me," he says around a mouthful of toast. "Nah," I reply lightly. "Just making sure you're fueled up for school." He swallows and looks thoughtful. "We're learning about environments and adaptations today." "Oh? Tell me more." "Well," he starts eagerly between bites. "Like how animals change to survive where they live. Penguins have blubber to keep warm in Antarctica." "Interesting," I say as we finish breakfast. "Did you know that some animals change color with seasons?" "Really?" His eyes widen. "Like what?" "A lot of birds. Maybe some of them live around here? We'll have to look it up later." I grab our jackets from the hooks by the door. "Ready?" We step outside into the crisp autumn morning, leaves crunching underfoot as we walk towards school. "So what's your favorite adaptation?" I ask. He ponders for a moment. "Chameleons are cool because they can blend in anywhere." "I'd agree with that," I chuckle. As we approach the school gates, Ollie spots his friends and waves excitedly. "Bye, Mom. Thanks for breakfast." He dashes off without another word. I watch him go with a smile. Moments like these make every early morning worth it. I arrive at the roasted oak just as the first rays of sunlight kiss the brick exterior. The smell of dew and earth fills my lungs as I unlock the door and step inside. The cafe is quiet, still wearing its nighttime coat of darkness. I flip on the lights, and the warm glow instantly transforms it into the cozy haven I love. I head to the kitchen, eager to put out my new creation, pumpkin spice muffins. Spices wafts through the air as I arrange them on a platter, each one topped with a delicate swirl of cream cheese frosting. They look perfect, like autumn in a bite. I carry them out to the display case and place them front and center, then update the chalkboard menu with a flourish. Pumpkin spice muffins, new. Please be a hit, I murmur, stepping back to admire my handiwork. The door chimes, and in walks Mr. Thompson, one of my regulars. "Morning, Amber," he calls out. "Good morning." "You're just in time to try our newest treat," I say, gesturing to the muffins. He raises an eyebrow and approaches the counter. "Pumpkin spice, huh? You know how to get me." "Then you're gonna love these." I hand him one with a napkin. He takes a bite and his eyes widen. "Oh, wow, Amber. These are incredible." "Glad you think so," I reply with a smile that could light up the whole room. As more regulars trickle in, word spreads fast about the new muffins. Mrs. Clark comes in next, followed by Tom from the bookstore down the street. "Amber, what's that heavenly smell?" Mrs. Clark asks, eyeing the display case. "Pumpkin spice muffins," I say proudly. She grabs two without hesitation. "One for now and one for later," she declares. Tom follows suit, taking one for himself and another for his assistant back at the store. Before long, there's a line forming at the counter. "Amber, you've outdone yourself," shouts Steve from across the room as he bites into his muffin. The compliments keep coming as I serve coffee and chat with customers. The morning rush is in full swing, but it's moments like these that make it all worthwhile. My heart swells with pride, seeing people enjoy what I've created. By mid-morning, I glance at the display case and realize there are only 2 muffins left. I chuckle softly to myself as I refill coffee cups and wipe down tables. The roasted oak is alive with chatter and laughter, just how I always imagined it would be. By mid-afternoon, the cafe's usual hustle has slowed to a gentle hum. I'm wiping down the counter when Zoe bursts through the door, her colorful scarf trailing behind her like a comet's tail. "Amber," she calls, her voice a burst of sunshine. "Got a minute?" "For you, always," I reply, setting down my rag and motioning for her to join me at a corner table. She drops into a chair, eyes sparkling with mischief. "You won't believe the latest gossip from school." I lean in, intrigued. "Do tell." "Coach Carter," she begins, drawing out the suspense. "Uh-huh," I prompt. "Has been flirting with Nurse Ramirez?" I gasp, my hand flying to my mouth. "No way, but she just got divorced." Zoe nods knowingly. "Exactly. He's had his eye on her for years now." "Years?" I echo, raising an eyebrow. "Yep. Patient as a saint, that one." She takes a sip of her latte and grins. "Think she'll go for it?" I shake my head slowly. Hard to say. Divorces aren't easy, but he's a good guy. "She could do worse," Zoe agrees, chuckling. We sit in companionable silence for a moment before Zoe pivots the conversation effortlessly. "Speaking of local events, what's your plan for the fall festival?" I sigh, leaning back in my chair. Honestly, I haven't had much time to think about it. Zoe's eyes light up with excitement. "Well, you know everyone's going to expect something amazing from the roasted oak." "No pressure," I mutter sarcastically. She laughs. "Come on, you always have great ideas." I tap my fingers on the table thoughtfully. Maybe a pumpkin spice bake-off or an apple pie contest. "Both sound fantastic," she says eagerly. "But how about something interactive?" "Like what?" I ask, intrigued. "A pumpkin carving station? Or maybe a pie contest that involves actually eating them?" She leans forward, eyes twinkling with excitement. I consider it for a moment. The carving station could be fun and messy. "That's half the charm," Zoe insists, I laugh, nodding slowly. All right, I'll think about it. Perfect. She claps her hands together in delight. This is going to be so much fun. You're such an instigator, I tease. And proud of it, she retorts playfully. We spend the next few minutes hashing out details, our laughter filling the cozy cafe as we brainstorm ways to make this year's festival unforgettable. The door chimes again and Mrs. Clark enters, waving cheerfully at us as she heads to the counter for her usual afternoon tea. Zoe glances at her watch and sighs reluctantly. Gotta get back to school. Thanks for dropping by, I say sincerely as she stands up. Anytime, she replies with a wink before heading out the door. I watch her go with a smile, already feeling inspired by our chat as I start jotting down ideas for the festival on my notepad. Another customer approaches and I spring into action once more, refreshed and ready for whatever comes next at the Roasted Oak. The day winds down, and the cafe's ambiance shifts from bustling to cozy. The sun casts long shadows through the bay windows, bathing the room in a golden hue. Special delivery for the best cafe in town. Jasmine's voice sings out as she enters, carrying an autumn-themed bouquet that's as vibrant as her personality. Jasmine, these are beautiful, I exclaim, taking in the arrangement of deep orange mums, crimson dahlias, and sprigs of wheat. You outdid yourself. She grins and sets the bouquet on the counter. I thought they'd be perfect for your place. They are, I say, finding a spot for them by the window where they can catch the light. How much do I owe you? Consider it a gift, she replies with a wink. You keep me caffeinated and sane. I laugh. Fair trade. Jasmine leans against the counter, her expression turning thoughtful. So, what are your plans for the weekend? I'm thinking of taking Ollie to that new pumpkin patch outside town, I say. He's been begging to go ever since he saw the flyer. That sounds like fun, she says, nodding approvingly. My kids love that place. They have a corn maze this year. Ollie will be thrilled, I reply, imagining his face lighting up at the idea of getting lost in a maze. You should join us, Jasmine suggests. It'll be a blast with all the kids together. I might take you up on that, I say with a smile. Just as Jasmine prepares to leave, the door chimes again. In walks Liam with another man I've never seen before, but who immediately catches my eye. He's tall, with an athletic build and dark hair that contrasts sharply with Liam's sandy blonde. Hey, Amber. Liam greets me casually before turning to Jasmine. And Jasmine, good to see you. Hey, Liam, Jasmine replies warmly before nudging me subtly. It takes everything in me not to bite my lip. Whoever this mystery stranger with Liam is sure is fine.
Chapter 2. Mavrik. As I drive into town, nostalgia wraps around me like an old blanket. The familiar sight of the town square comes into view, with its quaint gazebo and locally owned shops. It's a scene straight out of a postcard. I slow down, rolling past the Roasted Oak, where a group of townsfolk gather outside, their chatter mingling with the scent of fresh coffee and baked goods. A man walks by with a golden retriever, tipping his hat in greeting. Morning. New in town? Not exactly, I reply, trying to muster a smile. Just been gone a while. The man nods knowingly. Happens to the best of us. I ease off the gas as I approach the old Winters homestead. The two-story colonial looms before me, its white paint peeling slightly at the edges. The maple tree in the front yard stands sentinel, its leaves a vibrant tapestry of red and gold. My throat tightens as I pull into the driveway. Before I can even cut the engine, the front door swings open. Liam bounds down the porch steps, grinning like an idiot. I step out of the car, and he's on me in an instant, wrapping me in a bear hug that nearly knocks the wind out of me. Jesus, Liam, I grunt, patting his back. You trying to finish what that defenseman started? He pulls back, chuckling. Sorry, man. It's just good to see you. Yeah. I try to keep my voice gruff, but I can't help the small smile tugging at my lips. You gonna let me inside, or are we having this reunion in the driveway? Liam leads the way, and I follow, my duffel bag slung over my shoulder. The house smells the same as it did the day I left, a mix of pine and cinnamon that instantly transports me back to childhood. So, Liam starts, leaning against the kitchen counter. How's it feel to be back? I shrug, dropping my bag on the floor. Feels like I'm walking into a time capsule. That bad, huh? Didn't say it was bad, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. Just different. Liam's eyes soften. Look, I know retirement wasn't your choice. Damn right, it wasn't, I snap, then immediately regret it. Sorry, it's just... hockey was my life, you know? And now you're more than just a hockey player, Liam finishes, his voice firm. You're Mavrik Winters, and you've got a whole life ahead of you. I snort. Yeah, a life of what? Watching games from the sidelines? Reminiscing about the good old days? Liam pushes off the counter, clapping me on the shoulder. Come on, let's take a walk. This place has some stories to tell. We move through the house, our footsteps echoing on the hardwood floors. In the living room, Liam points to a dent in the wall. Remember when you tried to teach me how to do a slap shot indoors? I can't help but laugh. Mom was so pissed. Worth it, though. I made the team that year. As we climb the stairs, memories flood back. Late-night strategy sessions, pre-game rituals, the smell of my first pair of skates. It's like a highlight reel playing in my head, but instead of bringing joy, it leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. I get it, you know, Liam says as we reach the top of the stairs. It's not just about the game. It's about who you are. I lean against the railing, suddenly feeling every hit, every bruise from my career. I don't know who I am without it, Liam. That's the problem. Liam gives my shoulder a reassuring squeeze. I know exactly what you need, bro. Come on. I follow him down the creaky stairs, curiosity piqued. What, you got a time machine hidden in the basement? He chuckles, grabbing 2 bouquets from the kitchen counter. Not quite, but these might help. The flowers are a vibrant mix of autumn colors, deep reds, burnt oranges, and golden yellows. They smell like memories. Local? I ask. Liam nods. Jasmine, local florist. Picked him up this morning. Let's take a walk. We step out into the crisp autumn air. The familiar streets of Oak Hill stretch before us, lined with trees shedding their colorful coats. As we walk, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Every face we pass seems to light up with recognition. Christ, I mutter. Forgot what it's like to be the local spectacle. Liam snorts. Please, you love the attention. Used to, I correct him, shoving my hands deeper into my pockets. We turn onto a quieter street and I realize where we're headed. The old church looms ahead, its steeple piercing the sky like an accusation. Liam, I start, but he cuts me off. Trust me, Mav. The cemetery is peaceful, contrasting the chaos in my head. We weave through the headstones until we reach 2 familiar ones, Mom and Dad. Liam lays the flowers down, 1 bouquet for each grave. I stand back, my throat tight. Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad, Liam says softly. Look who I brought. I step forward, the weight of unresolved issues pressing down on my shoulders. The headstones stare back at me, silent and judgmental. Hey, I manage to croak out. Memories flood back, raised voices echoing through the house, doors slamming, the suffocating silence that followed. They tried, I know they did, but their struggles became our inheritance. Remember when Dad tried to teach us how to skate? Liam says, breaking the silence. I can't help but chuckle. Yeah, Mom was convinced we'd fall through the ice. But we didn't, Liam points out. They might have screwed up, but they got some things right. I nod, unable to speak. The lump in my throat threatens to choke me. They loved us, Mav, Liam says softly, in their own screwed-up way. I know, I whisper. I can't seem to get it right either. Every relationship I've had. Liam turns to me, his eyes serious. You're not them, Mav. You're you. And you've got time to figure it out. I stare at the graves, feeling the weight of the past and the uncertainty of the future. But for the first time in a long while, there's a glimmer of something else. Hope, maybe. Yeah, I say, my voice stronger. Maybe I do. We leave the cemetery, our footsteps crunching on fallen leaves as we make our way back into town. The familiar streets stretch before us, a patchwork of memories and changes. Damn, the old oak's gone, I mutter, stopping short at the corner where a massive tree used to stand. Liam nods, hands shoved in his pockets. Yeah, last winter's blizzard took it out. Damn near crushed the Hendersons' garage. I shake my head, a twinge of loss in my chest. Remember when we'd climb that thing? You'd always chicken out halfway up. Hey, I made it to the top, eventually, Liam protests, punching my arm lightly. We continue our walk, passing by the high school. The entrance is different, sleeker somehow. I notice the mascot painted on the wall looks off. What's with the bear? Looks like it's been working out, I say, gesturing to the muscular creature. Liam chuckles. School had a contest a few years back. Let the kids redesign it. Winners in art school now, I hear. I grunt in response, my eyes scanning the town. It's all so static. The same shops, the same faces, just older. I think about the constant buzz of the city, the ever-changing skyline, the anonymity. Christ, Liam, how do you stand it? Nothing ever changes here. He raises an eyebrow. That's not entirely true. We've got a new cafe. I snort. Wow, stop the presses. Oak Hill gets caffeine. It's more than that, Liam insists. The owner, Amber, she makes these pastries that'll make you forget all about your fancy city bakeries. I hesitate, glancing at my watch. It's kinda late for coffee, man. Trust me, Liam says, a glint in his eye. One bite of Amber's apple cinnamon scones and you'll forget all about the time. I sigh, giving in. Fine. Lead the way to this magical cafe of yours. As we walk, I can't shake the feeling that I'm suffocating in small-town air. But there's a part of me, a tiny, traitorous part that's curious about this new addition to Oak Hill. Maybe, just maybe, there's still room for surprises in this town after all. As we step into the roasted oak, the aroma of freshly baked goods and rich coffee envelops me. The warmth of the place is a stark contrast to the chilled air outside. My eyes scan the rustic interior, taking in the exposed wooden beams and cozy seating arrangements. But then my gaze locks onto her. Standing behind the counter, wiping her hands on a cloth, is the most stunning woman I've ever seen. Her natural hair is styled in an intricate updo, a few stray curls framing her face. Her warm brown eyes crinkle at the corners as she smiles at a customer, and I feel my breath catch in my throat. Damn, I mutter under my breath.
Chapter 3. Amber, standing there, all 6'something of pure muscle and brooding intensity, is the most gorgeous man I've ever seen. His piercing blue eyes scan the room, and for a split second they lock with mine. The air crackles with something. But before I can process what just happened, a tidal wave of noise crashes through the door. The after-school crowd floods in, a chaotic mix of backpacks, laughter, and teenage energy. Ms. Amber, got any of those pumpkin spice muffins left? Joey, one of the regulars, shouts over the din. I tear my gaze away from Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome. Sure do, Joey. Give me a sec. I'm reaching for a muffin when Liam, the friendly owner of the local sporting goods store, approaches the counter with his companion in tow. Hey, Amber, Liam greets me with his usual easy smile. Busy as always, huh? You know it, I reply, handing Joey his muffin. What can I get for you two? Liam turns to his friend. Mav, what'll you have? The guy, Mav, apparently, grunts. Hot chocolate and a blueberry muffin. His voice is deep and gravelly, sending an unexpected shiver down my spine, but his curt tone throws me off balance. Coming right up, I say, trying to keep my voice light. Liam, the usual for you? You know me too well? Liam chuckles. As I prepare their order, I can't help but sneak glances at Mav. He stands there, arms crossed, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. It's a stark contrast to the warm, small-town vibe of my cafe. Here you go, I say, sliding their drinks and muffins across the counter. Enjoy. Mav nods curtly, not quite meeting my eyes. As they turn to find a table, I overhear Liam murmuring, Come on, bro, at least try to be social. Bro? So this must be Mavrik, Liam's older brother who moved to the city. Well, that explains the brooding intensity and the way every head in the cafe turned when he walked in. Guess these folks remember him from his childhood. As I turn to help the next customer, I can't help but wonder what his story is and why, despite his gruff demeanor, I can't seem to get those piercing blue eyes out of my head. Suddenly, a whirlwind of energy bursts in, and I recognize the excited voice before I even look up. Mom! Mom! You won't believe what happened in PE today. Ollie shouts, his backpack bouncing as he races towards me. Slow down, I start to say, but it's too late. In his excitement, Ollie doesn't notice the towering figure of Mavrik stepping away towards his table. They collide with a thud, and suddenly, hot chocolate is flying everywhere. Damn it, Mavrik growls, jumping back as the steaming liquid splashes across his shirt. I grab a stack of napkins and rush over. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Ollie's eyes go wide, filling with tears. I didn't mean to, he stammers, looking up at Mavrik. I'm sorry, mister. I was just excited because I scored a goal in soccer today and... It's fine, kid. Mavrik cuts him off, his voice gruff but not unkind. He grabs some napkins from me and starts dabbing at his shirt. Accidents happen. I kneel down to Ollie's level, checking him for any burns. Are you okay, sweetie? He nods, sniffling. I ruined his shirt. Hey, Mavrik says, crouching down next to us. His blue eyes, softer now, meet Ollie's. You didn't ruin anything. It's just a shirt, and it'll wash out. Everyone makes mistakes, especially when they're excited about scoring their first goal. That's pretty cool, by the way. Ollie's face lights up. Really? You think it's cool? Oh, yeah. Mavrik nods, a small smile tugging a tea on his lips. First of many, I bet. Clearing my throat, I stand up. Ollie, why don't you go sit in the corner and start on your homework? I'll bring you a snack in a minute. Okay, Mom, he says, giving Mavrik one last apologetic look before scampering off. I turn back to Mavrik, who's still attempting to salvage his shirt. Let me get you a fresh hot chocolate on the house. And maybe a towel from the back. He nods, running a hand through his hair. Thanks. A towel would be good. As I head to the back room, I can't shake the image of Mavrik's gentle interaction with Ollie. Maybe there's more to Oak Hill's prodigal son than meets the eye. I head back to the counter, my mind reeling from the unexpected encounter. As I start preparing a fresh hot chocolate for Mavrik, I can't help but steal glances at him. He's leaning against the wall, arms crossed, his damp shirt clinging to his muscular frame. The afternoon sunlight streaming through the window catches the silver at his temples, and I find myself wondering how it would feel to run my fingers through his hair. Shaking off the thought, I focus on making the drink, but my eyes keep drifting back to him, taking in the strong line of his jaw, the intensity in his blue eyes as he surveys the cafe. There's something magnetic about him, a pull I can't quite explain. I finish topping the hot chocolate with a swirl of whipped cream and grab a towel from under the counter. As I make my way over to their table, I overhear Liam's teasing voice. "So this is your big retirement plan, huh? Become a regular at the local coffee shop, brood in the corner, and scare all the tourists?" Mavrik grunts, his eyes narrowing at his brother. "Piss off, Liam. I told you, I'm still figuring things out." "Hey, no judgment here," Liam chuckles, raising his hands in mock surrender. "It's a solid plan. You've got the brooding down pat already." I can't help but smile at their banter as I approach. "Here's your fresh hot chocolate," I say, setting the mug down in front of Mavrik. "And a towel for the shirt." Mavrik nods, his eyes meeting mine for a brief moment. "Thanks," he mutters, taking the towel. I turn to Liam, eager to change the subject. "So, Liam, how's business at the store? I hear you've got some new kayaks in stock." Liam's face lights up. "Oh yeah, they're beauties. Perfect for the fall foliage tours on the lake. You should bring Ollie by sometime. I bet he'd love them." "That sounds great," I reply, glancing over at Ollie, who's now engrossed in his homework. "He's been begging me to try kayaking. Maybe we'll stop by this weekend." "Awesome," Liam grins. "And hey, maybe Mav here can give you some pointers. He used to be quite the outdoorsman before he got all fancy and cityfied." Mavrik rolls his eyes. "I think she can handle a kayak without my help, Liam." "Oh, I don't know," I find myself saying, surprising even myself with my boldness. "I might need an expert opinion. You never know when you might encounter a wild moose or something out there." A ghost of a smile flickers across Mavrik's face. "A moose? In a kayak?" I shrug, feeling a little flustered under his intense gaze. "Hey, stranger things have happened in Oak Hill. So Mavrik, now that you're back in town, what are your plans?" Mavrik's eyes meet mine for a moment before he shrugs, lifting the mug to his lips. The silence stretches, broken only by the soft chatter of customers around us. Finally, he sets the mug down, a drop of whipped cream clinging to his upper lip. "We'll find out," he says, his voice low and gravelly. I blink, taken aback by his cryptic response. Before I can press further, Liam jumps in. "Sorry about him," Liam says, shooting his brother an exasperated look. He left his manners back in the big city, apparently. I wave off his apology. "Don't worry about it. I'm sure settling back into small-town life takes some adjustment." Mavrik grunts, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. The gesture shouldn't be attractive, but somehow on him it is. "I should check on Ollie," I say, desperate for a reason to step away before I do something stupid, like ask Mavrik if he needs help licking that whipped cream off his lip. I make my way to Ollie's corner, where he's hunched over his homework, his curls falling into his eyes. As I approach, I notice his bottom lip trembling slightly. "Hey, sweetie," I say softly, crouching down beside him. "How's the homework coming along?" Ollie looks up at me, his brown eyes wide and still a little watery. "It's okay," he mumbles. "Mom, I still feel bad about spilling that man's drink." I run my hand through his curls, my heart aching at his genuine remorse. "Oh, honey, it was an accident. These things happen." "But what if he's mad at me?" Ollie whispers, glancing nervously towards Mavrik's table. I turn to look, catching Mavrik's eye for a moment. To my surprise, he offers a small nod. "Trust me, he's not mad," I assure Ollie, turning back to him. "But you know what? This is a good reminder to be more careful in crowded spaces, okay? Especially when you're excited." Ollie nods solemnly. I'll be more careful, I promise. As I give him a quick hug, I can't help but feel a mix of emotions. On one hand, I'm proud of Ollie for taking responsibility for his actions. On the other, I can't shake the feeling that his little accident forced an unexpected encounter. One that's left me more intrigued than I'd like to admit. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 4. Mavrik. I push open the door to my new townhouse, the weight of the moving box in my arms a stark reminder of how little I've brought with me. The place smells of fresh paint and new beginnings. Not that I'm looking for one. Home, sweet home, I mutter, dropping the box on the hardwood floor with a thud. My footsteps echo through the empty rooms as I move back and forth, bringing in the rest of my stuff. It's not much. A few clothes, some essentials, and a whole lot of baggage that isn't physical. As I start unpacking, my mind wanders to the cafe. That smile. Damn, it could light up the whole town. And the kid, Ollie, was it? All energy and excitement. For a moment, I feel a twinge of something. Envy? Nostalgia? I push it away. Get it together, Mavrik, I growl at myself, tossing a handful of t-shirts into an empty drawer. The quiet of the townhouse is a far cry from the constant buzz of the city. No honking horns, no sirens, no crowds. Just the rustle of leaves outside and the occasional distant bark of a dog. It's unsettling. I reach for another box, this one filled with the last remnants of my city life. A few framed photos, some books I never read, a watch I never wore. At the bottom, something catches my eye. Blue and white fabric peeks out from beneath a stack of magazines. My hands freeze. I know exactly what it is without having to pull it out. My jersey. Number 13. Lucky for some, not for me. Damn, I breathe, running a hand through my hair. I stare at it for a long moment, memories flooding back. The roar of the crowd, the slice of skates on ice, the thrill of the game. And then, the pain, the fall, the end. My jaw clenches. I'm not ready for this. Not yet. Maybe not ever. With a decisive move, I shove the magazines back on top of the jersey and close the box. Some things are better left unpacked. I grab one of the unread books from the box, spine cracking as I open it for the first time. Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, I mutter, raising an eyebrow. Who the hell bought this for me? I haven't even been on a motorcycle in years. Settling back on the bare mattress, I flip through the pages, trying to focus on the words. But my mind keeps drifting back to the cafe, to that smile that could melt ice. Damn, I growl, rubbing my eyes. Get it together, man. I try again, reading aloud to force concentration. The Buddha, the Godhead, resides quite as comfortably in the circuits of a digital computer or the gears of a cycle transmission as he does at the top of a mountain or in the petals of a flower. The words swim before my eyes, transforming into Amber's face, her warm brown eyes, the way her hands moved as she wiped up the spilled hot chocolate. God damn it! I snap, tossing the book across the room. It hits the wall with a dull thud and slides to the floor, pages splayed. I flop back on the mattress, arm over my eyes. The silence of the house presses in on me, broken only by the occasional creak of settling wood. This is ridiculous, I mutter to myself. You've known her for all of 5 minutes. But I can't shake the image of her from my mind. The way she handled that kid, Ollie, with such patience and care. The strength in her arms as she effortlessly maneuvered trays of coffee and pastries. I sit up, running a hand through my hair. Early night it is, I decide, even though the sun's barely set. As I strip down to my boxers, I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror leaning against the wall. The scars from my hockey days stand out starkly against my skin, a roadmap of a career cut short. I turn away, crawling under the covers, but sleep eludes me, my mind racing with thoughts of warm smiles and the smell of coffee and cinnamon. I hit the pavement early, the crisp morning air biting at my exposed skin. The familiar streets of Oak Hill unfold before me in a patchwork of memories and unfamiliar changes. My feet pound the sidewalk in a steady rhythm, matching the beat of my heart. As I round the corner onto Main Street, the roasted oak comes into view. Without meaning to, my pace slows. Through the large bay windows, I catch a glimpse of Amber behind the counter, her hands moving with practiced ease as she prepares a drink. She's talking to someone, a petite Asian woman with a stylish bob. Zoe, I think I heard Liam mention her name yesterday. Amber throws her head back, laughing at something Zoe said. The sound doesn't reach me through the glass, but I can almost hear it anyway. Warm and genuine, like everything else about her seems to be. Her joy is magnetic, infectious, even from a distance. The hell are you doing, Mavrik? I mutter to myself, shaking my head. I force myself to pick up the pace, tearing my eyes away from the scene inside the cafe. But the image of Amber's smile lingers, like an afterimage burned into my retinas. As I continue down the street, I notice the sideways glances and outright stares. Some faces I recognize. Old neighbors, kids I went to school with who never left. Others are strangers, probably drawn in by the small town's recent growth. Well, I'll be damned, a gravelly voice calls out, if it ain't the prodigal son himself. I slow to a stop, turning to face old Mr. Henderson, still sitting on his porch like he hasn't moved in the 20 years since I left. Mr. Henderson? I nod, not breaking my stride. Heard you was back in town, he continues, undeterred by my attempt to keep moving. Retired, they say. Bit young for that, ain't ya? I clench my jaw, biting back a sharp retort. Just taking some time off, I manage, my tone clipped. He grunts, eyeing me suspiciously. Well, don't you go stirring up trouble now, you hear? I don't bother responding, just pick up my pace and continue down the street. The weight of eyes follows me, curious, judgmental, speculative. It's suffocating, like the air itself is pressing in on me. Breathe, you idiot, I mutter to myself, focusing on the rhythm of my feet hitting the pavement. After a shower and change of clothes, I decide to head back into town for some caffeine. I push open the door of the Roasted Oak, the bell's cheerful jingle at odds with my mood. The aroma of coffee and freshly baked goods hits me. My stomach growls in response. Damn, I'm hungrier than I thought. Amber's at the counter, her smile bright as she hands a to-go cup to an elderly woman. Have a great day, Mrs. Peterson, she calls out as the woman shuffles away. I approach, my footsteps heavy on the hardwood floor. Amber turns to me, that smile still in place. It wavers slightly as she meets my eyes, but to her credit, she doesn't look away. Good morning, she says, her voice warm. What can I get for you today? Black coffee, I grunt. My eyes flick to the display case. And one of those pumpkin muffins. She nods, grabbing a mug and filling it with steaming coffee. Coming right up. Anything else? I shake my head, watching as she plucks a muffin from the case with a pair of tongs. Her movements are graceful, efficient, no wasted motion. "That'll be $5.75, she says, sliding the mug and a small plate across the counter. I hand over a 10, waving away her attempt to give me change. "Keep it." "Thank you," she says, surprise coloring her tone. "Enjoy your breakfast." I grunt in response, grabbing my coffee and muffin and retreating to a corner table. From here, I have a clear view of the entire cafe. Old habit from my playing days. Always know your surroundings. The place is busy, a steady stream of customers flowing in and out. Amber handles them all with ease, her smile never faltering. She remembers names, asks about kids and spouses, laughs at jokes that probably aren't funny. I sip my coffee, savoring the rich, bitter taste. The muffin sits untouched on my plate, steam still rising from its golden top. A group of high school kids burst through the door, loud and boisterous. Amber doesn't miss a beat, greeting them by name and taking their complicated orders without writing anything down. "And how's the new defense play coming along, Jake?" she asks one of the boys as she hands over a frothy concoction. The kid's face lights up. "It's awesome! Coach says if we nail it, we might have a shot at state this year." "That's great." Amber beams at him. "You guys are going to do amazing." I tear my eyes away, focusing on my coffee. The mug's almost empty now, and the muffin's gone cold. Before I can stop myself, I'm standing, making my way back to the counter. Amber looks up as I approach, her eyebrows raising slightly. "Everything okay?" she asks. I nod, then clear my throat. "Yeah, just... What are your busiest hours?" She tilts her head, considering. "Well, we get the morning rush from about 7 to 9, then it picks up again around lunchtime. After school's usually pretty busy too, from about 3 to 5. I nod again, committing the information to memory. "Thanks," I mutter, turning to leave. "Have a good day," she calls after me. I pause at the door, looking back over my shoulder. She's already moved on to the next customer, but for a moment I catch her glancing my way. As I step out into the crisp autumn air, I make a mental note to come back during a slower time. Maybe then I can actually talk to her without feeling like a goddamn teenager with his first crush.
Chapter 5. Amber. The rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee fills the air as I pour a new batch into the carafe. My eyes dart to the corner booth where Mavrik sits hunched over his phone, his broad shoulders filling out his Henley in a way that's hard to ignore. He's become a regular fixture here at the Roasted Oak, always ordering the same thing: black coffee and a muffin. I catch myself smiling as I remember our brief exchanges. When the cafe's quiet, he'll lean against the counter, those piercing blue eyes locked on mine as we chat about nothing and everything. "Refill?" I ask, approaching his table with the fresh pot. Mavrik looks up, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Sure, thanks." As I pour, I can't help but notice the book beside his phone. "Hemingway? Didn't peg you for the literary type?" He chuckles, a low rumble that sends a shiver down my spine. "There's a lot you don't know about me, Amber." "Oh yeah? Like what?" I challenge, quirking an eyebrow. Mavrik leans back, crossing his arms. "I make a mean lasagna." I laugh, the sound echoing in the near-empty cafe. Now that I've got to see to believe. "Is that an invitation?" he asks, his voice dropping an octave. The bell above the door chimes, saving me from having to answer. I turn to greet the new customer, my heart racing a mile a minute. "Saved by the bell," Mavrik murmurs, his eyes twinkling with amusement. I shoot him a playful glare before heading back to the counter. As I take the new order, I can feel Mavrik's gaze on me, intense and unwavering. It's both thrilling and terrifying, like standing on the edge of a cliff, ready to jump. When the rush dies down, I find myself gravitating back to his table. "So, How's small town life treating you? Miss the big city yet? Mavrik shrugs, his fingers tracing the rim of his mug. It's different, quieter, but not in a bad way. Yeah? I lean against the nearby table, curious. What's the best part so far? His eyes meet mine, and for a moment, the world seems to stand still. The company's not bad, he says softly. The bell above the door chimes, and I look up to see Ollie bounding in, his backpack bouncing against his back. Mom! Ollie exclaims, practically vibrating with excitement. Guess what? I got an A on my math test. Hey, what did we say about running in the cafe? I ask. Mavrik makes a low grunting sound in response. The sound grabs my son's attention, and he pivots to Mavrik's table. Oh, it's you again. I start to move towards them, ready to redirect Ollie, but Mavrik's voice stops me. That's awesome, kid, he says, his usual gruff tone softening. What was it on? Ollie drops his backpack and starts rummaging through it. Fractions. Look, I can show you. Ollie. I interject gently. Let's not bother Mr. Mavrik. He's trying to enjoy his coffee. Mavrik shakes his head, those piercing blue eyes meeting mine. It's all right, Amber. I don't mind. I hesitate, caught off guard by the warmth in his voice. Ollie takes advantage of my silence and pulls out his math homework, spreading it on Mavrik's table. See, we're learning how to add fractions with different denominators, Ollie explains, pointing at the paper. Mavrik leans in, studying the worksheet. That's some good work, Ollie. You know, math's just as important as sports. Keep this up, and you'll be unstoppable on and off the field. Ollie beams, soaking up the praise. I can't help but smile at the scene, my usually boisterous son hanging on every word from the gruff guy. All right, buddy, I say, ruffling Ollie's curls. Time to let mommy's customer to finish his coffee. Why don't you go set up at your usual spot and start on today's homework? Ollie nods, gathering his papers. Okay, Mom. Thanks for looking, Mr. Mavrik. As Ollie scampers off to his corner, Mavrik stands, draining the last of his coffee. Thanks for the refill, he says, his voice low, and the company. I take his empty mug, our fingers brushing for a moment. Anytime. See you tomorrow? He nods, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. Count on it. I watch him leave, the bell chiming his exit. The cafe feels a little emptier without his presence, and I find myself already looking forward to tomorrow's coffee and conversation. The next day, I'm doing inventory when I look up to see Zoe and Jasmine sauntering in, their faces lit up with mischievous grins. It's a slow afternoon at the Roasted Oak, and I'm grateful for the company. Well, 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 Zoe sing-songs, sliding onto a stool at the counter. If it isn't our favorite barista. I roll my eyes but can't help smiling. You two are trouble. Jasmine laughs, settling in next to Zoe. Us? Never. We're just here for the latest gossip and your heavenly pumpkin spice latte. Coming right up, I say, turning to the espresso machine. So, what's the hot topic in Oak Hill today? Zoe leans forward, her eyes sparkling. Oh, I think you know. Tall, dark, and broody? Been hanging around here a lot lately? I feel my heart skip a beat, but keep my voice casual. Mavrik? Yeah, he's become a regular. Jasmine hums, exchanging a look with Zoe. And how's that going? I set their lattes in front of them, buying time. It's nice. He's not as gruff as he seems. You should see him with Ollie. Ooh, good with kids, Zoe teases. That's a plus. I lean against the counter, lowering my voice. He's different. There's something about him that just draws me in, you know? Even with all that brooding, Jasmine takes a sip of her latte, her eyes never leaving my face. Sounds like someone's got a crush. I do not, I protest, but my cheeks feel warm. Zoe snorts. Please, you light up like a Christmas tree every time he walks in. I groan, burying my face in my hands. Is it that obvious? Only to everyone with eyes, Jasmine says, patting my arm sympathetically. I peek through my fingers. But, I don't know. There's his reputation to consider. Zoe raises an eyebrow. What do you mean? Well, I hesitate. I don't really know much about it. You guys mentioned something about a bad boy reputation? Jasmine and Zoe exchange another look, this one more serious. You know how city guys are, Zoe says carefully. I frown. What's that supposed to mean? Jasmine sighs. Look, Amber, we're just saying, be careful, okay? Guys like Mavrik, they're used to a different lifestyle. Fast-paced, lots of options. Options, I repeat, my stomach tightening. Zoe nods. Yeah, you know, city girls, wild parties, that kind of thing. I bite my lip, processing this information. But he seems different here, quieter, more thoughtful. People can change, Jasmine concedes. Just keep your eyes open, okay? I nod, my mind whirling. I will. Thanks, guys. I glance at the clock and realize I've been chatting with Zoe and Jasmine for longer than I should have. The afternoon rush will start soon. Shoot, I need to restock the pastry display, I say, sliding off my stool. Don't let us keep you, Jasmine says with a wink. I head to the back, grabbing a tray of freshly baked pumpkin and leaf-shaped cookies. The scent of cinnamon and nutmeg fills the air as I carefully balance the tray. As I push through the swinging door back into the cafe, I hear the bell chime. My eyes dart to the entrance, and there he is, Mavrik, looking as ruggedly handsome as ever, in a dark Henley that clings to his muscular frame. Well, well, Zoe drawls, her voice low enough for only us to hear. Look who just walked in. Your knight in shining armor. My steps falter, and I feel the tray start to slip from my grasp. Zoe, I hiss, trying to regain my balance, but it's too late. The tray tilts precariously, and I watch in horror as the cookies begin to slide off. Suddenly, a strong hand reaches across the counter, steadying the tray. My eyes travel up the arm to meet Mavrik's piercing blue gaze. Careful there, he says, his voice a low rumble that sends shivers down my spine. Wouldn't want to waste these beauties. Our hands are touching, his calloused fingers brushing against mine. The contact sends a jolt through me, and I find myself momentarily speechless. Thanks, I stammer, finally finding my voice. Quick reflexes. Mavrik's lips quirk up in a half smile. Comes with the territory. Old habits die hard, I guess. I nod, still acutely aware of his hand on mine. Right, of course. I have to wonder what he used to do. Considering how good those reflexes were, he slowly withdraws his hand, and I immediately miss the warmth. So, what's the special today? He asks, nodding towards the tray. Oh, I exclaim, remembering why I'm holding the tray in the first place. Autumn-themed sugar cookies, pumpkins and leaves. Want to try one? Don't mind if I do, he says, reaching for a leaf-shaped cookie. As he takes a bite, I can feel Zoe and Jasmine's eyes on us, practically burning holes in my back. I resist the urge to turn around and glare at them. These are good, Mavrik says, licking a crumb from his lower lip. The sight is oddly mesmerizing. You've got a real talent, Amber. So do you, I start. Then realizing how ridiculous I sound, I fumble to finish. For catching trays, reflexes. Zoe and Jasmine barely contain their laughter behind their hands. I shoot them a warning glance. Black coffee? I ask. You know it, Mavrik replies. The girls finish their lattes and place their mugs in the bus bin. Have fun, Jasmine whispers with a wink, leaving me alone with my knight in shining armor.
Chapter 6. Mavrik. The crisp autumn air fills my lungs as I push through another mile. The crunch of fallen leaves beneath my feet provides a steady rhythm to my run. It's different from the pounding of skates on ice, but there's a familiarity in the exertion, the burn in my muscles. I slow to a stop near a water fountain, gulping down the cool liquid. As I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand, a familiar voice calls out, "Mav, didn't expect to see you here." I turn to see Liam perched on a nearby bench, a half-eaten sandwich in his hand. "Thought you'd be holed up in that fancy new place of yours." "Gotta stay in shape somehow," I grunt, dropping down next to him. "What's your excuse? Hiding from work?" Liam chuckles, taking another bite. "It's called a lunch break, bro. Some of us actually have jobs." The jab stings more than I'd like to admit. I mask it with a scowl. Yeah, rub it in." "Speaking of which," Liam says, his tone shifting to something more serious, "what are your plans now that you're back? You can't just sit around brooding all day." I let out a long breath, watching a group of kids toss a frisbee nearby. Hell if I know. Didn't exactly plan on coming back here, did I? "Well, going back to the city isn't an option," Liam reminds me, his voice gentle but firm. "You know that, right?" The words hit like a slap. I clench my jaw, feeling the familiar ache of loss. My career, my life in the spotlight, gone in an instant. "Yeah, I know," I mutter. Liam nudges my shoulder. "Hey, it's not all bad. You could always help out at the shop. Lord knows I could use an extra pair of hands." I snort. He's brought this up before, and it's not a bad idea. But I wouldn't be a good brother if I didn't get a dig in at him, too. "What, selling soccer balls to soccer moms? Thrilling." "Better than wallowing in self-pity," Liam retorts. I'm about to fire back when something catches my eye further down the path. A flash of familiar copper hair, bouncing curls framing a face I've been seeing a lot lately. "Mav, you still with me?" Liam's voice fades into the background as I focus on the figure approaching. I spot the kid from the coffee shop, Ollie, trudging down the path. His shoulders are slumped and he's dragging something behind him. My gut twists. Something's not right. "Hold up," I mutter to Liam, pushing off the bench. As I get closer, I see the tangle of string and fabric in Ollie's hand. A kite, or what's left of one. His eyes are red-rimmed, but he's got his jaw set in a way that screams, trying not to cry. "Hey kid, what's the story?" Ollie looks up, surprise flashing across his face. "Oh, hi, Mr. Mavrik," I remind him, which is odd. He didn't have trouble with my name before. "Kite trouble?" He nods, lower lip trembling. "It got stuck in that big oak tree. I tried to get it, but..." His voice cracks, and he gestures helplessly at the mess in his hands. I glance at the tree. It's a monster, all right. No way the kid could have reached it. "Let me take a look," I say, holding out my hand. Ollie hesitates, then passes over the kite strings. It's in rough shape, but not beyond saving. I eye the tree, mapping out a route. "Stand back," I tell him, handing my phone to Liam. Before either can protest, I'm scaling the trunk. The bark bites into my palms as I haul myself up. A branch snags my shirt and I curse under my breath. But soon enough, I spot a flash of color wedged in the upper branches. "Got it!" I call down, working the kite free. It takes some maneuvering, but I manage to climb down without shredding the thing further. Ollie's eyes are wide as saucers when I land. "That was awesome." I shrug, brushing off my hands. No big deal. Here, let's see what we can do with this. We spend a few minutes untangling strings and smoothing creases. As we work, Ollie's quiet for a bit then. I know who you are now, he blurts out. You're not just any hockey player, you're Mavrik Winters, the best hockey player for the Rangers. I freeze, my hand stilling on the kite. Yeah, that's me. Or was. I watched one of your games at my friend Jake's house. It was from last season. You were amazing. The words tumble out of him in a rush. How fast can you skate? Have you ever lost a tooth? What's it like to score a goal in the Stanley Cup Finals? I blink, caught off guard by the rapid-fire questions. A laugh bubbles up in my chest, surprising even me. Whoa, slow down, kid. One at a time. Liam glances at his watch and lets out a low whistle. Dang, I gotta run. The store won't run itself. He turns to Ollie, ruffling the kid's hair. Stay out of trouble, Squirt. And maybe lay off the tree climbing for a while, yeah? Ollie grins, ducking away from Liam's hand. No promises. I watch Liam jog off, then turn back to the kite. We've got most of the tangles out, but there's a tear in the fabric that needs patching. So, Ollie pipes up, his eyes bright with curiosity. What's it really like, being a famous hockey player and all? I pause, the question hitting me like a slap shot to the chest. How do I explain it to a kid? The glory, the rush, the bone-deep ache after a hard game? The way the crowd's roar becomes part of your heartbeat? I start, then stop. Swallow hard. It was pretty damn awesome, not gonna lie. Ollie's eyes go wide at the curse, but he doesn't comment. Smart kid. Imagine the best thing you've ever done, I continue, smoothing out a wrinkle in the kite. Now multiply that by about 1,000. That's what it feels like to score a game-winning goal. Wow, Ollie breathes. And you gotta do that all the time! I can't help the bitter chuckle that escapes. Not all the time, kid. There were plenty of losses, too. Broken bones, concussions, missing teeth. I run my tongue over the gap where a tooth used to be. It's not all glamour, you know. But still, Ollie insists. You gotta play hockey for a living. That's so cool. The enthusiasm in his voice twists something inside me. I remember feeling that way once, before the pressure, before the injury, before it all came crashing down. Yeah, I say softly, more to myself than to Ollie. It was pretty cool. I clear my throat, pushing past the lump of emotion. All right, let's see if this thing will fly now. I'm about to hand the kite back to Ollie when he grabs my wrist, his eyes wide with excitement. Wait, I don't care about the kite anymore. Can I ask you some more questions about hockey? I glance at my watch, then back at the kid's eager face. I can't just leave him here. Look, I've got to get back to my job, I lie, gesturing vaguely towards town. Ollie's face lights up. Oh, cool. I'll come with you then. I promise I won't get in the way. I can't help but laugh at his enthusiasm. All right, kid, but try to keep up. I take off at a slow jog, making sure Ollie can match my pace. He falls in step beside me, his curls bouncing with each stride. So, he pants, what's the weirdest rule in hockey? I think for a moment. Ever heard of the Zamboni rule? Ollie shakes his head, eyes wide. If both goalies get injured, the Zamboni driver can suit up as a replacement. No way! Ollie gasps. Has that ever happened? Once, I nod. Guy named David Ayers, played for the Hurricanes in 2020, stopped 8 out of 10 shots. That's so cool, Ollie exclaims. What about fighting? Is it really allowed? I chuckle. It's complicated. You can get penalized, but it's not an automatic ejection like in other sports. Have you ever been in a fight on the ice? A few, I admit, remembering the sting of knuckles on skin, the roar of the crowd. It's not something to be proud of, though. Hockey's about skill, not violence. Ollie nods solemnly. What about the rules for scoring? Is it true the whole puck has to cross the line? You've got a good eye, kid, I say, impressed. Yeah, that's right. Even if it's just a millimeter short, it doesn't count. We continue jogging, Ollie peppering me with questions about icing, offsides, and power plays. I find myself enjoying the impromptu quiz session more than I expected. It's been a while since I've talked hockey without the weight of my injury hanging over me. As we near the edge of the park, Ollie slows down, catching his breath. Thanks, Mr. Mavrik. This was awesome. I ruffle his hair, surprising myself with the gesture. No problem, kid. You know your stuff. Ollie beams at me, then glances towards the street. I should probably head home. Mom will be wondering where I am. Want me to walk you? I offer, suddenly reluctant to end our conversation. He shakes his head. Nah, I'm good. The coffee shop's just around the corner. Ollie's already waving goodbye, his sneakers slapping against the pavement as he takes off. I watch him go, a strange mix of emotions swirling in my chest. For the first time in months, I feel a spark of something I thought I'd lost. Purpose. Connection. And maybe, just maybe, a reason to stick around this town after all.
Chapter 7. Amber. I wipe the sweat from my brow, leaving a smear of flour across my forehead. The kitchen's a mess, but I'm on a roll. The apple oatmeal cookies are cooling on the rack, their aroma mingling with the cinnamon spice donuts. Now I'm tackling the pièce de résistance, a decadent caramel apple cheesecake. All right, graham cracker crust, don't fail me now, I mutter, pressing the mixture into the springform pan. The bell above the cafe door chimes. Amber, you back here? In the kitchen, Jazz, I call out, not taking my eyes off the crust. Jasmine saunters in, a burst of autumn colors cradled in her arms. I've got your new bouquet. Where do you want it? Counter's fine. Thanks, girl. I gesture vaguely with my elbow, hands covered in crumbs. She sets down the flowers and peers over my shoulder. Ooh, what's cooking? Good looking. I snort. More like what's baking. Good, raking? Wow. Stick to the oven, honey. Leave the wordplay to the professionals. Jasmine chuckles, reaching for a cookie. Mind if I sample? Go for it. I need a second opinion anyway. I slide the crust into the oven and turn to watch her reaction. Jasmine takes a bite, her eyes widening. Holy crap, Amber. These are amazing. I grimace. You don't think they're too chunky? I was worried about the apple pieces. Are you kidding? She grabs another. The chunks make it. It's like autumn in my mouth. That sounds vaguely dirty, I tease, mixing the cheesecake filling. Jasmine rolls her eyes. You know what I mean. It's perfect. The spices, the texture. You've outdone yourself. I feel a weight lift off my shoulders. Thanks, Jazz. I needed that boost. Anytime, Chica. Now, about those donuts. I laugh, sliding the plate towards her. Be my guest. But save some room for cheesecake testing later. You act like that's a challenge. Jasmine grins, biting into a donut. Cinnamon heaven. As I pour the filling over the crust, I can't help but smile. Maybe this fall menu will be my best yet. Jasmine's eyes light up as she polishes off the last of her donut. You know what would be killer? Apple cider donuts. Nobody else in town makes them. I freeze, whisk in hand, a grin spreading across my face. Jazz, you're a genius. How did I not think of that? It's why you keep me around. She winks, leaning against the counter. I grab my phone, fingers flying as I scroll through recipes. There's so many variations. Baked, fried, glazed, sugared. All of the above, Jasmine suggests, peering over my shoulder. Don't tempt me. I laugh. Remember that fall festival when we were kids? The one with the apple bobbing contest? Jasmine groans. How could I forget? I nearly drowned trying to get that stupid apple. But the caramel apples after made it all worth it, right? Oh God, yes, she sighs dreamily. I can still taste that sticky sweetness. What about you? Any favorite fall treats from your childhood? I pause, thinking. My grandma used to make these incredible pumpkin empanadas. Flaky crust, spicy sweet filling. I'd give anything for her recipe now. Pumpkin empanadas? Jasmine's eyebrows shoot up. Now that's a mashup I can get behind. Why don't you try recreating them? I shake my head. I've tried, but something's always missing. Maybe it was just Grandma's magic touch, you know. Or maybe, Jasmine says, a mischievous glint in her eye, you need to put your own spin on it. What if you did a pumpkin empanada donut? I stare at her, mouth agape. Jasmine Rodriguez, you are on fire today. That's brilliant. I know. She preens, tossing her hair dramatically. It's a curse, being this fabulous. We dissolve into giggles, the kitchen filled with the warmth of friendship and the promise of delicious experiments to come. Okay, I say, wiping tears of laughter from my eyes. Apple cider donuts and pumpkin empanada donuts. This fall menu is going to knock people's socks off. Jasmine glances at her watch and jumps. Damn it, I gotta run. Shop won't open itself. Go, I shoo her with floury hands. Thanks for being my taste tester. Anytime, sugar, she winks, snagging one last cookie on her way out. I've barely finished sliding the cheesecake into the display case when the morning rush hits like a tidal wave. The bell above the door chimes incessantly, a constant stream of caffeine-deprived zombies stumbling in. Morning, Mrs. Hendricks. The usual? I call out, already reaching for her favorite mug. You're a lifesaver, Amber, she croaks, fumbling for her wallet. I slide her latte across the counter. Try one of the new apple oatmeal cookies. On the house. Her eyes light up as she takes a bite. Oh my word, it's like autumn in my mouth. I stifle a laugh, remembering Jasmine's similar description. Glad you like it. The line grows, snaking towards the door. I'm a whirlwind behind the counter, brewing, pouring, plating. My new fall menu's a hit, the cookies vanishing faster than I can restock. These pumpkin spice donuts are to die for. Mr. Thompson gushes, powdered sugar dusting his mustache. I beam at him. Secret family recipe. Well, secret as of last night when I made it up. The man chuckles, a warm buzz filling the cafe. I'm riding high on their approval when I spot him. Mavrik. He's waiting patiently at the end of the line, those piercing blue eyes fixed on me. My heart does a little flip, but I squash it down. Focus, Amber. You've got customers. By the time Mavrik reaches the counter, I'm swamped. 3 espressos pulling, a fresh batch of muffins in the oven, and a mile-long list of orders to fill. Black coffee and a pumpkin muffin, I ask, already reaching for his usual. He nods, a ghost of a smile on his lips. You remembered? Hard to forget, I quip, then immediately want to smack myself. Could I sound any more desperate? I ring him up, hyper aware of his presence. God, he smells good. Like pine and leather and something uniquely him. Anything else? I ask, praying for a moment to chat. But the universe has other plans. Amber, my scone. Mrs. Fitzpatrick calls from the other end of the counter. Coming right up. I holler back, then turn to Mavrik with an apologetic smile. Sorry, duty calls? He shrugs, taking his order. No worries. And just like that, he's gone. No lingering glance, No attempt at conversation. Just the soft jingle of the bell as the door closes behind him. I sigh, disappointment settling in my chest. So much for our daily chat. But there's no time to dwell on it. The morning rush waits for no one, not even a lovesick baker with a crush on the new guy in town. Later that afternoon, Zoe saunters in, her bright smile a welcome sight after the long day. I'm wiping down the counter, the scent of coffee and pastry still lingering in the air. "Hey, stranger," I call out, tossing the rag into the sink. "You're just in time to help me close up." Zoe dramatically clutches her chest. "Oh no, manual labor, my one weakness." I laugh, sliding a plate of leftover cookies her way. "Consider it payment for your services." "Deal." She grins, biting into a cookie. These are sinful. You trying to fatten me up?" "Please," I snort, starting to stack chairs. "Like you need help in that department." Zoe gasps in mock offense. "I'll have you know this." She gestures to her curves. "Is all natural, baby." We fall into an easy rhythm, chatting as we clean. Zoe's filling me in on the latest school drama when she drops a bomb. "Oh, by the way, your kid's gone hockey mad." I pause, broom in hand. "What?" Zoe nods, wiping down tables. "Yep. All his art projects lately, hockey rinks, hockey sticks, you name it. And yesterday, I caught him checking out hockey books from the library instead of his usual dinosaur fare." My heart skips a beat. Hockey? But he's never been interested before. "Well, he is now." Zoe shrugs. "Maybe it's just a phase?" I bite my lip, mind racing. "Maybe." "Hey," Zoe's voice softens. "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." I sigh, leaning on the broom. It's just... hockey isn't exactly the safest sport, is it? Zoe's eyebrows shoot up. "You think Ollie will get injured in pee-wee hockey?" "No, it's just... I don't know. I hear about hockey being full of fistfights, and that's just not the type of environment I want him in." Well, I can't argue with that. The fights are like 80% of the appeal of hockey. Not that I'd know, I'm more of a tennis girl myself, Zoe says. "I'm worried, Zoe," I admit. He's getting older and doesn't exactly have a steady male influence in his life. God knows his dad has no interest. What if he gets really into it and starts acting out at school? The thought of getting that dreaded phone call of shame fills me with dread. Zoe puts down her cloth, coming over to squeeze my arm. "Hey, don't jump to conclusions." Kids get obsessed with new things all the time. Remember the great dinosaur phase of 2022? I chuckle despite myself. God, don't remind me, I still have nightmares about those roars. Exactly, Zoe nods. This could just be Ollie's new dinosaurs. And need I remind you, dinosaurs can be pretty dang violent themselves, right? I nod my head, thinking about all the diagrams he used to show me with big, scientifically illustrated gore. It doesn't mean he's going to start jumping headfirst into violence. Sign him up for some lessons down at the rink, let him get a feel for the sport under a controlled, adult-supervised conditions. It could be good for him. I nod, feeling some of the tension leave my shoulders. You're right. I'm probably overthinking this. Probably. Zoe agrees, then grins. But hey, we haven't had our daily talk about Mr. Tall, Dark, and Broody yet. Has he dropped by yet today? I swat her with the broom, laughing. Shut up and help me with these chairs, you menace. As we finish closing up, I can't help but wonder what tomorrow will bring. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 8. Mavrik. I walk down Main Street, hands shoved in my pockets, the crisp autumn air nipping at my face. The familiar sights and sounds of Oak Hill surround me, but it's like looking at an old photograph, recognizable, yet distant. My feet carry me without much thought, and before I know it, I'm standing in front of the local ice rink. The sight of it hits me like a punch to the gut. How many hours did I spend here as a kid, dreaming of the NHL? I hesitate, my hand on the door. Do I really want to go down this road? Screw it, I mutter, pushing the door open. The cold air inside wraps around me like an old friend. The sound of skates scraping ice, sticks slapping pucks, and kids shouting fills my ears. It's chaos on the ice, a jumble of flailing limbs and wobbly skaters. But there's something oddly endearing about it. I lean against the boards, watching as a kid takes a spectacular tumble, sliding halfway across the rink on his butt. Can't help but crack a smile. We all started somewhere. Well, I'll be damned, a gruff voice says beside me. Mavrik Winters back on home ice. I turn to see Coach Miller, looking older and grayer than I remember, but with the same no-nonsense expression. Coach, I nod, turning back to the ice. Good thing, too. These kids could use some pointers from a pro, he says. Not so subtly. Especially since I'm thinking about hanging up my whistle soon. I grunt non-committally, watching as two kids collide and go down in a tangle of sticks and pads. Remember when that was you and Liam out there? Coach chuckles. You boys were hell on skates. A memory flashes, Liam and me racing each other around the rink, laughing as we crashed into the boards. For a moment, I can almost feel the sting of the ice on my palms, hear Liam's breathless laughter. Yeah, I say quietly. We were. Coach clears his throat. You know, we could always use another set of eyes out here. Someone with your experience. I cut him off with a look. I'm retired, Coach. He holds up his hands. Just saying. Door's always open if you change your mind. I turn back to the ice, watching as a kid finally manages to stay upright long enough to take a shot. It goes wide, but the look of pure joy on his face. Damn. I'd forgotten what that felt like. I'm about to leave when I spot a familiar mop of curly hair sticking out from under a helmet. It's Ollie, the kid from the cafe, wobbling like a newborn colt on his skates. He takes a few shaky steps, arms windmilling. Hey, kid! I call out, but my voice is lost in the chaos of the rink. Ollie's skates slide out from under him, and he goes down hard. Damn, I can't just stand here and watch. God damn it! I mutter, heading to the rental counter. The guy behind it does a double take when he sees me. Holy crap, you're Mavrik Winters! I ignore him, slapping down some cash. Size 13. Now. On the ice, muscle memory kicks in. It's like I never left. I glide over to Ollie, who's struggling to his feet. Need a hand? I ask, reaching down. His eyes go wide. Mavrik! You're here! I haul him up, steadying him as he sways. Easy there, kid. You're gonna take someone out if you're not careful? Ollie grins, dimples popping. I'm trying, but it's harder than it looks. You think? I chuckle. Here, let me show you a trick. I demonstrate the proper stance, knees bent, weight centered. Like this. Try it. Ollie mimics me, wobbling slightly. Hey, I think I got it. Not bad, I nod. Now push off with one foot, then the other. Like you're rollerblading. As Ollie practices, I notice other kids watching us. One by one, they skate over, eyes wide with recognition. Are you really Mavrik Winters? A freckle-faced girl asks. I sigh. So much for keeping a low profile. Yeah, that's me. Can you teach us too? A boy pipes up. Before I know it, I'm surrounded by a gaggle of eager kids, all clamoring for attention. Christ, what have I gotten myself into? All right, I say, holding up my hands. Let's start with the basics. Who here can do a proper hockey stop? Blank faces stare back at me. Ollie raises his hand tentatively. Is that the one where you spray ice everywhere? I can't help but laugh. Close enough, kid. Let's work on that first. For the next hour, I guide the kids through drills, correcting stances, and offering tips. It's, not terrible. There's something satisfying about watching them improve, seeing the excitement on their faces when they nail a move. Coach Miller's whistle pierces the air, cutting through the excited chatter of the kids. All right, you hooligans, back to drills. Let's give Mr. Winters some space. The kids groan in unison, but they start skating away. All except Ollie, who's still clinging to my side like a barnacle. You too, short stack, I say, giving him a gentle nudge. Ollie looks up at me, brown eyes wide. Can I stay? Please, I promise I won't get in the way. I glance at Coach, who shrugs. Your call, Mavrik. Screw it. The kid's enthusiasm is kind of endearing. Fine, but you gotta keep up. Ollie's face lights up like I just handed him the Stanley Cup. Yes, sir. We skate to the far end of the rink, away from the chaos of the other kids. I show Ollie how to do a proper crossover, demonstrating the move slowly. See? It's all about weight transfer. You try. Ollie's first attempt is, well, it's something. He nearly face plants, but catches himself at the last second. Damn, kid! You okay? He pops back up, grinning. That was awesome. Can I try again? I can't help but chuckle. Sure. Just try not to break anything, all right? As Ollie practices, he peppers me with questions. Is it true you scored a hat trick in your first NHL game? Did you ever fight on the ice? What's the coolest place you've played? I answer between giving pointers, surprised at how easily the stories flow. It's been a while since I've talked about my career without feeling that familiar ache in my chest. There was this one time in Montreal, I say, steadying Ollie as he wobbles. Middle of a playoff game and the power goes out. Whole arena, pitch black. Ollie's eyes go wide. What happened? Well, some genius had the bright idea to keep playing. We're out there, can't see anything, just following the sound of the puck. I managed to get it and start heading for what I think is the goal. Did you score? Ollie asks, breathless. I grin. Nah. Turns out I was going the wrong way. Damn near took out the ref when the lights came back on. Ollie bursts out laughing, the sound echoing across the rink. It's infectious, and I find myself chuckling along with him. As we continue practicing, I realize something. The bitterness that's been my constant companion since the injury. It's not gone, but it's dulled. Replaced by something lighter. Something I haven't felt in a long time. Maybe coming back to Oak Hill wasn't such a bad idea after all. I step off the ice, my muscles pleasantly sore from the unexpected workout. Ollie follows, his skates clunking on the rubber mats. The kid's still bouncing with energy, despite face-planting more times than I can count. That was awesome, he exclaims, nearly tripping over his own feet in his excitement. I grab his arm to steady him. Whoa there, hot shot. Save some for next time. Ollie's eyes light up. Next time? You mean you'll teach me again? Damn, did I just commit to that? Before I can backpedal, Liam appears, holding 2 steaming cups. Thought you two could use a pick-me-up, he says, handing us the drinks. Courtesy of the Roasted Oak. The rich scent of chocolate hits me, and I take a grateful sip. Damn, that's good. Ollie practically inhales his, leaving a chocolate mustache on his upper lip. We settle on a nearby bench, Ollie wedged between Liam and me. The kid still buzzing with excitement, words tumbling out of him faster than I can process. And then Mavrik showed me how to do a crossover, and I only fell like 3 times. Oh, and did you see when I almost scored a goal? Liam chuckles, ruffling Ollie's hair. Sounds like you had quite the adventure, buddy. I lean back, content to let Liam field the kid's enthusiasm. But Ollie's not done with me yet. Mavrik, do you think I could be as good as you someday? The question catches me off guard. I look at the kid, his face open and earnest, waiting for my answer like it's gospel. Well, I start, choosing my words carefully. It takes a lot of hard work and practice. Lots of practice. Ollie nods solemnly. I can do that. I practice everything, even math. I can't help but laugh. Math, huh? How's that going for you? He scrunches up his nose. It's okay, I guess, but fractions are weird. Why do we need to cut numbers into pieces anyway? You'd be surprised, I say, thinking back to all the split-second calculations I used to make on the ice. It comes in handy more often than you'd think. We chat for a while longer, Ollie regaling us with tales of his school adventures and his new friends. I find myself genuinely interested, asking questions and laughing at his animated storytelling. As the conversation winds down, I realize something. I'm enjoying this, hanging out with this kid, talking about nothing and everything. It's been a long time since I felt this relaxed, this normal. Liam catches my eye over Ollie's head, a knowing smirk on his face. I shoot him a warning look, but I can feel the corners of my mouth twitching upward. Maybe there's more to this small-town life than I remembered.
Chapter 9. Amber. I'm stirring the pot of simmering chili when I hear the front door burst open, followed by the familiar sound of Ollie's backpack hitting the floor. Mom! You won't believe what happened at hockey practice today. His excited voice echoes through our small house. Hey, sweetie. I call back, my mind still on the cafe supply order. How was your day? Ollie bounds into the kitchen, his cheeks flush from the chilled air. It was awesome. I made a new friend at practice. He showed me how to do a proper slap shot. That's great, honey, I say, reaching for the salt shaker. Can you set the table while you tell me about it? Sure. Ollie grabs the bowls from the cabinet. So this guy, he's like super tall, and he knows everything about hockey. I nod, only half listening as I scroll through my inventory list and mentally calculate how many pounds of coffee beans I need to order. That's nice. He said I have natural talent, Mom. Ollie continues, his voice brimming with pride. And he helped me with my skating, too. Did you know there's a special way to stop on the ice? Really? I ask, stirring the chili one last time before turning off the heat. That sounds interesting. Ollie chatters on as we sit down to eat. He told me all these cool stories about playing hockey, and we had hot chocolate afterwards. I smile at his enthusiasm, but my mind wanders to the new fall-themed cookie designs I want to try. That's wonderful, sweetie. I'm glad you had fun at practice. Can I go again tomorrow? He said he might be there, and I want to show him how much I've improved. Sure, as long as you finish your homework first, I reply, finally tuning in fully to the conversation. This new friend of yours sounds pretty special. Ollie grins, his dimples deepening. He is, Mom. He's the coolest. As we finish dinner, I realize I never asked for the name of Ollie's new hockey friend. But with the cafe's busy season approaching and a million things on my mind, I figure I'll find out eventually. For now, I'm just happy to see my son so excited about his new hobby. I set aside my laptop with a sigh, pushing thoughts of inventory lists and fall-themed cookies to the back of my mind. All right, mister, time for homework. What have we got tonight? Ollie groans dramatically, flopping onto the couch. Do we have to? Can't we just watch cartoons? Nice try, buddy, I chuckle, ruffling his curls. How about this? We knock out that homework, then we can squeeze in an episode before bed. Deal? His face lights up. Deal. We settle at the kitchen table, tackling math problems and spelling words. Ollie's brow furrows in concentration as he sounds out a particularly tricky word. spectacular, he spells out slowly. That's right. I beam at him. Just like your progress in hockey. Ollie beams at that, obviously taking pride in all of his accomplishments off and on the ice. With homework conquered, we curl up on the couch for a cartoon. As the colorful characters dance across the screen, I can't help but notice how big Ollie seems, sprawled next to me. When did his legs get so long? After the show, it's time for the bedtime routine. I lean against the bathroom door frame, watching Ollie brush his teeth with determined focus. You missed a spot, I tease, tapping my own cheek. He grins, toothpaste foam on his chin. Did not. As I tuck him into bed, my eyes land on a hockey puck sitting on his nightstand. It wasn't there this morning. Hey, what's this? I pick it up, noticing a signature scrawled across its surface. Ollie's eyes light up. Oh, yeah. I forgot to tell you. There was a famous hockey player at practice today. He signed it for me. I squint at the illegible scribble. That's amazing, sweetie. Sounds like you had quite the day. He nods, a sleepy smile spreading across his face. It was the best. I lean down to kiss his forehead. Well, I'm glad you had fun. Sweet dreams, my little hockey star. Night, Mom, he mumbles, already drifting off. With Ollie tucked in, I retreat to the living room, laptop balanced on my knees as I dive back into the world of inventory sheets and order forms. The glow of the screen illuminates my face in the dimly lit room, casting shadows that dance across the walls. Let's see, I mutter, scrolling through the spreadsheet. Flour, check. Sugar, check. Coffee beans. I pause, tapping my chin. Definitely need to up that order. My eyes narrow as I reach the mug count, compared to last quarter's numbers. Something's not adding up. What the hell? I mutter, double-checking the numbers. We're short a mug? I lean back, rubbing my temples. It doesn't make sense. I'd know if one broke. The sound of shattering ceramic isn't exactly subtle. And theft? In Oak Hill? Not likely. I'd notice if someone left without leaving their mug behind. Maybe I'm losing it, I grumble, reaching for my phone. My finger hovers over Zoe's contact. She'd probably laugh at me for being so worked up over a single mug. I toss the phone aside, shaking my head. Get a grip, Amber. It's just a mug. But the nagging feeling persists. I find myself eyeing my car keys, the urge to drive to the cafe, and recount growing stronger by the second. No, I say firmly, slamming the laptop shut. You are not going to become the crazy coffee shop lady who counts mugs at midnight. I stand up, stretching my arms above my head. The clock on the wall ticks softly, reminding me of the late hour. Screw it, I announce to the empty room. I'm having a glass of wine. I pad to the kitchen, bare feet silent on the cool tile. The refrigerator hums as I open it, the light spilling out into the darkened room. I grab the bottle of Pinot Grigio, a guilty pleasure I rarely indulge in. As I pour, I catch my reflection in the window. My hair's a mess, curls escaping from my haphazard bun. There are dark circles under my eyes, a testament to long days and longer nights. Here's to you, Amber. I toast myself sardonically. Queen of the mismatched mugs. The wine is crisp and cool, a welcome distraction from inventory woes. I sink into the couch, letting out a long breath. The tension in my shoulders begins to ease. It's just a mug, I remind myself, taking another sip. The world won't end if you're off by one. As the wine works its magic, I feel my eyelids growing heavy. The mug mystery can wait until morning. Right now, all I need is a good night's sleep and maybe a small miracle to get through tomorrow's rush. The shrill ring of my phone cuts through the quiet house, making me jump. I glance at the caller ID and smile. Zoe. Just the distraction I need. Hey girl, I answer, settling back into the couch. What's up? Nothing much, Zoe chirps. Just finished grading papers and thought I'd check in. How's my favorite coffee queen? I snort, drowning in inventory sheets and missing mugs. You know, living the dream. Ooh, sounds thrilling, Zoe teases. Any exciting developments in the world of coffee and pastries? Well, actually, I start, twirling a loose curl around my finger. Ollie had quite the day at hockey practice. Made a new friend and everything. Really? Do tell. I launch into the story, relaying Ollie's excitement about his new hockey mentor. He was going on and on about this guy showing him how to do a proper slap shot. Apparently, he's some kind of hockey expert. Interesting, Zoe muses. Did you catch a name? No, actually, I admit, frowning. I was so caught up in work stuff, I didn't even think to ask. Oh, but get this. Ollie came home with a signed puck, said there was a famous hockey player at practice. There's a pause on the other end of the line. Then Zoe's voice comes back, tinged with amusement. Amber, honey, you do realize who that probably was, right? What do you mean? Think about it. Tall, handsome, knows everything about hockey, and happens to be famous. I rack my brain, coming up blank. I'm not following. Zoe sighs dramatically. Oh, sweetie, it's Mavrik. You know, the guy you've been crushing on at the cafe? What? I sit up straight, nearly spilling my wine. Mavrik's a hockey player? Was, Zoe corrects. He retired recently. Amber, how did you not know this? It's all anyone's been talking about since he moved back. I feel my cheeks heat up. I've been busy. Between the cafe and Ollie, I don't exactly have time to keep up with local gossip. Well, consider yourself informed. Zoe laughs. Sounds like Mavrik's taken quite an interest in our little Ollie. My mind reels, trying to reconcile the brooding man from my cafe with the patient mentor Ollie described. I had no idea, I murmur. So, Zoe's voice turns sly. How does it feel knowing the hot ex-hockey star is bonding with your son? I groan, sinking back into the couch. I don't know, Zoe. It's complicated. Complicated how? Sounds like a rom-com setup to me? It's not like that, I protest. But even I can hear the uncertainty in my voice. He's just being nice to Ollie. It doesn't mean anything. Uh-huh, Zoe says, clearly unconvinced. Keep telling yourself that, honey. Meanwhile, the rest of us will be over here, watching this little love story unfold. You're impossible, I grumble, but I can't help.
Chapter 10. Mavrik. I stride into Liam's store, the bell jingling overhead. The scent of new leather and rubber hits me, bringing back memories of my own days shopping here as a kid. Look who decided to grace us with his presence, Liam calls out from behind the counter, his grin wide and teasing. Shut up, I growl, but there's no real heat behind it. You asked for help, didn't you? Liam chuckles, coming around to clap me on the shoulder. That I did, big brother. That I did. And I've got just the job for you. I raise an eyebrow, already suspicious. Yeah? What's that? Restocking the youth hockey section, he says, gesturing towards the back of the store. You know, since you're the expert and all... I roll my eyes. Seriously? That's what you called me down here for? Hey, who better to organize it than Oak Hill's very own NHL star? Liam's eyes twinkle with mischief. Ex-NHL star, I correct him, my voice gruff. The words still taste bitter on my tongue. Liam's expression softens. You're still a star to these kids, Mav. Speaking of which, how's the coaching going? I shrug, moving towards the hockey section to avoid his gaze. It's all right. Keeps me busy. And on the ice, Liam adds knowingly. I grunt in response, focusing on the task at hand. The shelves are a mess, sticks and pads jumbled together with no rhyme or reason. Christ, Liam, when's the last time you organized this? He laughs, the sound echoing through the store. That's why I called in the expert. I shake my head, but I can't help the small smile tugging at my lips. It feels good to be needed, even if it's just for something as simple as this. My hands move automatically, sorting through the equipment with practiced ease. You know, Liam says casually, leaning against a nearby shelf. The kids at the rec center have been talking non-stop about their new assistant coach. Seems like you're making quite an impression. I pause, a youth stick in my hand. Yeah? Ollie, especially. The kid's become your biggest fan. The mention of Ollie brings a warmth to my chest I'm not quite ready to examine. He's a good kid, eager to learn. Like someone else I used to know, Liam says softly. I clear my throat, suddenly finding the task of organizing shin guards incredibly fascinating. Yeah, well, just trying to give back, I guess. I feel Liam's eyes on me as I continue organizing the equipment. The silence stretches, broken only by the soft thud of pads hitting the shelves. All right, spill it, Liam finally says, crossing his arms. What's going on in that thick skull of yours? I grunt, not looking up. Nothing? Yeah, right, Liam counters. You've got that look. What look? I snap, finally meeting his gaze. The one where you're overthinking something. He grins, infuriatingly smug. Come on, Mav, I'm your brother, I know you. I sigh, running a hand through my hair. Damn. It's Amber, all right? Liam's eyebrows shoot up. Amber? As in, roasted oak amber? No, the other Amber in this one-horse town, I growl, rolling my eyes. Holy crap, Liam laughs, his eyes lighting up. You've got a crush. Shut up, I mutter, feeling heat creep up my neck. It's not a crush. I can't stop thinking about her, okay? Oh man, this is gold, Liam chuckles, slapping his thigh. The great Mavrik Winters, brought low by a pretty smile and some killer muffins. I narrow my eyes at him. You're enjoying this way too much, you little punk. Can you blame me? Liam grins, dodging the youth stick I half-heartedly swing at him. It's not every day I get to see my big brother all flustered over a girl. I'm not flustered, I protest, but even I can hear the truth in my voice. Sure, Liam nods, his tone dripping with sarcasm. And I'm the Queen of England. I snort, shaking my head. Always knew you had a thing for tiaras. Liam clutches his chest in mock offense. Hey, I'll have you know I look damn good in a crown. We stare at each other for a moment before bursting into laughter. It feels good, this easy banter. Like old times. Seriously, though, Liam says, sobering up. Amber's great. You should go for it. I sigh, leaning against the shelf. It's not that simple, Lee. Why not? He challenges. You like her, don't you? Yeah, but... I trail off, not sure how to put my fears into words. Liam's expression softens. But what? You're worried you're not good enough? That you'll mess it up? I nod, hating how vulnerable I feel. Something like that. Mav, Liam says, his voice gentle. You deserve happiness, man. Don't let your past hold you back. Easy for you to say. Yeah, well, someone's got to knock some sense into that thick skull of yours, Liam retorts, punching my arm lightly. Might as well be your bratty little brother, right? I can't help but crack a smile at that. You said it, not me. Good thing you've been bonding with Ollie, then. That ought to give you an easy in with his mom, Liam says casually. I freeze, a youth hockey stick dangling from my hand. Wait, what? Ollie's Amber's kid? Liam nods, his eyebrows furrowing. Yeah, I thought you knew. You've been hanging out with the kid, right? Damn it, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. I had a feeling seeing him at the cafe, but I thought maybe he was her nephew or something. Nope, definitely her son, Liam confirms, leaning against the shelf. My mind races, piecing together the interactions I've had with both Amber and Ollie. It makes sense now, the way she looked at him that day in the cafe, the protective instinct I saw in her eyes. Damn, I growl, tossing the stick onto the pile with more force than necessary. So there's a husband in the mix? Liam's eyes widen and he shakes his head quickly. No. Amber's divorced. Moved here with Ollie not too long ago. I feel my shoulders relax slightly, but confusion still clouds my thoughts. What about the dad? Never seen around here, Liam shrugs. Everyone assumes he's a deadbeat. Amber doesn't talk about him much from what I've heard. Damn, I mutter again, softer this time. My heart clenches for Ollie. I know all too well what it feels like to be disappointed by a parent. Yeah, it's rough, Liam agrees, his voice low. But Ollie seems to be doing okay. He's got Amber and she's pretty amazing with him. I nod, thinking about the way Ollie's face lights up when he talks about his interests. Yeah, she is. Silence falls between us as I process this new information. Part of me feels a pang of sadness for Ollie. But another part feels a flicker of hope. So, I start, trying to keep my voice casual. Amber's single then? Liam's lips curl into a knowing smirk. Yep, very single. And very much the talk of the town, if you catch my drift. I grunt, pretending to be focused on organizing the hockey gear. Is that so? Oh yeah, Liam chuckles. Half the single guys in Oak Hill have been trying to catch her eye, but she's been pretty focused on getting the cafe up and running and taking care of Ollie. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. The thought of other guys vying for Amber's attention makes something twist in my gut. I finish stalking the section, processing everything Liam's just told me. Amber's a single mom. Ollie's her kid. It's a lot to take in. Liam leans against the counter, eyeing me with that annoying know-it-all smirk of his. You know, you should tell Amber about your interactions with Ollie. I raise an eyebrow. Why the hell would I do that? Because, genius, Liam rolls his eyes. It could be a good way to get closer to her. Learn more about her. And hey, maybe she'll get to know more about you too. I snort, shaking my head. Yeah, right, she probably already knows plenty about my reputation. But then I think if she did, would she be so warm, Tome, at the cafe? Look, Liam continues. All I'm saying is, it's an opportunity. Don't screw it up because you're too busy brooding. I don't brood, I growl, but there's no real heat behind it. Liam laughs, the sound echoing through the empty store. Sure, and I'm the Pope. Come on, help me close up. We move around the shop, straightening displays and counting the till. The familiar routine is oddly comforting, reminding me of summers spent working here as a teenager. So, Liam says casually as he locks the register. You gonna visit the cafe tomorrow? I shrug, trying to play it cool. Maybe. Why? Oh, no reason, he grins, tossing me the keys. Just thought you might want to put our little chat to good use. I catch the keys, rolling my eyes. You're worse than a teenage girl, you know that? Hey, someone's gotta look out for your love life, Liam chuckles, flipping the sign to closed. Lord knows you won't do it yourself. We step out into the cool evening air, the street lamps casting a warm glow over the quiet town square. As I lock up, I can't help but glance towards the roasted oak across the way. The lights are still on, and I can see Amber moving around inside, cleaning up for the night. Go on, Liam nudges me, following my gaze. Go talk to her. I shake my head, pocketing the keys. Not tonight, but maybe tomorrow. Liam grins, clapping me on the shoulder. That's the spirit, big brother. Baby steps. As we part ways, I find myself looking forward to tomorrow's visit to the cafe more than I care to admit. Maybe Liam's right. Maybe it is time to take a chance.
Chapter 11. Amber. The crisp autumn air nips at my cheeks as I unlock the cafe door. It's barely dawn, the sky a watercolor of pinks and oranges. I breathe in deeply, savoring the quiet before the storm of customers. Inside, I flick on the lights and tie my apron. The familiar scent of coffee beans and sugar envelops me as I start my morning routine. Mixing batter for muffins, I can't help but think about Ollie. My little man, growing up so fast, he can make his own breakfast, dress himself, and walk to school all on his own now. In fact, in the past few weeks, his confidence in doing things has been flourishing. When did he get old enough to handle mornings all alone? I mutter, pouring batter into tins. As the first batch bakes, filling the air with a warm, spicy aroma, my mind wanders to Ollie's mysterious hockey friend. Could it really be Mavrik? The thought sends a little thrill through me. Get it together, Amber. I scold myself, shaking my head. You've got work to do. But as I brew the first pot of coffee, my traitorous mind conjures up images of Mavrik's piercing blue eyes and that hint of a smile he sometimes lets slip. There's a knock at the cafe door. Assuming it's the product delivery I put in, I go to answer. To my shock, it's Zoe. I saw the light on and had to check. It's so early, Zoe says, grinning as she saunters in. Couldn't sleep? Thinking about a certain brooding hockey player? I roll my eyes, but can't help smiling. Shouldn't you be getting ready for school? Even my 8-year-old son can handle that. Please, I've got time. She waves off my concern, perching on a stool at the counter. So, spill. Any Mavrik sightings lately? You know, it's not even 5 a.m. yet, I tease, sliding a muffin her way. Zoe takes a bite, her eyes widening. Oh my God, these are amazing. Is this a new recipe? I nod, pride swelling in my chest. Pumpkin chai. Think the customers will like it? Are you kidding? They'll go nuts, she assures me, licking crumbs off her fingers. Speaking of nuts, have you talked to Mavrik about Ollie yet? I busy myself with wiping down the counter, avoiding her gaze. Not yet. I mean, how do I even bring that up? Hey, by the way, are you the mystery man teaching my son hockey? Zoe snorts. Well, when you put it like that. Exactly. I sigh, leaning against the counter. Besides, it's probably not even him. Oak Hill's got plenty of hockey players. Sure, but how many of them are drop-dead gorgeous NHL stars? Zoe wiggles her eyebrows suggestively. I throw a dish towel at her, laughing despite myself. Don't you have some kids to educate? Zoe hops off the stool, grinning. All right, I'm going. But this conversation isn't over, Missy. The bell above the door chimes as Jake, my delivery guy, shoulders his way in with a stack of boxes. "Morning, Amber," he grunts, setting them down on the counter. "Got your usual order here." I sign for the delivery, then start unpacking. "Thanks, Jake. How's Melissa doing?" "Cranky as hell. Baby's due any day now." I laugh, remembering those days. Tell her to enjoy the peace while she can. As Jake leaves, I finish setting up, humming along to the soft jazz playing in the background. The aroma of fresh coffee and baked goods fills the air as I flip the closed sign to open. The morning crowd trickles in, a mix of regulars and new faces. I'm in the middle of explaining our seasonal specials to a tourist couple when the door swings open again. My heart does a little flip as Mavrik walks in, his jogging clothes clinging to his muscular frame. Sweat glistens on his brow, and his cheeks are flushed from exertion. He nods at me, then takes his spot at the counter. "The usual?" I ask, already reaching for a mug. "Yeah, thanks," he says, his voice gruff but not unkind. As I prepare his black coffee and pumpkin muffin, Mavrik clears his throat. "Hey, Amber? I wanted to talk to you about 1 caramel macchiato and a blueberry scone," I call out, interrupting him as I hand off an order to a waiting customer. "Sorry," I say, turning back to Mavrik. "You were saying?" He shifts, looking uncomfortable. "It's about all grande soy latte extra hot." Another interruption. I shoot Mavrik an apologetic look as I rush to fulfill the order. When I return, Mavrik's expression has closed off. He takes a sip of his coffee, then says, "Never mind. It's not important." Before I can press him, the morning rush hits in full force. A group of high school students burst through the door, chattering loudly about an upcoming game. Behind them, a harried-looking mom juggles a baby and a diaper bag. I lose myself in the rhythm of orders and small talk, barely noticing as Mavrik retreats to his usual corner. Every now and then, I catch him watching me, his blue eyes intense, but whenever our gazes meet, he quickly looks away, focusing on his phone or the book he's brought. As the rush finally begins to ebb, I steal a glance at Mavrik's corner. He's still there, nursing the dregs of his coffee. Then he leaves without a word. I wonder what he wanted to tell me. My curiosity burns, but I resist the urge to pry. If it's important, he'll tell me when he's ready. The afternoon lull settles over the roasted oak like a warm blanket. I hum to myself, restocking the pastry case with fresh treats for the after-school crowd. The aroma of cinnamon and nutmeg wafts through the air as I arrange pumpkin scones and apple turnovers. The bell over the door chimes, and I look up to see Mavrik striding in. He's showered and changed since his morning jog, now wearing dark jeans and a forest green Henley that hugs his broad shoulders. His jaw is set, determination etched in every line of his face. "Hey there," I say, wiping my hands on my apron. "Back so soon?" Mavrik nods, running a hand through his damp hair. "Yeah, I needed to talk to you about something." I lean against the counter, curiosity piqued. "Oh? What's on your mind?" He opens his mouth to speak, but before he can get a word out, the door bursts open again. A whirlwind of energy in the form of my son comes barreling in. "Coach Mavrik!" Ollie shouts, his backpack bouncing as he races across the cafe. "Did you see my goal at practice yesterday? It was just like you showed me." My eyes widen as I watch Mavrik's face soften, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Sure did, kid." That was some fancy stick work. Ollie beams, practically vibrating with excitement. Mom, this is Coach Mavrik. He's been helping me with hockey, and he used to play in the NHL. Can you believe it?" I blink, my mind racing to catch up. Zoe's words from this morning echo in my head. She was right. Mavrik is the mystery hockey friend, the one who's been spending time with my son, encouraging his newfound passion. Is that so? I manage, my voice a little breathless. Mavrik looks at me, his blue eyes apologetic. That's, what I wanted to talk to you about. I should have mentioned it sooner. I shake my head, a warm feeling spreading through my chest as I watch Ollie chatter away, Mavrik listening intently. No, it's fine. More than fine, actually. The bell above the door chimes incessantly as a flood of backpack-toting kids pours into the cafe. I'm barely keeping up with the rush of orders when I catch sight of Mavrik and Ollie, still seated at the counter. Hang on, guys, I call out, whipping up 2 steaming mugs of hot chocolate. I slide them across the counter. On the house. Ollie, why don't you go do your homework while I handle this crowd? Ollie's face lights up. Really? Thanks, Mom. He turns to Mavrik. Want to see my math homework? We're learning times tables. Mavrik nods, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Sure, kid. Let's take a look. I lose myself in the whirlwind of orders, stealing glances at them between lattes and mochas. Mavrik leans over Ollie's workbook, pointing at something on the page. Ollie's brow furrows in concentration, then suddenly clears as understanding dawns. Oh, I get it now, he exclaims, scribbling furiously. As the rush dies down, I wipe my hands on my apron and approach them. How's it going over here? Ollie beams up at me. Great. Mavrik's really good at math. He showed me a trick for multiplying fractions. Is that so? I raise an eyebrow at Mavrik. Hidden talents, huh? He shrugs, looking almost embarrassed. Numbers were always my thing. Came in handy for calculating shot angles on the ice. I clear my throat. Hey, Ollie, why don't you go grab a cookie from the case? I need to talk to Mavrik for a sec. Once Ollie's out of earshot, I turn to Mavrik. Listen, I really appreciate what you're doing for Ollie. He's been so excited about hockey lately. And now I see why. Mavrik nods, his blue eyes serious. He's a good kid. Got a real talent for the game. That's great, but I need to be honest with you. Ollie's dad, he wasn't around much. When he was, he'd make all these promises about spending time together, teaching Ollie sports, but he always bailed. Mavrik's jaw tightens. That's messed up. Yeah, it was. I agree, lowering my voice. I don't want Ollie to get hurt like that again. If you're going to be in his life, even just as a coach, I need to know you're committed. Mavrik holds my gaze, his expression intense. I'm not going anywhere, Amber. You can count on that. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. Mavrik. I push open the heavy wooden door of the Rusty Nail, the familiar scent of beer and fried food hitting me like a wave. Liam's already at our usual corner booth, 2 frosty mugs waiting. He raises his in greeting as I slide in across from him. "So how'd it go with Amber?" he asks, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. I take a long swig before answering. "Fine. She appreciates me helping Ollie with hockey. But she's worried about the kid getting hurt again. Sounds like his dad's a real piece of work." Liam nods, his expression turning serious. Can't blame her for being cautious. Remember how it felt when Dad would promise to show up to our games and then bail? "Yeah, but at least he tried sometimes," I grunt, memories of disappointment rising to the surface. This jerk seems to have just up and vanished on the kid. "Geez, that's rough," Liam says, shaking his head. "Makes you appreciate what we had, huh? Even if it wasn't perfect." I snort. "Perfect? Dad was about as reliable as a chocolate teapot." "True, but he wasn't completely MIA. Remember that time he actually showed up for your state championship?" "Yeah, 3 hours late and half in the bag," I retort, but there's no real heat behind it. "But you're right. At least he made an effort sometimes." The waitress drops off a massive plate of nachos and we dig in, the conversation lulling for a moment. "So, what are you going to do about Amber and Ollie?" Liam asks, breaking the silence. I shrug, buying time by shoving a loaded chip into my mouth. What can I do? I'm not looking to play dad. I just enjoy helping the kid with hockey. Liam gives me a look that says he's not buying it. "Come on, bro. I've seen how you look at Amber and don't think I haven't noticed you spending more time at that cafe than you do at the rink." "Shut up," I mutter, but I can feel the heat rising to my face. "It's not like that." "Sure it's not," Liam chuckles. "Just be careful, all right? They've both been through enough." I nod, knowing he's right. The last thing I want is to cause more pain for either of them. But as I take another sip of my beer, I can't help but think about Amber's warm smile and Ollie's infectious enthusiasm. Maybe coming back to Oak Hill wasn't such a bad idea after all. I take another swig of beer, savoring the bitter taste as Liam launches into his latest spiel about the sporting goods store. "So, I'm thinking of expanding our hockey section," he says, gesturing with a nacho. "Maybe get some higher-end gear. What do you think?" I shrug. Couldn't hurt. Might attract some serious players from the surrounding towns. "That's what I was thinking. Plus, with you helping out at the rink, we could..." Liam's voice fades into the background as my attention shifts to a group of guys at the bar. They're loud, obnoxious, and clearly a few drinks in. "Man, you try those new muffins at the Roasted Oak?" one of them asks, his voice carrying across the room. Another guy chimes in. "Hell yeah! Best damn muffins I've ever had." I smirk, thinking of Amber's proud smile when she talks about her baking. But my amusement quickly fades as their conversation takes a turn. "Speaking of muffins," a third guy says with a lewd chuckle, "you seen the rack on that baker?" My jaw clenches, fingers tightening around my glass. "Oh yeah," the first guy replies. "Single mom, too. Bet she's easy pickings." Red clouds my vision. I start to rise, but Liam's hand clamps down on my arm. "Easy, bro," he mutters. "Don't do anything stupid." I growl low in my throat. "You hear what they're saying?" "I hear it," Liam says, his voice tight. "But getting into a bar fight isn't going to help Amber or Ollie." The guys at the bar continue their crude conversation, oblivious to the storm brewing in our corner. "Come on," one of them says. "Single mom in a small town? She's probably desperate for attention." My free hand curls into a fist. "Liam, I swear to God." "I know," he cuts me off. "Trust me, I want to deck them too. But think about it. You really want to be the ex-NHL star who got arrested for assault in his hometown bar?" I hate that he's right. I force myself to take a deep breath, then another. The need to protect Amber and Ollie wars with the logical part of my brain that knows Liam's talking sense. "Fine," I growl, sinking back into my seat. But if they say one more thing, then we'll both kick their butts, Liam finishes, his eyes hard. For now, let's just finish our food and get out of here before you do something you'll regret. I nod, but my appetite's gone. All I can think about is Amber's warm smile and Ollie's excited chatter about hockey. They deserve better than this small-minded nonsense. I'm barely listening to Liam's chatter about the store when one of the jerks at the bar pipes up again. Nah, man, that baker's butt is a bit too big for my taste. Something inside me snaps. The beer mug slams down on the table, and I'm on my feet before I even realize what I'm doing. Mavrik, don't... Liam starts, but I'm already halfway to the bar. Hey, you jerks! I growl, looming over them. You got a problem with how you talk about women, or is being a jerk just your default setting? The ringleader, a weaselly guy with a patchy beard, sneers up at me. What's it to you, big shot? You her bodyguard or something? I lean in close, my voice low and dangerous. I'm the guy telling you to shut your goddamn mouth before I shut it for you. Whoa, easy there, tough guy. One of his buddies chimes in, holding up his hands. We're just having a little fun. Yeah, I snarl. Well, your idea of fun is about as appealing as weak old roadkill. Show some goddamn respect. Liam appears at my elbow, tugging at my arm. Come on, bro. They're not worth it. But the weasel isn't done. He leans back, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, I get it now. You already had a go at her, didn't you? How was it? That behind feel as good as it looks? The world goes red. My fist connects with his jaw before I even register throwing the punch. There's a satisfying crunch and he topples off his bar stool. Damn it! Liam yells, but I barely hear him. The weasel's friends are on their feet now, fists up. I grin, feeling alive for the first time in months. This is what I've been needing. The rush, the adrenaline, the pure physicality of a fight. Come on then, I taunt, bouncing on the balls of my feet. Let's see what you've got. The first punch lands with a satisfying crunch, but I barely have time to savor it before the other two jerks are on me. Liam's shouting something, but the blood rushing in my ears drowns him out. I grin, tasting copper. This is what I've been missing. Come on, you cowards, I taunt, ducking a wild swing. That all you got? One of them, a beefy guy with a crew cut, rushes me. I sidestep, letting him stumble past. As he turns, I drive my fist into his gut. He doubles over, wheezing. Mavrik, stop! Liam yells, grabbing my arm. This isn't worth it. I shake him off, my focus razor sharp. Stay out of this, Liam! The third guy, lanky with a patchy beard, hangs back. Dude, we don't want trouble, he stammers. Should have thought of that before running your mouths, I growl, advancing on him. The weasel I decked first is back on his feet, blood trickling from his split lip. He lunges, catching me off guard. His fist glances off my jaw, more annoying than painful. I laugh, the sound harsh and wild. That's more like it. The bartender's voice cuts through the chaos. Hey, knock it off or I'm calling the cops. But I'm too far gone, riding the familiar rush of adrenaline. I haven't felt this alive in months. Crew cut takes another swing and I duck under it, driving my shoulder into his midsection. We crash into a table, sending glasses shattering to the floor. Liam's still trying to break it up, but he might as well be shouting at a hurricane. I barely register the bartender's voice again, this time on the phone. Amber? Yeah, it's Sally from the Rusty Nail. You better get down here. That new guy, Mavrik? He's tearing up the place. Why? Because he's fighting over you. The weasel comes at me again, and I welcome it, grinning through bloodied teeth. Let them come. I'll take on the whole damn bar if I have to. They're dealing with the Mavrik, the best damn hockey player in the NHL, a man with little left to lose. I'll show them what happens when you run your mouth about someone who damn well doesn't deserve it.
Chapter 13. Amber. I burst through the doors of the Rusty Nail, my heart pounding. The scene before me is chaos incarnate. Shattered glass crunches under my feet, and the acrid smell of spilled beer fills the air. My eyes lock onto Mavrik, perched on a bar stool next to Liam. His face is a canvas of bruises, his knuckles raw and bloody. 3 guys huddle in the corner, looking like they've been through a meat grinder. They spot me and suddenly find the floor fascinating. "What the hell happened?" I demand, marching up to Mavrik and Liam. Liam sighs, running a hand through his hair. "Mav here lost his cool." "I didn't lose anything," Mavrik snarls, his eyes flashing. "Those idiots were running their mouths about Amber." I freeze, my anger evaporating into shock. "What?" Mavrik's jaw clenches. "They were saying things about you. Crude things." "So you decided to go all Hulk on them?" I ask, gesturing at the wreckage around us. "They deserved worse," he growls. I take a moment, trying to process. No one's ever fought for my honor before, let alone started a bar brawl over it. It's oddly flattering and completely insane. "Look, I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't need you throwing punches on my behalf," I say, softer now. "I can handle a few jerks talking trash." Mavrik's eyes meet mine, intense and unapologetic. "Maybe, but you shouldn't have to." I open my mouth to argue, but Liam cuts in. "As touching as this is, we should probably deal with the cops first." I whirl around, noticing for the first time the officer taking statements from the other guys. The 3 of them notice me and quickly avert their eyes. One of them I recognize as a regular in the cafe. "You think you know some people." I watch as an older police officer ambles over, his salt and pepper mustache twitching with barely concealed amusement. He eyes Mavrik, who's still nursing his bruised knuckles. "Well, well, if it ain't Mavrik Winters," the cop drawls, his voice thick with nostalgia. "Seems like yesterday I was hauling your sorry behind him for skipping school. What were you, 14? Didn't I tell you to stay out of trouble going forward?" Mavrik's lips quirk into a smirk. "You've been holding on to that for 20 years, huh, Officer Jenkins?" Jenkins chuckles, shaking his head. "Hard to forget the town's biggest troublemaker. Though I gotta say, those yahoos over there..." He jerks his thumb towards the 3 guys huddled in the corner. "They make your teenage shenanigans look like Sunday school." "So, we done here?" Mavrik asks, his tone edged with impatience. "Not so fast, hotshot," Jenkins replies. "You may not be the worst offender, but those fists of yours ain't exactly innocent. Time you got reacquainted with the town in a more constructive manner." I can't help but snort at the idea of Mavrik doing community service. He shoots me a look that's half annoyance, half intrigue. "What did you have in mind?" Mavrik asks, his voice gruff. Jenkins strokes his mustache, considering. "Well, that fall festival's coming up. Bet they could use some muscle for the heavy lifting." To my surprise, Mavrik nods. "Fine. I'll help with the festival." "Well, ain't that something?" Jenkins says, clearly pleased. "All right then. Consider this your get-out-of-jail-free card. For now. But leave the fighting for the rink buster, or you'll be shooting goals behind bars." I quirk an eyebrow, trying to figure out what that could possibly mean. As Jenkins walks away, Liam claps Mavrik on the shoulder. "Man, you lucked out. I thought for sure you'd be spending the night in a cell." The bartender saunters over, first aid kit in hand. She plunks it down on the bar with a thud, eyeing Mavrik's battered knuckles. "Sorry about the mess," Mavrik mutters, his voice gruff. "I can help clean up." The bartender snorts, waving him off. "Save it, champ. I've got people for that. Plus, I've seen way worse. Just patch yourself up and scram." I reach for the kit instinctively, popping it open. "Here, Let me? Mavrik's eyes lock onto mine, a mix of surprise and something else I can't quite place. He doesn't protest as I take his hand, gently dabbing at his raw knuckles with an antiseptic wipe. Liam clears his throat, suddenly finding the ceiling fascinating. Well, would you look at the time? I've got a thing. You too good here? I nod absently, focused on Mavrik's wounds. Liam makes his escape, the door chiming as he exits. You don't have to do this, Mavrik says, his voice low. I shrug, not meeting his gaze. Consider it payment for defending my honor. He chuckles, a deep rumble that sends a shiver down my spine. Anytime. We lapse into silence as I work, the only sound the clink of glasses as the bartender tidies up. I can feel Mavrik's eyes on me, intense and unwavering. Thank you, I say finally, smoothing a bandage over his knuckles. For thinking of me. It's been a while since anyone's done that. Mavrik's jaw clenches. You're a good mom, Amber, and a damn good person. People shouldn't be running their mouths about you like that. I swallow hard, caught off guard by the sincerity in his voice. Well, I appreciate it, but maybe next time, use your words instead of your fists. He grins, a flash of white teeth against his stubble jaw. Where's the fun in that? I roll my eyes but can't help the smile tugging at my lips. You're impossible. Part of my charm, he quips, flexing his newly bandaged hand. I pack up the first aid kit, suddenly aware of how close we're sitting. The bar's dim lighting casts shadows across Mavrik's face, highlighting the sharp angles of his cheekbones. We should probably get out of here, I say, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. Before Officer Jenkins changes his mind about that get-out-of-jail-free card. Mavrik nods, sliding off the bar stool. I step out into the crisp night air. Mavrik close behind. The streets are quiet, save for the distant bark of a dog and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. You sure you're okay to walk? I ask, eyeing him skeptically. He grunts, rubbing the back of his head. I've had worse. That's not reassuring, I mutter, falling into step beside him. Where's your place? Few blocks down, he says, gesturing vaguely. You don't have to babysit me, you know. I roll my eyes. Humor me. You took a few hits to head that could cause a concussion. I'd rather not find out you passed out in a ditch somewhere. We walk in comfortable silence, our footsteps echoing on the empty sidewalk. I sneak glances at Mavrik, taking in his strong profile, the set of his jaw. He catches me looking and quirks an eyebrow. See something you like? He teases. Just making sure you're not about to keel over? I retort, but I can feel heat creeping up my neck. We reach his townhouse, a modest 2-story with a small porch. Mavrik fumbles with his keys, and I resist the urge to help. Well, here we are, he says, turning to face me. Home sweet home. I nod, suddenly unsure what to do with my hands. Right. Well, get some rest, and maybe put some ice on that eye. Mavrik steps closer, his eyes intense in the dim porch light. Thanks for walking me home. And for, earlier. Anytime. I breathe, very aware of how close we're standing. For a moment, neither of us moves. The air feels charged, electric. Then Mavrik clears his throat and takes a step back. Good night, Amber, he says softly. Good night, Mavrik, I reply, turning to go. I can feel his eyes on me as I walk away, and it takes all my willpower not to look back. I pace my living room, wine glass in hand, waiting for Zoe and Jasmine to arrive, my mind still reeling from the night's events. Mavrik's bruised face, the intensity in his eyes. I shake my head, trying to clear the image. The doorbell chimes, and I nearly jump out of my skin. I open the door to find Zoe and Jasmine, arms laden with snacks and more wine. All right, spill, Zoe demands, kicking off her shoes. What's this emergency about? I lead them to the living room, collapsing onto the couch. Mavrik got into a bar fight. Jasmine's eyes widen. What? Why? I take a deep breath. Because of me. Some guys were saying things. About me. Oh my God, Zoe gasps. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? No, I rush to clarify. He was defending me. I wasn't even there when it happened. Jasmine leans forward, eyes sparkling. That's kind of romantic, isn't it? Like a knight in shining armor? Zoe scoffs, pouring herself a generous glass of wine. A knight with anger issues, maybe. Violence is never the answer, Jazz. It's not like he went looking for a fight, I argue, surprising myself. He was standing up for me. Still, Zoe insists, a man who resorts to violence? That's a red flag, Amber. You don't need that kind of drama in your life. Or Ollie's. I bite my lip, conflicted. I know, but you should have seen him, Zoe. The way he looked at me, it was like... Like what? Jasmine prompts, leaning in. Like I mattered. I finish softly. Like I was worth fighting for. Zoe sighs, her expression softening. Oh, honey, you are worth fighting for. But that doesn't mean you need a man to do it with his fists. I don't know, Jasmine muses, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. There's something to be said for a guy who's willing to stand up for what he believes in, even if his methods are a bit unorthodox. I groan, burying my face in a throw pillow. What am I supposed to do? I can't stop thinking about him. Maybe that's not such a bad thing, Jasmine suggests. When was the last time you felt this way about someone? I peek out from behind the pillow. That's the problem. It's been so long I don't know if I can trust my judgment anymore. Zoe reaches over, squeezing my hand. That's what we're here for, babe, to help you figure it out. I smile gratefully, feeling some of the tension leave my shoulders. Whatever happens with Mavrik, at least I know I've got these two in my corner.
Chapter 14, Mavrik. I roll up to the festival grounds, the morning sun glinting off the windshield. The place is a hive of activity, people scurrying around like ants building their hill. I hop out, my boots crunching on gravel, and make my way to the coordinator's tent. Well, I'll be damned, she says, eyebrows shooting up. Mavrik Winters, as I live and breathe. Didn't expect to see you here. I shrug, shoving my hands in my pockets. Figured I'd lend a hand. That a problem? She recovers quickly, a smile spreading across her face. Not at all. We can use all the help we can get. You good with heavy lifting? Born ready, I say, cracking my knuckles. She points me towards a stack of wooden planks. Those need to go over by the pumpkin patch. We're building booths. I nod and get to work. The familiar burn in my muscles feels good as I haul planks across the field. It's not the same as being on the ice, but it's something. A couple hours in, I'm stuffing a scarecrow when I overhear two guys nearby. Can you believe Mavrik Winters is here? Heard he got into a brawl at the nail the other night. No? What for? I tense up, my hand stilling on the straw. Dunno. But apparently he laid out 3 guys before they could drag him off. I grit my teeth, focusing on shoving more straw into the scarecrow's pants. The fight had felt good. Too good. That rush of adrenaline, the satisfaction of my fist connecting. It was like being back on the ice, throwing down with some jerk who'd taken a cheap shot at one of my teammates. But I'm not on the ice anymore. And those weren't opposing players. They were just drunk jerks running their mouths. Hey, Mavrik! The coordinator calls out. Can you give me a hand with these hay bales? I nod, grateful for the distraction. As I stack the bales, forming a maze for the kids, I can't help but think about how different things are now. Back in the NHL, my temper was just part of the game. Here in Oak Hill, it could cost me everything I'm trying to build. I pause, wiping sweat from my brow. The smell of hay and autumn leaves fills the air. In the distance, I can see the roasted oak, its windows gleaming in the sunlight. I think of Amber's warm smile, of Ollie's excited chatter about hockey. Damn it, I mutter, shaking my head. If I want to stick around to be a part of their lives, I've got to get my act together. No more bar fights, no more losing control. I'm halfway up a rickety ladder, stringing lights between two trees, when I hear the crunch of gravel. Liam's walking towards me, 2 steaming cups in hand. "Thought you could use a pick-me-up," he calls out, grinning. I climb down, wiping my hands on my jeans. "You're a lifesaver." He hands me a cup and I inhale deeply. The rich aroma of Amber's coffee hits me, warming me from the inside out. "So," Liam drawls, leaning against a nearby tree, "have you learned your lesson yet, young man?" His voice drops an octave, a poor imitation of the cop from the other night. I snort, nearly choking on my coffee. "Christ, Liam, that was terrible." He shrugs, unrepentant. "Hey, I'm not the one who got a stern talking to from law enforcement." Yeah. I'll take another sip, avoiding his gaze. I know I screwed up. Liam's quiet for a moment, studying me. "You know, bro, I get it. Old habits die hard and all that. But this isn't the NHL. You can't just throw punches every time someone pisses you off." I sigh, running a hand through my hair. "I know, it's just... when I heard those jerks talking about Amber like that." "I get it," Liam interrupts. "But next time, use your words. Or better yet, walk away." I nod, knowing he's right. "I'm trying, Lee, I really am." Liam claps me on the shoulder. "I know you are. Now, let's hang these decorations before the coordinator has our butts." We get back to work, Liam passing me streamers and banners as I climb the ladder. The rhythmic task is soothing, giving me time to think. "You know," I say after a while, "I've been thinking about coaching. For real, I mean. Not just assistant coaching the Pee Wee team. The head coach said he's retiring soon, so..." Liam pauses, a string of paper leaves in his hands. "Yeah, that's not a bad idea. The teams could use someone with your experience." I nod, hammering a nail into place. "It's just... I miss it, you know? The game, the ice, all of it. And working with the kids, it's brought back that feeling. Like I'm part of something bigger than myself. Plus," Liam adds with a smirk, "it might impress a certain cafe owner." I roll my eyes, but I can't help the small smile tugging at my lips. "Shut up and hand me those pumpkins." I'm hauling a heavy box of decorations when I spot them. Amber and Ollie, arms loaded with supplies, making their way across the field. My heart does a little skip, then plummets as I remember the tension from our last encounter. Ollie spots me first, his face lighting up. "Coach Mavrik!" He breaks into a run, nearly dropping his load of paper plates. "Whoa there, Tiger," I say, catching a plate midair. "What's all this?" "We're setting up our booth." Ollie bounces on his toes, excitement radiating off him. "Mom's doing arts and crafts for kids and selling coffee for adults. You can color pumpkins or make a paper plate scarecrow face. I came up with the scarecrow idea myself." I can't help but grin. "Is that right? Sounds pretty cool, bud." Amber catches up, her arms full of coloring books and crayons. Her eyes meet mine for a brief moment before flicking away. "Ollie, honey, let's get set up." I clear my throat. "Need a hand?" She hesitates, then nods stiffly. "Sure, thanks." We work in silence, setting up tables and arranging supplies. The air between us is thick with unspoken words. Ollie, oblivious to the tension, chatters away. "And then we're gonna make turkey puppets out of paper bags," he demonstrates with his hands. "Like this, see? The bottom of the bag is the body, and you glue feathers on the back. I nod along, stealing glances at Amber. She's focused on her task, methodically laying out crayons in rainbow order. Her jaw is set, shoulders tense. "Hey, Ollie," I say, desperate to break the silence. "How about you show me how to make one of those scarecrows?" His eyes light up. "Really? Okay." He grabs some supplies and plops down next to me. As we work, I can feel Amber's eyes on us. I look up, catching her gaze. For a moment, I see a flicker of something. Warmth? Before she looks away. "So," I say, fumbling with the glue stick, "this is quite the operation you've got here." Amber shrugs, not looking up from her task. "It's just a few simple crafts." "Simple?" I hold up my lopsided scarecrow. "Speak for yourself." A ghost of a smile flits across her face. Progress, I think. Ollie tugs on my sleeve. "Coach Mavrik, can you help me reach that box?" I stand, grabbing the box from the table. As I turn, I catch Amber watching us, her expression unreadable. The tension in the air is palpable, but there's something else there too. A spark of possibility, maybe. Or maybe I'm just fooling myself. Either way, I've got my work cut out for me. I head back to Liam, determined to focus on the task at hand. But as I climb the ladder, my eyes keep drifting over to Amber's booth. "Earth to Mavrik," Liam calls from below. "You gonna hang that banner or just admire it all day?" I blink, realizing I've been holding the same piece of fabric for who knows how long. "Damn sorry." Liam hands me a hammer, his eyebrow raised. "You okay up there? Or should I call the fire department to get you down?" "Hilarious," I mutter, snatching the hammer. I start nailing the banner in place, but my mind's not on it. Every few seconds I find myself glancing over at Amber. She's bent over a table arranging craft supplies with Ollie. The autumn sun catches her hair, highlighting the warm brown tones. She tucks a stray curl behind her ear, and I nearly miss the nail entirely. "Jesus, Mav," Liam says, steadying the ladder. "You trying to take your thumb off?" I grunt, refocusing on the task. But it's like there's a magnet pulling my gaze back to her. And then I notice something. Every time I look away, I swear I can feel her eyes on me. I risk another glance. This time our eyes meet. For a split second, I see something in her gaze. Curiosity? Interest? Before she quickly looks away, busying herself with a stack of coloring books. "You know," Liam drawls, "if you keep staring like that, people might start to talk." I climb down the ladder, wiping my hands on my jeans. "I wasn't staring." Liam snorts. "Right. And I'm the Queen of England." I punch his arm lightly. "Shut up and hand me those lights." As we string up the twinkling lights, I can't help but wonder if I've completely screwed things up with Amber. The memory of our last encounter hangs between us like a wall. But then I catch her looking again, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth before she turns away. Maybe, just maybe, there's still hope.
Chapter 15. Amber. The crisp autumn air nips at my cheeks as I hand over another steaming cup of pumpkin spice latte to a grateful customer. The line at my booth stretches longer than a hockey stick, and I can't help but feel a surge of pride. "Looks like you're the hottest thing at this festival, Amber," Zoe quips, sliding past me with another container of baked apple cider donuts. I snort. More like the only warm thing. Who knew Oak Hill could get this chilly in October? "One caramel apple mocha, please," a voice calls out, and I turn to see Mrs. Henderson, our local librarian, rubbing her gloved hands together. "Coming right up," I chirp, my hands moving in a well-practiced dance over the espresso machine. "How are you enjoying the festival?" "Oh, it's lovely, dear. But this weather..." She shivers dramatically. "I'm just glad you're here with your heavenly brews." I hand her the steaming cup, and she cradles it like it's liquid gold. Careful, it's hot, I warn, but she's already taking a sip, sighing contentedly. The local band strikes up a twangy rendition of Sweet Home Alabama, competing with the distant bleating of goats and the sizzle of funnel cakes. The air is a mouth-watering mix of cinnamon, barnyard, and frying oil, a scent that screams a small-town fall festival louder than any poster could. 2 pumpkin chai lattes and one of those maple pecan tarts, a deep voice rumbles, sending an involuntary shiver down my spine that has nothing to do with the cold. I look up to see Mavrik, his broad shoulders filling out a flannel shirt that makes him look like he just stepped out of a lumberjack calendar. His eyes, warm despite their icy blue color, meet mine, and for a moment I forget how to breathe. "Earth to Amber," Zoe stage whispers, nudging me with her elbow. "You gonna serve our local celebrity? Or just stare at him all day?" I shake my head, feeling heat rise to my cheeks despite the chill. "Right, sorry. 2 pumpkin chai lattes and a maple pecan tart coming up." As I prepare his order, I can't help but sneak glances at Mavrik. He's watching Ollie lead the kids in their craft project, a soft smile playing on his lips. It's a far cry from the brooding bad boy I first met, or the guy who got into a bar fight defending my honor. "Here you go," I say, sliding the tray across the counter. Our fingers brush as he takes it, and I swear I feel a jolt of electricity. "Thanks," he murmurs, his eyes never leaving mine. Then he turns and molds back into the crowd. I can't help but watch Mavrik as he moves through the festival crowd. He's like a bear in a china shop, all broad shoulders and gruff demeanor, but there's something endearing about the way he's trying to be friendly. "Nice, pumpkins," he mumbles to Ms. Williams at her booth. She beams at him. "Why, thank you, Mavrik. Would you like to buy one?" He scratches his stubbled jaw. "Sure, why not?" I stifle a laugh as he awkwardly cradles a massive orange pumpkin, looking utterly lost. "Amber." Jasmine's voice snaps me out of my Mavrik-watching trance. She's flushed and smiling, autumn leaves stuck in her hair. I finished delivering all the flower arrangements. This festival's really popping. "Tell me about it," I say, gesturing to the line. "I'm drowning in pumpkin spice over here." Jasmine's eyes twinkle. "Well, how about I take over for a bit? Give you a chance to enjoy the festival yourself?" I shake my head. "Thanks, but I've got this. Can't leave my post." Zoe appears, as if summoned by the prospect of meddling. "Oh, come on, Amber. Live a little. Go out there with Ollie. Spend some time with a certain broody ex-hockey player." "I don't know." I hesitate, my eyes drifting back to Mavrik, and my heart does a little flip. Jasmine nudges me. "When's the last time you did something just for you? Go on, we've got this covered." I bite my lip, considering. They're right. I can't remember the last time I wasn't working or taking care of Ollie. And Mavrik? Well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious to get to know him better. "All right." I relent, untying my apron, but only for a little while. Zoe grins, practically shoving me out from behind the counter. "That's the spirit? Now go get him, Tiger." I roll my eyes at her enthusiasm, but can't help the smile tugging at my lips as I make my way towards Mavrik, with Ollie excitedly in hand, my heart beating a little faster with each step. I take a deep breath, gathering my courage as I approach Mavrik. His piercing blue eyes lock onto mine, and I feel my heart skip a beat. "Hey," I say, trying to keep my voice steady. "Ollie and I were wondering if you'd like to enjoy some of the festival games with us?" Mavrik's eyebrows shoot up, and he glances between me and Ollie. Please, Coach Mavrik." Ollie bounces on his toes, eyes shining with excitement. "It'll be so much fun." Mavrik's expression softens as he looks at Ollie. He runs a hand through his hair, then nods. Sure, why not? Great. I can't help but grin. Let's start with the hayride. Hold on, Mavrik says, hefting his pumpkin. Let me drop this off with Liam first. We weave through the crowd to Liam's booth. The brothers exchange a look I can't quite decipher. Babysitting duty? Liam smirks, taking the pumpkin. Shut up, Mavrik growls, but there's no real heat behind it. At the hayride, Mavrik surprises me by offering his hand. Watch your step, he murmurs, helping me onto the wagon. His touch sends a jolt through me and I nearly stumble. Thanks, I manage, settling onto a hay bale. Ollie scrambles up after us, wedging himself between Mavrik and me. As the wagon lurches into motion, Ollie chatters away about school and hockey practice. And then I scored a goal just like you showed me, Coach Mavrik. Mavrik's lips quirk up. Good job, kid. Keep practicing those wrist shots. I watch them interact, warmth spreading through my chest. It's nice to see Ollie so animated. And Mavrik? Well, he's full of surprises. After the hayride, we head to the ring toss. Ollie grabs a handful of rings, eager to start, but his first throw goes wide. Here, Mavrik says, crouching beside him. Hold it like this. He adjusts Ollie's grip, then guides his arm through the motion. Now, focus on the bottle you want to hit. Take a deep breath and release. The ring sails through the air, landing neatly around a bottle's neck. Ollie whoops with joy. I did it. Did you see that, Mom? I laugh, caught up in his excitement. I sure did, honey. Great throw. As Ollie continues tossing rings, now with much better aim, I turn to Mavrik. Thanks for helping him. You're really good with kids. He shrugs, looking almost embarrassed. It's nothing. Kids got potential. We wander through the festival, stopping at various booths. At the face painting station, Ollie's eyes light up. Can I get my face painted, Mom? Please? I nod, and he hops into the chair. What'll it be, young man? The artist asks. Ollie grins. A hockey mask. As the artist works, I glance at Mavrik. He's watching Ollie with a softness in his eyes that makes my heart melt a little. You know, I say quietly, I never thanked you properly for working with Ollie. It means a lot to him, and to me. Mavrik meets my gaze, and for a moment I see something vulnerable in those icy blue eyes. He's a good kid, he says gruffly. You've done a hell of a job with him. Before I can respond, Ollie jumps up, his face now adorned with an impressive rendition of a hockey mask. Look, Coach Mavrik. Do I look tough now? Mavrik chuckles, a deep, rich sound that sends a shiver down my spine. Toughest kid in Oak Hill for sure. The autumn sun dips lower in the sky as Mavrik and I make our way to the sack race field. Ollie bounces ahead, his face paint gleaming in the fading light. We reach the sidelines just as the kids are lining up. Ollie takes his place, determination etched on his face beneath the painted hockey mask. Remember. Mavrik leans down, his voice low and serious. It's all about rhythm, like skating, but bouncier. I snort. Is that your professional athlete advice? He shoots me a look, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. You got something better, pastry queen? Before I can retort, the starter's whistle blows. The field erupts into chaos as kids start hopping, stumbling, and laughing their way down the course. Go, Ollie, I yell, my hands cupped around my mouth. You've got this, honey. Beside me, Mavrik's deep voice booms out. Come on, kid. Show 'em how it's done. Our cheers blend together, rising above the general din of the crowd. Ollie's curly head bobs up and down as he hops, his face a mask of concentration. He's in third. I grab Mavrik's arm without thinking, caught up in the excite. Damn right he will. Look at that form. As Ollie nears the finish line, our cheers grow even louder. Go, go, go! We shout in unison. Ollie crosses the finish line in a tangle of limbs and burlap, tumbling onto the grass. For a heart-stopping moment, he doesn't move. Ollie? I start forward, but Mavrik's hand on my shoulder stops me. Wait, he murmurs. Then Ollie pops up, fist pumping the air. I did it. Third place. Relief and joy wash over me. I turn to Mavrik, grinning, only to find him already looking at me. There's a softness in his eyes that makes my breath catch. I think this is what he's been missing. A second person to cheer him on from the sidelines. Ollie crashes into us, wrapping us both in a hug. Did you see? He pants, eyes shining. I almost got second. You were amazing, kiddo, Mavrik says, ruffling Ollie's hair. I nod, my throat tight with emotion. We're so proud of you, honey. As I watch Ollie show off his ribbon to Mavrik, I can't help but think how right this feels. The three of us, celebrating together. It's a dangerous thought, one that sends hope and fear coursing through me in equal measure.
Chapter 16. Mavrik. The scent of caramel apples and cinnamon wafts through the air as we approach the apple bobbing station. Ollie's practically bouncing with excitement, his face painted like a hockey mask. Amber's hand rests on his shoulder, a mix of amusement and concern in her eyes. Ollie, honey, maybe we should... She starts, but the kid's already off like a shot. Last one, there's a rotten apple! Ollie shouts, darting towards the wooden barrels. I can't help but chuckle. Kid's got spirit. Amber sighs, shaking her head. And zero patience. I was going to tell him to be careful of his face paint. We catch up to Ollie, who's already eyeing the floating apples like they're prey. The competitive itch I thought I'd left on the ice starts to crawl under my skin. All right, champ, I say, rolling up my sleeves. Let's see what you've got. Ollie grins, his paint crinkling. You're going down, coach. Amber laughs, a sound that hits me right in the chest. Boys, it's just a game. I cock an eyebrow at her. Everything's a game, sweetheart, and I play to win. Her eyes widen slightly, and I realize how that might have sounded. Before I can backpedal, Ollie's voice cuts through. Ready, set, go. We plunge our faces into the cold water. The shock of it is nothing compared to the adrenaline pumping through my veins. I spot a big red apple and go for it, but Ollie's quicker. I come up for air, water dripping down my face. Ollie's grinning triumphantly, apple in his mouth. His face paint now a blurry mess. Beat you, he crows, waving the apple around. Amber's doubled over laughing, and I can't help but join in. Rematch, I demand, pointing at another barrel. Winner takes all. You're on, Ollie declares. We line up again, this time with Amber joining us. Someone's got to keep you boys in check, she teases. 3, 2, 1, go! Ollie shouts. This time, I'm ready. I zero in on an apple, using my height advantage to pin it against the side of the barrel. Just as I'm about to clamp down, I feel something bump against me. Amber's curls brush my cheek as she reaches for the same apple. Our eyes meet underwater, and for a moment, everything else fades away. Then Ollie's victorious yell breaks the spell. We surface, both empty-handed, to find Ollie holding not one, but 2 apples. I win again, he cheers, his face paint now a Pollock-esque masterpiece. Amber bursts out laughing. Oh, Ollie, she manages between giggles. Your face! I grab a towel, handing it to her first. Here, let me help, I offer, taking another to gently wipe Ollie's face. As I clean off the smeared paint, I can't help but feel like I've won something far better than any game. I haul the massive pumpkin I bought earlier to the carving station, grunting with the effort. Damn thing weighs as much as a rookie defenseman. Holy cow, Coach! That's huge! Ollie's eyes are wide as saucers. Go big or go home, kid, I say, setting it down with a thud. She rolls her eyes, but I catch the hint of a smile. Come on, Ollie. Let's pick out your pumpkin. While they choose their gourds, I grab some carving tools. The weight feels familiar in my hand. I start sketching out my design as Ollie and Amber return. What are you gonna make, Mom? Ollie asks, already stabbing into his pumpkin with gusto. I'm thinking something happy, Amber replies, carefully outlining a simple face. What about you, honey? Ollie grins, his gap-toothed smile more charming than any jack-o'-lantern. The scariest face ever! I chuckle, focusing on my own work. The knife slides through the flesh of the pumpkin, my hands steady and sure. It's been a while since I've done this, but muscle memory kicks in. Whoa, Coach, that looks awesome! Ollie exclaims, peering over at my pumpkin. I glance up, noticing Amber watching me. Her eyes are curious, maybe even a little impressed. Where'd you learn to carve like that? I shrug, returning to my work. Used to do this with my brother every year. Got pretty good at it. Pretty good? That's an understatement, Amber says, leaning in for a closer look. It's like you're sculpting or something. The praise makes me feel warm, but I play it cool. Ollie pipes up. Can you teach me to do that? Sure, kid. But first, let's see this scary face of yours. Ollie proudly turns his pumpkin around. It's a mess of jagged cuts and lopsided eyes, but his enthusiasm is infectious. That's terrifying, champ, I say, ruffling his hair. You'll scare all the trick-or-treaters away. Amber reveals hers next, a simple, cheerful face that somehow captures her warmth. It's not as fancy as yours, but I like it, she says. It's perfect, I reply, our eyes meeting for a moment. I turn my pumpkin last, revealing the intricate skeleton face I've carved. Ollie lets out a whoop of excitement, while Amber's jaw drops slightly. Mavrik, that's incredible, she breathes. For once, I'm at a loss for words. Instead, I grab a candle, light it, and place it inside the pumpkin. The flickering light brings the skeleton to life, casting eerie shadows across the table. Ollie claps his hands. Best pumpkin ever. I catch Amber's eye again, and this time her smile reaches all the way to those warm brown eyes. Maybe coming back to this small town wasn't such a bad idea after all. What's next? I ask, hoping the answer is dinner. Come on, Coach! Let's do the maze! Ollie yells excitedly. I glance at the towering walls of hay bales, then back at the kid's hopeful face. Damn, how can I say no to that? All right, champ, lead the way. Amber falls in step beside me as we follow Ollie into the maze. Hay and autumn air surrounds us, muffling the sounds of the festival. You're good with him, Amber says softly. I shrug, uncomfortable with the praise. Kid's not bad himself. We turn a corner and Ollie's already racing ahead. Bet you can't catch me. Ollie, wait! Amber calls, but he's already disappeared around another bend. We pick up the pace following the sound of his laughter. Left, right, another right. The walls of hay start to look the same. Ollie! Amber's voice has an edge of panic now. Ollie, where are you? I place a hand on her shoulder, steadying her. He's fine. Probably just around the next corner. But he's not. We turn down another path, then another. No sign of the kid. Oh, God, Amber whispers, her breathing quickening. What if he's lost? What if... Hey! I grip her shoulders, forcing her to look at me. We'll find him. Trust me. She nods, taking a breath. We continue searching, calling Ollie's name. The minutes feel like hours. Then finally, a familiar voice. Mom, Coach, where'd you guys go? Relief floods through me as we round the corner to find Ollie standing there, looking confused but unharmed. Ollie, I don't think, just act. I scoop him up in a bear hug, my heart pounding. Don't you ever do that again? You hear me? Do what? He asks, bewildered. I feel Amber's arms wrap around us both, her body shaking slightly. Without thinking, I pull her closer, enveloping them both in my arms. The realization hits me like a slap shot to the chest. These two, they mean something to me. More than I'd care to admit. The thought terrifies me, but I can't bring myself to let go. We stumble out of the maze, the scent of hay still clinging to our clothes. Ollie's stomach growls loud enough to rival a Zamboni, and I can't help but chuckle. Hungry, champ? I ask, ruffling his hair. He nods vigorously. Can we get corn dogs? Please? The mention of corn dogs hits me with a wave of nostalgia. Damn, when was the last time I had one of those? Corn dogs it is, I agree, looking to Amber for approval. She hesitates, glancing towards the bustling food trucks, then back at her cafe booth. I should really check on Zoe and Jasmine. Go ahead, I say, surprising myself. We've got this covered, right, Ollie? Yeah! Ollie pumps his fist in the air. We're on a corn dog mission! Amber's eyebrows shoot up. You sure? He can be a handful. I shrug, trying to play it cool. How hard can it be? We'll grab some grub and meet you back at your booth. She eyes me for a moment, then nods. All right, but if he gives you any trouble. I'll bench him, I joke, earning an indignant hey from Ollie. As Amber heads off, Ollie tugs at my sleeve. Come on, coach, the line's getting longer. We join the queue, the smell of fried food making my mouth water. It's been years since I've indulged in this kind of junk, always sticking to my strict training diet. So, kid, I say, one corn dog or two? Ollie's eyes go wide. Can I really have two? I lean in conspiratorially. Tell you what, you can have two if you promise not to tell your mom. Deal? Deal! He grins, extending his hand for a fist bump. As we wait, Ollie chatters about his hockey practice, his words tumbling out faster than a slap shot. I find myself actually listening, offering tips and encouragement. When we finally reach the front of the line, I order 4 corn dogs. The vendor gives me a knowing look. Growing boy, huh? He chuckles, handing over our food. I smirk. Something like that. We find a nearby picnic table and dig in. The first bite takes me back to my rookie days, sneaking junk food with the team after grueling practices. This is awesome, Ollie exclaims, ketchup smeared across his cheek. I nod, mouth full. It's not gourmet, but damn if it isn't satisfying. As we eat, I realize I don't mind this babysitting gig. The kid's all right, and there's something freeing about just hanging out. No expectations, no pressure. Hey, coach! Ollie pipes up, working on his second corn dog. Yeah, kid. Thanks for hanging out with me. It's pretty cool. I feel a warmth in my chest that has nothing to do with the fried food. Anytime, champ. Anytime. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 17. Amber. The sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple as I help Ollie adjust his hockey helmet. The festival grounds buzz with excitement, kids in various costumes darting between booths and games. "Mom, is it straight?" Ollie asks, fidgeting with his stick. I step back surveying his outfit. "Looking sharp, kiddo. You're gonna knock 'em dead." "Ah, Ollie, you look absolutely adorable." Zoe squeals, appearing beside us with Jasmine in tow. Ollie's face scrunches up. "I'm not adorable. I'm cool." "The coolest," Jasmine agrees, winking at me. "Like a mini Mavrik out there." "Yeah," Ollie beams, puffing out his chest. "Did you see my slap shot yesterday?" "Coach Mavrik says I'm getting really good." I can't help but smile, even as a twinge of something, pride, worry, tugs at my heart. He sure did. "Now, you ready to line up?" "You bet." Ollie starts to dash off, then pauses. "Wait, where's Coach Mavrik? I wanted him to see my costume." "I'm sure he's around somewhere," I say, scanning the crowd. "We'll find him after, okay?" Ollie nods and joins the other contestants. I watch him go, marveling at how quickly he's growing up. Zoe nudges me. "Earth to Amber. You okay?" I blink, realizing I've been staring. "Yeah, just... When did he get so big?" "They grow up fast," Jasmine says, squeezing my arm. "One minute they're learning to walk, the next they're breaking hearts." "Don't even joke," I groan. "I'm not ready for that." "Speaking of hearts," Zoe whispers, "tall, dark, and broody at 2:00. I turn to see Mavrik approaching, his eyes locked on Ollie in the lineup. My stomach does a little flip. "Looks like someone came to see his star pupil," Jasmine teases. I roll my eyes, but can't help the smile tugging at my lips. "Behave, you two." As Mavrik reaches us, Ollie spots him and waves excitedly. Mavrik's usually stern expression softens, and he gives a small wave back. "Nice gear," he says, nodding at Ollie's costume. "Kid's got good taste." "Wonder where he got that from," I reply, raising an eyebrow. Mavrik's lips quirk up in a half smile. "No idea. Must be natural talent." The announcer's voice booms over the speakers, calling for the contest to begin. As Ollie takes his turn on stage, I find myself holding my breath, my hand unconsciously reaching for Mavrik's arm. He tenses for a moment, then relaxes, letting me grip it as we watch Ollie show off his cool moves. As Ollie hops off the stage, his face beaming with pride, I can't help but feel my heart swell. He's practically skipping towards us when a group of older boys, probably around 12 or 13, steps into his path. The smiles on their faces don't reach their eyes, and my stomach drops. "Nice costume, baby." One of them sneers, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "What are you supposed to be? A midget hockey player?" Ollie's smile falters. I'm a hockey player, like Coach Mavrik." Another boy laughs, the sound sharp and cruel. "Coach Mavrik? You mean that washed-up has-been?" "He's not washed up," Ollie protests, his little fists clenching at his sides. "Whatever." The first boy rolls his eyes. "Why are you even trying to play hockey? Don't you know you need a dad to teach you that stuff?" I feel like I've been punched in the gut. My fingers dig into my palms, nails biting into flesh as I struggle to keep myself from marching over there. "Yeah," another chimes in. "You should stick to baking cookies with your mommy. That's all you're good for anyway." Ollie's lower lip trembles, and I can see the tears welling up in his eyes. Every fiber of my being screams at me to rush over, to scoop him up and shield him from their cruel words. But a nagging voice in the back of my head warns me that intervening might only make things worse. If I swoop in to rescue him now, will it just give these bullies more ammunition? I glance at Mavrik, hoping for some sign of what to do, but his face is a mask of barely contained fury. His jaw is clenched so tight I can see a muscle twitching in his cheek. I can play hockey if I want to, Ollie says, his voice wavering but defiant. And my mom makes the best cookies in town. You're just jealous. The boys laugh again, closing in around Ollie. Aw, is the little baby gonna cry? Maybe you should go find your mommy. That's enough. Mavrik's voice cuts through the air like a whip crack. He strides forward, positioning himself between Ollie and the bullies. You boys got a problem? The ringleader's eyes widen as he recognizes Mavrik. No, sir. We were just leaving. Mavrik finishes for him, his tone brooking no argument. Now. As the boys scurry away, I rush to Ollie's side, kneeling down to his level. You okay, baby? Ollie nods, wiping at his eyes. Yeah, Mom, I'm okay. I pull him into a hug, my heart aching. You were so brave, Ollie. I'm so proud of you. I watch Mavrik's jaw clench and unclench, his eyes still fixed on the retreating backs of those punk kids. The muscle in his cheek twitches, and I can practically feel the anger radiating off him in waves. Mavrik, I say softly, placing a hand on his arm. They're gone. It's okay. He whirls to face me, eyes blazing. It's not okay. Did you hear what they said to him? About you? I sigh, running a hand through my hair. I heard. Trust me, I wanted to throttle them myself. But they're just kids, Mavrik. Stupid, mean kids, but kids nonetheless. I don't give a damn how old they are, he growls. No one talks to Ollie like that. Or you? I appreciate that, really, I say, trying to keep my voice calm. But we can't solve this with threats or violence. Remember what happened at the bar? His expression darkens. That was different. Was it? I challenge. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like the same quick temper. Mavrik opens his mouth to argue, but Ollie tugs on his sleeve. Coach Mavrik, are you mad at me? The anger melts from Mavrik's face in an instant. He kneels down to Ollie's level. Nobody? Not at you. Never at you. Then why do you look so angry? Ollie's lower lip trembles. Mavrik sighs, running a hand through his hair. I'm angry at those boys for being mean to you. But your mom's right. I shouldn't have yelled. I kneel down next to them, pulling Ollie close. Honey, those boys were wrong. You can play hockey if you want to, and you're going to be great at it. But they said I need a dad to teach me. Ollie mumbles into my shoulder. Hey, Mavrik says, his voice gentle but firm. You've got me, kid, and your mom. We've got your back, always. I meet Mavrik's eyes over Ollie's head, a silent understanding passing between us. We both want to protect him, but we need to do it the right way. Ollie, I say, pulling back to look at him. What those boys did wasn't okay, but you handled it really well. You stood up for yourself without fighting. I'm proud of you for that. Mavrik nods. Your mom's right. That takes real strength, buddy. I watch as the judges huddle together, whispering and pointing at the lineup of costume kids. Ollie, back in line with the other kids, bounces on his toes, hockey stick clutched tightly in his hands. The anticipation is thick in the air, like the scent of caramel apples and popcorn wafting from nearby stalls. And the winner is, the announcer's voice booms, Robbie Thompson as the intergalactic robot. A collective ooh ripples through the crowd as a kid, in an elaborate, blinking contraption of cardboard and tinfoil steps forward. Ollie's shoulders slump a little, but he claps politely. "That's nonsense," Mavrik mutters beside me. I elbow him gently. "Language. There are kids around." He scowls, crossing his arms. "Come on, Amber. That kid obviously had help. Probably his whole family worked on it." "So? They're kids, Mavrik. Most of them had help from their parents. It's not fair to the ones who didn't." I sigh, watching Ollie make his way back to us. Life isn't always fair. It's a good lesson to learn early. Mavrik's jaw clenches, and I can practically see the steam coming out of his ears. Time for a distraction. "Hey," I say, nudging Ollie. "How about some ice cream to cool off?" Ollie's face lights up. "Yeah?" We make our way to the ice cream stand, joining the line of festival goers seeking a sweet treat. Mavrik trails behind us, still muttering under his breath. "Mom?" Ollie tugs at my sleeve. "Can I get my own cone this time?" "Not a small cup." I raise an eyebrow. "You sure?" "It's pretty big." He nods emphatically. "I can handle it. I'm not a baby anymore." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I know he's growing up, but hearing him say it out loud, it's different. My little boy is slipping away, replaced by this independent kid who wants to order his own ice cream. "You're right," I manage, swallowing the lump in my throat. "You're not a baby. What flavor do you want?" As Ollie debates between chocolate chip and Rocky Road, I catch Mavrik watching us, his expression softening. He meets my eyes, and for a moment, I see understanding there. He gets it. How precious and fleeting these moments are. "Hey, kid," Mavrik says, ruffling Ollie's hair. "How about we split a banana split? Man style." Ollie's eyes widen. "Really? Can we, Mom?" I laugh, shaking my head. "Sure, why not? Just don't come crying to me when you're both sick later." As we reach the front of the line, I can't help but smile. My boy might be growing up, but he still needs us, me and Mavrik, to guide him. And maybe, just maybe, we need him too.
Chapter 18. Mavrik. The festival lights dim as the last stragglers make their way home. I find myself helping Amber pack up her booth, my hands occupied with stacking plastic containers filled with leftover pastries. Zoe and Jasmine load stacks of craft supplies and paper cups in as well, whispering and giggling at each other like schoolgirls. It's strange and also nostalgic. Sometimes I miss getting attention from puck bunnies, hockey groupies who would hang out for a chance to score with a member of the team. All that feels so juvenile now. "Thanks for the help," Amber says, her smile warm in the fading light. "You didn't have to stick around." I shrug, placing a box of napkins in her car. Beats going home to an empty house. She laughs, a sound that sends a jolt through me. I get that, though I'm sure Ollie will be chattering about the festival all night. "Kid's got energy, that's for sure," I say, thinking of Ollie's excitement during the costume contest. He's going to be a hell of a player if he keeps it up. Amber pauses, her hand on a container of disposable cups. "About that, I wanted to thank you for standing up for him earlier. Those boys were cruel, but maybe next time we can try de-escalating without threats." I feel my jaw clench. Little jerks needed to be put in their place. "Maybe," she says, her tone cautious. "But they're just kids, Mavrik. Sometimes a gentler approach works better." I snort. Gentle's not really my style. "I've noticed," she says, a teasing lilt in her voice. "Mr. Tough Guy, NHL star." "Ex-star," I correct her, surprised by the lack of bitterness in my voice. Amber hands me a box of craft supplies. "You know, retirement doesn't have to be the end." It could be a new beginning. I raise an eyebrow. You got any suggestions? Well, she says, closing the car trunk. You seem to have a knack for coaching. Ollie can't stop talking about Coach Mavrik. The thought warms me more than I care to admit. Kid's got potential. Just needs someone to show him the ropes. Amber leans against her car, her eyes meeting mine. And you enjoy being that someone? I pause, considering. Yeah, I guess I do. Feels good to be on the ice again, even if I'm not playing. See? She says, her smile widening. New beginnings. I can't help but return her smile, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. Maybe you're right. As we finish loading the last of the supplies, our conversation flows easier than it ever has before. The tension from earlier events seems to have melted away, replaced by a comfortable camaraderie. Just as Amber and I fall into a comfortable silence, Ollie comes bounding over, his eyes bright with excitement. Mom! The fireworks are gonna start soon! He's practically vibrating with energy. Can I watch with my friends? Please? I watch as Amber's face flickers with surprise. She hesitates for a moment, and I can almost see the gears turning in her head. Sure, honey, she says, her voice a mix of pride and uncertainty. Just stay where I can see you, okay? Thanks, Mom. Ollie grins, already backing away. You're the best! As he darts off to join his friends, Amber lets out a small sigh. I nudge her gently with my elbow. Come on, I say, nodding towards a nearby hill. Let's find a good spot. We make our way up the gentle slope, the grass crunching beneath our feet. The air is crisp, carrying with it autumn leaves and lingering festival food. You did good back there, I tell her as we settle on the ground. Kids that age need to flex their independence a bit. Amber hugs her knees to her chest, her eyes fixed on Ollie in the distance. I know. It's just... When did he get so grown up? It feels like yesterday he was clinging to my leg at daycare drop-off. I chuckle, leaning back on my hands. Time's a jerk like that. Tell me about it, she sighs. I swear I'm gonna blink and he'll be asking to borrow the car keys. Nah, you've got plenty of time before that nightmare, I assure her, bumping her shoulder with mine. Though maybe start hiding the keys now, just in case. She laughs, the sound warm in the cool night air. Very funny, but seriously, I'm half expecting him to come home tomorrow asking about razors and driver's ed. Christ, Amber, he's 8, I snort. Give the kid some time to enjoy being a kid before you start panicking about facial hair. Easy for you to say, she retorts, but there's a smile in her voice. You're not the one who has to navigate all this growing up stuff. I'm about to respond when the first firework explodes overhead, bathing us in a shower of red and gold sparks. Amber's face lights up, her worries momentarily forgotten as she watches the sky. The next firework explodes overhead, a burst of red and gold that paints the sky. The crowd below us lets out a collective, ooh, but I'm not looking at the display. I'm looking at Amber. Her face is tilted upward, eyes wide with wonder as each new burst of color reflects in them. The changing hues dance across her skin, highlighting the curve of her cheek, the fullness of her lips. She's breathtaking, and I can't look away. This is amazing, she says, her voice barely audible over the booming explosions and the upbeat music playing in the background. Yeah, I agree. Not talking about the fireworks at all. She glances over at me, catching me staring. You're missing the show. I shrug, trying to play it cool. Seen one firework, seen 'em all. Amber rolls her eyes, but there's a smile tugging at her lips. Mr. Tough Guy, too cool for fireworks. Nah, just got a better view right here, I say, surprising myself with my honesty. She looks at me for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then her eyes dart back to the crowd below, searching for Ollie. He's fine, I assure her, following her gaze to where the kid is jumping up and down with his friends, pointing excitedly at the sky. I know, she says, but I can hear the hint of worry in her voice. I just can't help it. I nudge her gently with my shoulder. You're a good mom, Amber. Cut yourself some slack. She turns back to me, her eyes softening. Thanks, Mavrik. That means a lot. For a moment, we just look at each other, the fireworks forgotten. I think about how far we've come since I first walked into her cafe, how she slowly chipped away at my walls, how her kindness and strength have drawn me in, how Ollie's enthusiasm has rekindled something in me I thought was long dead. The moment is broken by a particularly loud boom overhead. Amber jumps slightly, then laughs at herself. Guess I got distracted, she says, turning back to the show. Join the club, I mutter, but she doesn't hear me over the music and explosions. As the finale begins, lighting up the sky in a dazzling array of colors, I find myself wishing this moment could last forever. Standing here with Amber, watching her face light up with each new burst, feeling more at peace than I have in years. The fireworks reach a crescendo, the sky erupting in a dazzling array of colors. The crowd below us cheers, but I barely hear them. My focus narrows to Amber, her face illuminated by the brilliant flashes above. Before I can think, before I can stop myself, I'm leaning in. My hand cups her cheek, turning her face towards mine. Our eyes lock for a split second, and then my lips are on hers. It's not gentle. It's not sweet. It's raw and desperate, years of pent-up loneliness and desire pouring out of me. I expect her to push me away, to slap me, to run. But she doesn't. Instead, she melts into me. Her lips part, inviting me deeper. Her hand finds my chest, fingers curling into my shirt. The fireworks fade away, replaced by the thundering of my own heart. For a moment, everything else disappears. There's just Amber, warm and soft against me, tasting of cinnamon and promise. Then reality comes crashing back. What the hell am I doing? I jerk away, breaking the kiss. Amber's eyes flutter open. Confusion. And something else. Desire. Swimming in their depths. Mavrik, she whispers, her voice husky. I can't speak. Can't think. Can't breathe. Without a word, I scramble away. Amber reaches for me, but I'm already moving, pushing through the crowd gathered for the fireworks finale. Mavrik, wait! I hear her call, but I don't stop. I shoulder past families and couples, ignoring the irritated looks and muttered curses. My mind's a jumble of conflicting thoughts and emotions. What have I done? How could I be so stupid? She's Ollie's mom, for Christ's sake. I can't do this. I can't risk hurting them. I can't risk getting hurt. I lose myself in the sea of people, letting the crowd carry me away from the hill, away from Amber, away from the mess I've just created.
Chapter 19. Amber. I take a deep breath, inhaling the rich aroma of my freshly brewed coffee. The morning rush has finally died down, leaving the roasted oak in a comfortable lull. Jasmine and Zoe settle into the plush armchairs across from me, their own mugs steaming in their hands. All right, spill, Zoe demands, leaning forward with eager eyes. What's got you looking like you've seen a ghost? I run my fingers along the rim of my mug, hesitating. It's Mavrik. Jasmine's eyebrows shoot up. Oh? Did something happen at the festival? He kissed me, I blurt out, the words tumbling from my lips before I can stop them. During the fireworks, it was perfect, like something out of a movie. Holy crap, Zoe breathes, nearly spilling her coffee. Details, woman. I can't help the smile that spreads across my face as I recall the moment. It was so romantic. The fireworks were going off overhead, and we were standing there in this little pocket of quiet. And then he just leaned in and, Jasmine prompts, practically on the edge of her seat. And it was amazing, I admit, my voice soft. But then, Zoe's eyes narrow. Then what? I sigh, deflating a little. Then he just pulled away, disappeared into the crowd without a word. I've been up all night trying to figure out what happened. Men, Jasmine scoffs, shaking her head. Always complicating things. Maybe he got scared, Zoe suggests, her tone cautious. You know how he is, Amber. All broody and closed off. Opening up probably terrifies him. I nod, twirling a lock of hair around my finger. I know, but I don't know. I thought we were getting somewhere. You are, Jasmine insists, reaching out to squeeze my hand. Trust me, I've seen the way he looks at you. And Ollie, that man is smitten. I just don't want to get hurt again, I murmur, voicing the fear that's been gnawing at me all night. Zoe leans back, her expression serious. Look, Amber, you know I love you, and I want you to be happy, but be careful, okay? Mavrik's got a lot of baggage. Are you sure you're ready for that? I'd open my mouth to respond, but Jasmine cuts in. Oh, come on, Zoe. We've all got baggage. And have you seen the way those two light up around each other? It's like watching fireworks go off. I'm just saying, Zoe starts, but Jasmine waves her off. No, you listen. Amber, honey, life's too short to play it safe all the time. If you've got feelings for Mavrik, and I know you do, then go for it. Chase that spark. I look between my two friends, their contrasting advice swirling in my mind. I don't know what to do, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. Jasmine leans forward, her eyes intense. Do you want my honest opinion? I think you should pursue this. Talk to him. Figure out what's going on in that broody head of his. You deserve happiness, Amber. And if Mavrik might be that happiness, don't let fear hold you back. If Mavrik is her happiness, then why did he just walk away like that? Zoe asks, her protective nature coming out. I chew my lip, considering Zoe's words. She's got a point. Why did Mavrik bolt like that? Maybe he was drunk, Zoe suggests, her brow furrowed. I scoff, shaking my head. No way. I was with him all evening. He didn't touch a drop. Then what gives? Zoe presses, leaning forward. Look, I'm not trying to be a buzzkill here, but you've been hurt before, Amber. I just don't want to see you go through that again. I fidget with my coffee mug, tracing the rim with my finger. I know you're looking out for me, Zoe, but you like him, Jasmine finishes, giving me a knowing look. I nod, feeling heat rise to my cheeks. I do. God help me, I really do. Zoe sighs, running a hand through her sleek bob. I get it. He's hot. He's mysterious. He's good with Ollie. But is that enough? It could be, Jasmine counters. Sometimes you've got to take a leap of faith. I groan, burying my face in my hands. You're both making excellent points, and it's driving me crazy. Zoe reaches out, squeezing my arm. Hey, we're just trying to help you think it through. At the end of the day, it's your call. I peek out from between my fingers. What if I make the wrong choice? What if I put myself out there and he rejects me? Or worse, what if I let him in and he hurts Ollie? Jasmine leans back, her expression thoughtful. Those are all valid concerns. But here's the thing. You can't predict the future. You can only make the best decision with the information you have right now. And what information is that? I ask, desperate for some clarity. Well, Jasmine starts, ticking off points on her fingers. He's been great with Ollie. He stood up for him at the festival. He's been coming to the cafe regularly. And let's not forget, he kissed you. But then he ran away, Zoe reminds us. I nod, feeling the conflict swirling in my chest. So, what do I do? Follow my heart and risk getting hurt again? or play it safe and potentially miss out on something great. As Jasmine and Zoe leave, I turn back to the counter. The roasted oak feels different somehow, like the air's charged with electricity. I shake my head, trying to focus on the task at hand. One pumpkin spice latte coming right up. I mutter to myself, reaching for a cup. But as I start to pour, my mind wanders back to last night. The fireworks, Mavrik's intense blue eyes, the feeling of his lips on mine. Damn, I hiss, yanking my hand back as hot coffee spills over the rim, splashing onto my apron. You okay over there, Amber? Mrs. Henderson calls from her usual spot by the window. I force a smile. Just fine, clumsy fingers today. I grab a rag to mop up the mess, but my thoughts are a million miles away. Or rather, they're firmly fixed on a certain ex-hockey player with a jawline that could cut glass. The oven timer beeps, snapping me back to reality. I rush over, only to be greeted by the acrid smell of burnt pumpkin bread. Oh, come on, I groan, pulling out the blackened loaf. Get it together, Amber. I toss the ruined bread in the trash, leaning against the counter with a sigh. This is ridiculous. I'm a grown woman, a business owner, a mother. I shouldn't be this thrown by one kiss. But what a kiss it was. Earth to Amber. A voice cuts through my daydream. I blink, focusing on the customer in front of me. How long has he been standing there? I'm so sorry. I stammer, heat rising to my cheeks. What can I get for you? As I take his order, I can't help but wonder what Mavrik's doing right now. Is he thinking about the kiss too? Or has he already forgotten about it? The day drags on, each minute feeling like an hour. I mix up orders, nearly give Mrs. Henderson decaf instead of her usual triple shot, and somehow manage to put salt instead of sugar in a batch of cookies. By closing time, I'm a mess. As I wipe down the counter for the 100th time, I catch my reflection in the polished espresso machine. My hair's a frizzy halo around my head. There's a coffee stain on my collar, and my eyes look slightly wild. Get a grip, I tell my reflection sternly. It was just a kiss. But even as I say it, I know it's a lie. It wasn't just a kiss. It was a moment that changed everything. And now, standing in my quiet cafe with aromas of coffee and burnt pumpkin bread hanging in the air, I have no idea what to do next. I take a deep breath, steeling my nerves as I wipe down the counter for the last time. The roasted oak is empty now, the last customer having left an hour ago. Finally alone with my thoughts, I decide I'm going to confront him head on. When he comes in, I'll ask him what happened, what I mean to him. Tell him I don't appreciate being led around like this, and he needs to be honest. But then a thought strikes me. I glance back at the cafe, my brow furrowing. Mavrik didn't come in today, not once. That's weird, I say to no one in particular. There's a sinking feeling in my stomach. Every day since he arrived in Oak Hill, Mavrik's been a fixture at the Roasted Oak. Black coffee, pumpkin muffin, like clockwork. But not today. The day after he kissed me senseless and then vanished into thin air. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, I hiss, anger bubbling up inside me. Seriously? I say to the espresso machine, as if it might have answers. He kisses me like that and then just, what? Decides to ghost me? I slump onto a nearby stool, my righteous anger deflating into confusion and hurt. This feels worse than him running off last night. At least then, I could chalk it up to being overwhelmed in the moment. But this feels deliberate. What the hell, Mavrik? I whisper, running a hand through my hair. I sit there in the dimly lit cafe, surrounded by the ghosts of the day's conversations and the lingering scent of coffee. The quiet is oppressive, amplifying the chaos in my head. What am I supposed to do now? Confront him about the kiss when he's clearly avoiding me? Pretend it never happened? The thought makes my stomach churn. I pull out my phone, thumb hovering over Liam's number. But what would I even say? Hey, your brother kissed me, and now he's MIA. Mind telling me what's going on? Yeah, that's not happening. I drop my head into my hands, groaning. This is why I don't do relationships, I mutter to myself. Too damn complicated. But even as I say it, I know it's a lie. The truth is, I want this. I want Mavrik. Complications and all. And that realization, it scares the hell out of me.
Chapter 20. Mavrik. I slam another box of hockey sticks onto the shelf, the clatter echoing through the empty store. My head throbs, a dull ache that's been my constant companion since dawn. Damn, I need coffee. You trying to wake the dead? Liam's voice cuts through my caffeine-deprived haze. What? I grunt, not bothering to turn around. The way you're banging things around, I thought maybe you were auditioning for a metal band. I roll my eyes, reaching for another box. Hilarious. Seriously, bro, what's eating you? Liam leans against the counter, arms crossed. Nothing. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. I fumble with the box cutter, nearly slicing my finger. Damn it. Whoa, easy there. Cut away from yourself, remember? Liam moves to take the cutter, but I jerk away. I got it, I snap. Sure you do. That's why you're about to redecorate my floor with your blood. I glare at him, but the fight drains out of me. I set the cutter down, running a hand through my hair. Sorry, I'm just tired. Uh-huh. And it has nothing to do with a certain cafe owner? My jaw clenches. Drop it, Liam. Fine, fine. He holds up his hands in surrender. But maybe consider grabbing a coffee before you demolish my entire inventory. I grunt non-committally, turning back to the shelves. But as I reach for another box, my elbow catches a display of pucks. They scatter across the floor like hockey-themed confetti. Damn! I drop to my knees, gathering the pucks with more force than necessary. Liam sighs. Mavrik, go home. Get some rest. Or better yet, go talk to... I said drop it, I growl. All right. Just try not to break anything else, yeah? I nod curtly, focusing on the mess at my feet. But as I clean, my mind wanders. Soft lips, the scent of cinnamon, fireworks painting her skin in vibrant hues. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the memory. The pucks go back on the shelf, but not before I knock over a stack of catalogs. Cursing under my breath, I start gathering the glossy pages. You know, Liam's voice drifts over, tinged with amusement. At this rate, it might be faster if you just burned the place down and we started from scratch. I flip him off without looking up, but there's no real heat behind it. He's right. I'm a disaster today. But admitting that means admitting why, and I'm not ready to face that particular truth. So instead, I keep cleaning, letting the mindless task drown out the whispers of regret and longing that threaten to overwhelm me. I'm stacking jerseys when Liam's voice cuts through my concentration. All right, spill it. What the hell happened with Amber? The jersey in my hands crumples as I tense. Nothing. Nonsense. Liam steps in front of me, arms crossed. You've been avoiding the roasted oak like it's ground zero for the zombie apocalypse. And don't think I haven't noticed you demolishing my inventory every time someone mentions coffee. I shove past him, grabbing another box. I don't know what you're talking about. Really? So that dent in the wall shaped suspiciously like your fist when Mrs. Henderson talked about pumpkin spice lattes was just... what? Modern art? Piss off, Liam. No can do, bro. This isn't just about you anymore. Half the town's wondering why our local hockey hero's the walking dead. It's bad for business. Yours and mine. I slam the box down, whirling to face him. What do you want me to say? How about the truth? Liam's voice softens. What happened, Mav? The fight drains out of me. I slump against the counter, running a hand through my hair. I kissed her, all right? At the festival. And then I ran. You what? Liam's eyebrows shoot up. Why the hell would you do that? I don't know. I throw my hands up. It just happened. And then I panicked. Liam stares at me for a long moment, then bursts out laughing. Oh man, you've got it bad. Shut up, I growl, but there's no real heat behind it. Nope, not gonna happen. Liam grabs my shoulders, steering me towards the door. You're going to march your butt over to that cafe right now and talk to Amber. I dig my heels in. What? No, I can't. You can, and you will. Liam's grip tightens. Because if you don't, I swear I'll tell Mom about the time you... All right. I shrug him off. Jesus, no need for nuclear options. Liam grins, triumphant. That's what I thought. Now go get your girl, you emotionally constipated idiot. I flip him off as I head for the door, but my heart's racing. Damn, I'm really doing this. I push open the door to the roasted oak, the bell's cheerful jingle mocking my churning gut. The scent of cinnamon and coffee hits me like a punch to the solar plexus. Damn, I'm really doing this. My eyes scan the bustling cafe, landing on Amber behind the counter. She's a whirlwind of motion, pouring lattes and bagging pastries with practiced ease. Then she looks up, her gaze locking with mine, and I swear time stops. The fire in her eyes could melt steel. My throat goes dry, and I suddenly forget every word of the speech I'd rehearsed on the walkover. Mavrik! Ollie's excited voice breaks the spell. He bounces over, grinning up at me. Are you here for hockey practice? I open my mouth, but no sound comes out. Amber's still staring me down, her expression a mix of hurt and anger that twists my insides. I clear my throat, desperately grasping for words. Then it hits me. Actually, I was wondering if you'd like to go to a pro game with me. Ollie's eyes go wide. A real NHL game. Are you serious? Yeah, kid. There's one in the city tonight. Thought you might want to check it out. Mom! Ollie whirls to face Amber. Can I go? Please? Amber's jaw clenches, and for a second I think she might refuse. But then Ollie unleashes those puppy dog eyes, and I watch her resolve crumble. Fine, she says, her tone clipped. But I need to talk to Mavrik first. I nod, steeling myself for the conversation I've been avoiding. But before Amber can step away from the counter, a fresh wave of customers floods in. She shoots me a look that clearly says, "Don't you dare leave," then turns to handle the rush. I shuffle awkwardly, caught between fleeing and facing the music. Ollie tugs on my sleeve, pulling me down to his level. Thanks, Coach Mavrik, he whispers, his grin infectious. This is gonna be awesome. His excitement eases some of the tension in my chest. No problem, kid. We'll have a great time. The line finally dwindles, and Amber makes her way over, wiping her hands on her apron. Ollie, honey, can you go wipe down the tables for me? Once he's out of earshot, she fixes me with a glare that could freeze hell. You've got some nerve, Mavrik. I hold up my hands. Look, I know I screwed up. I just... Save it! She cuts me off, fishing a pen from her apron pocket. She scribbles on a napkin and shoves it at me. That's my number. You text me if anything happens. And so help me God. If anything happens to my son, I'll keep him safe, I promise, pocketing the napkin. You have my word. The roar of the crowd washes over me as we settle into our seats. Ollie's eyes are wide as saucers, darting from the ice to the jumbotron and back again. This is so cool, he exclaims, practically vibrating with excitement. Look at how fast they're skating. I can't help but grin. Just wait till you see them really open it up, kid. As the game progresses, Ollie's running commentary becomes a constant backdrop. Did you see that pass? Wow, what a save. Coach Mavrik, can you teach me how to do that? I find myself explaining plays, sharing stories from my own time on the ice. It's nice. Different from the adrenaline rush of playing, but satisfying in its own way. During a break in play, I pull out my phone. Hey, Ollie, smile for your mom. He throws up a peace sign, grinning from ear to ear. I snap a few photos, then send them to Amber with a quick message. Kid's having a blast. Don't worry, I'm keeping him out of trouble. The crowd's energy shifts suddenly, and I look up to see gloves hitting the ice. 2 players are squaring off, fists flying. My pulse quickens. Damn, I miss this. The raw energy, the controlled chaos. For a moment, I'm back on the ice, feeling that familiar surge of adrenaline. Whoa, Ollie breathes. Are they really fighting? His voice snaps me back to reality. I take a moment, tamping down the urge to jump up and cheer. Yeah, but it's not something you should try, I say, keeping my tone even. Hockey's about skill and teamwork, not throwing punches. Ollie nods, but his eyes are still glued to the scuffle. I make a mental note to have a longer talk with him about this later. As security breaks up the fight, a small commotion starts in our section. I look over to see a few fans pointing in our direction, whispering excitedly, Hey, isn't that Mavrik Winters? Before I know it, we're surrounded by people asking for autographs and selfies. I paste on my media smile, scrawling my name on programs. Ollie watches all this with growing amazement. Wow, Coach Mavrik, you're like famous. I ruffle his hair. Nah, just been around the game a while. These folks probably need their eyes checked. But Ollie's grin just grows wider. This is so cool. Wait till I tell Mom. As I sign another autograph, it hits me. This kid, with his infectious enthusiasm and endless questions. Amber, with her warmth and resilience. Somehow they've become more than just a cute kid I'm coaching and the hot cafe owner I'm crushing on. They matter. They really matter. I need to make this right. Need to stop running and face whatever this is head on. For Ollie, for Amber, for myself.
Chapter 21. Amber. I slammed the cash register drawer shut with more force than necessary, startling the last customer of the day. Sorry, I mutter, forcing a smile as I hand over their change. The bell above the door chimes as they leave, and I let out a frustrated sigh before closing up for the day. 3 days. 3 whole days since Mavrik took Ollie to that game, and not a word. I even texted him a casual, "Thanks for taking Ollie," hoping it might spark a conversation. Nothing. Nada. Zilch. I need help. I need a friend who isn't afraid to tell me the truth. You look like you just chased a raccoon out of the cafe. Jasmine's voice cuts through my brooding. She's arranging a fresh bouquet on the counter of her floral shop, eyeing me with concern. You've been holding that same face for the last 5 days. Doesn't exactly scream customer service. Sorry, just distracted. Mavrik, she asks, though it's not really a question. Who else? I lean against the counter, crossing my arms. It's been a week, Jazz. A whole week of radio silence. He hasn't even come in for coffee. Oh, but he came in to play Disney Dad with Ollie for one night. Lucky me. Then nothing. You'd think it'd be impossible to hide in such a small town, but he keeps finding ways to surprise me. Jasmine puts down her scissors, giving me her full attention. And you're just... what? Waiting for him to magically appear? I shrug, feeling a bit pathetic. I don't know. Maybe? She shakes her head, a mix of amusement and exasperation on her face. Girl, you need to go talk to him yourself. He's made it pretty clear he's not going to do this on his own. But, no buts, she interrupts. You're Amber freaking Johnson. You moved to a new town, started a business from scratch, and you're raising an amazing kid on your own. You can handle one broody ex-hockey player. I can't help but laugh. When you put it like that. Exactly. Jasmine grins. Now go get your man. Or at least get some answers. I take a deep breath, squaring my shoulders. You're right. I'm done waiting around. That's my girl. Jasmine cheers as I grab my keys and head for the door. Go get him, Tiger. I pause at the threshold, turning back with a grateful smile. Thanks, Jazz. You're the best. I know. She winks. Now scoot. With a determined nod, I step out into the crisp evening air, ready to confront Mavrik and finally get some answers. I spot Mavrik's broad shoulders as he exits Liam's shop, the bell tinkling above his head. My heart races, a mix of anger and anticipation coursing through me. It's now or never. Hey, you, I call out, my voice sharper than intended. Mavrik turns, his eyes widening as he sees me marching towards him. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Mr. Disappearing Act. He glances around, clearly uncomfortable with the public confrontation. Amber, what are you? Oh, so you do remember my name. I cut him off, crossing my arms. Funny, I was starting to think you'd forgotten all about me. And the cafe. And, oh yeah, that kiss at the festival. Mavrik's jaw clenches. This isn't the place. No, this is exactly the place, I snap, aware of the curious glances from passers-by. Because apparently it's the only way I can get you to talk to me. What's your deal, Mavrik? You kiss me, then ghost me for a week? He runs a hand through his hair, frustration evident. I didn't ghost you. I've been busy. Busy? I scoff. Too busy for coffee? Too busy to text back? Hell, you had time to take Ollie to a game, but not even a word to me after? I told you I was taking him to the game, Mavrik counters, his voice low and controlled. That's not the point. I throw my hands up in exasperation. You can't just waltz into our lives, play hockey hero with my kid, kiss me like that, and then act like nothing happened. A small crowd has gathered, whispering and watching our exchange like it's the latest episode of their favorite drama. It doesn't bother me. Let them see. Mavrik notices too, his posture stiffening. I don't know what you want from me, he says, his tone maddeningly even. An explanation would be a good start, I retort. Or how about an apology? Or just something. Anything other than this hot and cold routine you've got going on. Mavrik's eyes narrow. I haven't done anything wrong. You're making a scene over nothing. His dismissive attitude only fuels my frustration. Nothing. You call that kiss nothing? It was a mistake, he says flatly, and I feel like I've been slapped. A mistake. I repeat, my voice barely above a whisper. Well, thanks for clearing that up. Glad we got that sorted out in front of half the town. Mavrik's eyes widen, and he takes a step towards me. Amber, wait. I didn't mean it like that. Oh, really? Then please enlighten me on what you did mean. I snap, my voice dripping with sarcasm. He runs a hand through his hair, frustration evident. Look, I'm not good at this. I didn't mean the kiss was a mistake. I meant... Hell, I don't know what I meant. Well, that clears things up. I roll my eyes. You know what? I'm done with your macho man games. If you're going to be like this, just continue to leave me alone. Amber, come on, that's not fair. Fair. I cut him off. You want to talk about fair? How about ghosting someone for a week after kissing them? Is that fair? Mavrik opens his mouth to respond, but before he can get a word out, I hear a familiar voice call out, Mom! Coach Mavrik! I turn to see Ollie bounding towards us, his backpack bouncing against his back. His face is lit up with excitement, but as he gets closer, his smile falters. He looks between Mavrik and me, his brow furrowing. Is everything okay? He asks, his voice small. I force a smile, reaching out to take his hand. Everything's fine, sweetie. We were just talking. Come on, let's head back to the cafe. I've got a fresh batch of those chocolate chip cookies you love. Ollie hesitates, his eyes darting to Mavrik. But... Now, Ollie, I say, my tone leaving no room for argument. I start walking, gently pulling Ollie along with me. I can feel Mavrik's eyes boring into my back, but I don't turn around. I've said my piece and I'm done. As we walk, Ollie tugs on my hand. Mom, did you and Coach Mavrik have a fight? I sigh, looking down at my son's concerned face. It's complicated, honey. Grown-up stuff. Is he not going to help me with hockey anymore? The question makes my heart ache. I stop walking and kneel down to Ollie's level. I don't know, sweetie, but no matter what, you've got me, okay? And we'll figure it out together. Ollie nods, but I can see the disappointment in his eyes. As we continue our walk back to the cafe, I can't help but feel a twinge of guilt. I know Ollie's grown attached to Mavrik, and part of me wonders if I'm being too harsh. But then I remember the week of silence, the dismissive attitude, and I steel myself. No matter how good Mavrik is with Ollie, I can't let myself get hurt again. And I certainly can't let Ollie get hurt. As we reach the cafe, I give Ollie's hand a squeeze. You know I've always got your back no matter what, right? His face brightens a little. I've got yours too, Mom. I know, sweetheart, I say, forcing a cheerful tone. As I unlock the cafe door, I push thoughts of Mavrik to the back of my mind. Right now, Ollie needs me, and that's all that matters. As we step into the cafe, I plaster on a smile for Ollie's sake. All right, kiddo, let's get you set up with your homework, yeah? Ollie nods. His earlier excitement dimmed. Okay, Mom. I grab a freshly baked chocolate chip cookie from the display case and pour a glass of milk. Here you go, sweetie. Your favorite study snack. Thanks, he mumbles, pulling out his math workbook. I ruffle his hair. I've got some baking to do in the back. You good out here? Uh-huh, Ollie says, already scribbling away at his multiplication tables. I hesitate, watching him for a moment. Holler if you need anything, okay? I call over my shoulder. 'Kay, Mom. In the kitchen, I flip on the hood fan, its familiar hum filling the air. I grab ingredients for a batch of snickerdoodles, my hands moving on autopilot as I measure and mix. The rhythmic motion of stirring the dough usually soothes me, but today it just gives my mind space to replay the confrontation with Mavrik. His dismissive tone, the word mistake echoing in my ears. I set the bowl down with a thud, gripping the edge of the counter. The fan's white noise drowns out the first sob that escapes my throat. Tears stream down my face as I sink to the floor, back against the cool metal of the fridge. I wrap my arms around my knees, trying to muffle the sound of my crying. Get it together, Amber. I whisper to myself, but the tears keep coming. I'm angry at Mavrik, sure, but I'm angrier at myself for letting him affect me like this. For letting him get close enough to hurt me, to hurt Ollie. I don't know how long I sit there, letting out all the frustration and disappointment, but eventually the tears slow, and I take a shaky breath. The fan's still going, masking any noise I've made. I stand up, wiping my face with my apron. There's work to be done, cookies to bake. Life goes on, with or without Mavrik Winters. I turn back to the abandoned cookie dough, determination setting in. We've made it this far on our own. Ollie and me against the world, and that's how it'll stay.
Chapter 22. Mavrik. I slammed the door shut behind me, the sound echoing through my empty townhouse. Damn. I royally screwed up. Amber's face, twisted with hurt and anger, is seared into my brain. I can't shake it. Pacing the living room, I run my hands through my hair. The urge to punch something, anything, is overwhelming. But I've already made enough of an idiot of myself today. I want her. God, do I want her. But committing to one woman? That's not me. Hockey was my mistress, my everything. Now, I'm adrift, unsure if I can give Amber what she deserves. The doorbell rings, jarring me from my thoughts. I yank it open to find Liam standing there, arms crossed. "You look terrible," he says, pushing past me into the house. "Thanks," I grunt, shutting the door. "What do you want?" Liam plops down on my couch, eyebrow raised. "Heard your little lover spat outside the store. Real smooth, bro." "It wasn't a lover's spat," I growl, grabbing a beer from the fridge. "You want one?" "Nah, I'm good." "So you gonna tell me what that was all about?" I take a long pull from my bottle. "Nothing to tell. I screwed up, end of story." Liam snorts. "Yeah, you think. You kissed her and then ghosted her for a week. Idiot move." "I didn't ghost her," I protest weakly. "I took Ollie to that game, didn't I?" "Oh yeah, using her kid as a buffer. Real mature." I glare at him. "You got a point to make here, or you just come to bust my balls?" Liam leans forward, his expression serious. "Look, man, I know you're struggling with this whole retirement thing. But Amber, she's good for you. And you're good for her and Ollie." "I don't know how to do this, Liam," I admit, the words tasting bitter. "Relationships, commitment, that was never my thing." "So learn," he says simply. "Take her on a real date. Apologize for being an idiot. Show her you're serious." I pause, considering his words. "You think she'd even give me a chance after today?" Liam grins. "Only one way to find out, big brother." I drain my beer and set it down with a thud. Damn, you're right. I need to fix this. Liam's eyebrows shoot up. Did the great Mavrik Winters just admit I'm right? Should I buy a lottery ticket? Shut up, I growl, but there's no heat behind it. I need your help, man. How do I set up a date? I've never done this before. Liam leans back, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, well. The tables have turned. Let's see. Keep it small and romantic. Nothing too flashy that screams, I'm overcompensating because I'm a jerk. I roll my eyes. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Anytime, bro. Liam grins. So, what were you thinking? I scratch my chin, considering. What about a picnic? I know this overlook just outside town. Great view, especially with the fall colors. Liam nods approvingly. Not bad, Mav. Simple but thoughtful. Amber seems like she'd appreciate that more than some fancy restaurant. Yeah? I can't help the hint of hope in my voice. You think she'd go for it? If you grovel enough, maybe, Liam chuckles. But seriously, it's a good idea. Just don't screw it up this time, okay? I grab a throw pillow and chuck it at his head. Real helpful, jerk. Liam catches it easily. Hey, I'm full of wisdom. Now let's plan this picnic. You're gonna need food, a blanket, maybe some candles. As Liam rattles off a list, I feel a mix of excitement and terror. I face down 250-pound defenseman without flinching, but the thought of this date has my stomach in knots. But Amber's worth it. I just hope I can convince her of that. I watch as Liam rummages through my kitchen drawers, finally producing a crumpled piece of paper and a pen. He slaps them down on the counter with a grin. All right, Romeo. Let's make this picnic happen. You've got 2 days to plan. What's on the menu? I run a hand through my hair, racking my brain. Sandwiches? That's picnic food, right? Liam rolls his eyes. Jesus, Mav. You're hopeless. What about some of Amber's treats from the cafe? That'll score you major points. Damn, yeah, good call. I lean over the counter, scribbling on the paper. Those pumpkin spice muffins she makes. And maybe some of those little apple tarts. Now you're talking. Liam nods approvingly. What else? We need more than just sweets. I tap the pen against my chin. Some of that artisan bread from the bakery down the street? We could make fancy sandwiches or something. Look at you, getting all gourmet. Liam chuckles. Hey, what about a bottle of that spiced wine from the local winery? And some fresh fruit to balance it all out. Damn, little brother. When did you become such a romantic? I ask, adding his suggestions to the list. Liam puffs out his chest. Some of us actually dated in high school instead of just playing hockey, you know? I swatted him with the pen. Piss off, I dated. Sort of. Yeah, if you count make-out sessions in the equipment room as dating, Liam snorts. I flip him off, but there's no heat behind it. Whatever. You think this is enough? Liam peers at the list. Yeah, this looks good. I'll grab everything from the cafe and bakery. That way Amber won't suspect anything. You'd do that? I ask, surprised. Of course, man. That's what brothers are for. Liam grins, snatching the list off the counter. Plus, I get to sample all the goods while I'm there. I shake my head, chuckling. You're a menace. Thanks, though. I owe you one. Liam heads for the door, but pauses, turning back with a softer expression. Hey, Mav, I'm proud of you, man. You're finally getting it. You might just turn into a real romantic yet. I feel my face heat up, uncomfortable with the sincerity. Yeah. Don't get all mushy on me now. Liam laughs, ducking out the door before I can throw something at him. As it closes behind him, I lean against the counter, a mix of nerves and excitement churning in my gut. This better work. I can't screw things up with Amber again. I pull up to the Outlook, gravel crunching under my tires. The view hits me like a sucker punch to the gut. Reds, oranges, and golds paint the landscape, a riot of color I'd forgotten existed outside the harsh whites of ice rinks. Stepping out of my car, I breathe in deep. The air fills my lungs, carrying memories I'd tried to bury. Dad's booming laugh, Mom's gentle smile. Liam's excited chatter as we'd race to spot the brightest tree. Damn, I mutter, rubbing my chest. This place was supposed to be perfect for the picnic, not a goddamn trip down memory lane. I pace the overlook, trying to shake off the ghosts. Okay, Mavrik, get it together. Focus on Amber. Clearing my throat, I face the view and practice my speech. Amber, I'm sorry for being a jerk. Damn. The words feel clunky, forced. I try again. Look, I know I screwed up. I'm not good at this relationship crap, but... I growl in frustration, kicking at a nearby rock. Jesus Christ, I sound like a damn teenager. A squirrel chatters nearby, almost mocking me. I glare at it. You got any bright ideas for Ball? It scampers off, clearly unimpressed with my romantic prowess. Can't say I blame it. I steady myself against the railing. The fall breeze whips around me, carrying hints of pine and distant wood smoke. It's grounding. Familiar. Amber. I start again, softer this time. I've been a coward. Hockey was my whole life, and now I'm scared of what comes next. But when I'm with you and Ollie, things make sense again. I want to try this for real. If you'll give me another chance. The words hang in the air, honest and raw. It's not perfect, but it's me. And for the first time in a long while, that feels like enough. My phone blares, shattering the quiet. I fumble it out of my pocket, nearly dropping the damn thing off the overlook. Yeah? I growl, annoyed at the interruption. Whoa, easy there, grumpy pants. Liam's voice crackles through the speaker. Did I interrupt your brooding session? I roll my eyes. Screw off. What do you want? Such gratitude, Liam chuckles. I've got all the supplies for Operation Woo Amber. Get your butt back here so we can make these fancy sandwiches. Already? I ask, surprised. Damn, you work fast. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents. I can practically hear his smirk. Unlike some people who need their hand held through basic dating rituals. Keep it up, and I'll show you some hand-holding, all right? I threaten, but there's no real heat behind it. Liam laughs. Ooh, I'm shaking. Now hurry up before the bread goes stale and your romantic gesture turns into a crouton catastrophe. Yeah, I'm coming, I grumble. Thanks, man, I mean it. Don't get all sappy on me now, Liam teases. See you soon. I hang up, shoving the phone back in my pocket. Taking one last look at the view, I feel something shift inside me. The colors seem brighter somehow, more vivid, like I'm seeing clearly for the first time in years. All right, Amber, I mutter to myself. Time to stop being a chicken and fight for what I want. I turn back to my car, a new determination in my step. I'm done running, done hiding behind my walls. Amber deserves better, and damn it, I'm going to give it to her. As I slide into the driver's seat, I can't help but grin. Who would have thought? Mavrik Winters, former NHL bad boy, getting all worked up over a picnic date. But Amber's worth it. Hell, she's worth everything. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 23. Amber. I'm wiping down the counter, the scent of coffee and cinnamon lingering in the air as I close up shop. The bell over the door jingles, and I look up to see Liam strolling in, hands in his pockets. Sorry, we're closed, I say, tossing the rag into the sink. Or at least that's what the sign says. Liam grins, unfazed. I'm not here for coffee. I'm here to babysit Ollie. I pause, my hand on the cash register. Babysit? I didn't arrange for a babysitter. Trust me, Liam says, leaning against the counter. You're going to want to head over to the Walnut Bridge overlook. I narrow my eyes. What are you up to, Liam Winters? He holds up his hands. Hey, don't shoot the messenger. Just trust me on this one. Ollie, who's been coloring at a nearby table, pipes up. Come on, Mom. It sounds cool. You should go. I'll eye Liam suspiciously. If this is some kind of prank. No pranks, I swear, Liam says, crossing his heart. Scout's honor. You were never a scout, I retort. Liam chuckles. Details, details. Come on, Amber. Live a little. Hey, I'll finish closing the store for you too. Come on, you deserve a break. I sigh, looking between Liam's eager face and Ollie's hopeful one. Well, I know I'm being set up for something here, but I'm too intrigued not to find out what. Fine. But if you're wasting my time, Liam, you'll be hearing about it. And don't you dare spoil him while I'm gone. Who, me? Liam asks innocently, ruffling Ollie's hair. Wouldn't dream of it. I grab my jacket from the hook behind the counter. Ollie, be good for Liam. And you, I point at Liam. No ice cream for dinner. Aw, Mom, Ollie whines. You're no fun, Liam pouts. I roll my eyes, heading for the door. That's my job. I'll be back soon. As I step outside, the crisp autumn air nips at my cheeks. I can't help but wonder what's waiting for me at the Overlook. Part of me hopes it's Mavrik, but after our argument, I'm not sure what to expect. Whatever it is, it better be worth leaving my son with Liam, fun Uncle Winters. I drive along the winding road to the Overlook. The autumn scenery, a blur of fiery oranges and deep reds. My mind races faster than my car, wondering what awaits me at the end of this impromptu journey. As I round the final bend, my breath catches. There, silhouetted against the setting sun, stands Mavrik. A picnic blanket lies spread at his feet. A wicker basket and bottle of wine perched atop it. The fading light paints the tree line behind him in a warm golden glow. I park and step out, leaves crunching beneath my feet. Mavrik's eyes lock onto mine, a mix of nervousness and determination in his gaze. Didn't expect to see you here, I say, crossing my arms. He runs a hand through his hair. Yeah, well, I've been an idiot. I raise an eyebrow. That's putting it mildly. I know. He sighs. I want to make it up to you, if you'll let me. I glance at the picnic setup. With wine and, is that my pumpkin bread? A ghost of a smile plays on his lips. Liam's not as sneaky as he thinks. Your secret recipe's safe. I can't help but chuckle. So, what's all this about, Mavrik? He gestures to the blanket. Sit with me, please. I hesitate, then nod, settling onto the soft fabric. Mavrik joins me, his large frame surprisingly graceful as he pours 2 glasses of wine. Look, Amber, he starts, handing me a glass. I've been a jerk, running hot and cold, avoiding you after, well, you know. The kiss, I supply, taking a sip. The rich flavor dances on my tongue. He nods, a faint blush creeping up his neck. Yeah, that. I panicked. You don't say, I retort, but there's no real bite to it. Mavrik lets out a dry laugh. I'm not good at this. Feelings, talking, being normal, I guess. Hockey was always my escape. I soften slightly. And now you don't have that anymore. Exactly, he says, meeting my eyes. But being around you and Ollie, it feels right, and that scares the hell out of me. I set down my glass, my heart racing. So what are you saying, Mavrik? I'm saying I want to try, for real this time, no more running. I take a deep breath, the fresh air filling my lungs. Mavrik's words hang between us, heavy with promise and possibility. My heart races, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through me. Okay, I say softly. Let's try. Mavrik's eyes widen as if he didn't quite believe I'd agree. Yeah? I nod, a small smile tugging at my lips. Yeah. But no more running, got it? He grins, a rare sight that transforms his usually brooding face. Got it. Mavrik reaches into the picnic basket, pulling out sandwiches wrapped in brown paper. Hope you like roast beef. Liam said it was your favorite. Liam needs to stop spilling my secrets. I laugh, accepting the sandwich. But he's right. Your brother's got a big mouth, you know that. Trust me, I know, Mavrik chuckles, unwrapping his own sandwich. Been dealing with it for 32 years. We eat in comfortable silence for a moment, the view of Oak Hill spread out before us. The town looks like a painting, all warm colors and twinkling lights in the dusk. So, I say, popping a berry into my mouth. Tell me about the injury. What happened? It's a test, and he knows it. If he's going to be close with me, then he needs to open up. Best to start with the worst of it. Mavrik's jaw tightens, but he doesn't shut down like I half expected. It was during a playoff game against Boston. Took a bad hit, went down hard. I wince. Sounds rough. Yeah, it was. He nods, his voice low. Tore my ACL, messed up my knee pretty bad. Tried physical therapy for months, but... He trails off, shaking his head. But it wasn't enough? I prompt gently. Mavrik lets out a bitter laugh. Not even close. Fluid retention, edema, whatever medical jargon I can't remember. Doctor said if I kept playing, I'd do permanent damage. Might not even be able to walk right. Hell, sometimes if I jog too long, it starts to act up. I reach out, placing my hand on his. That must have been hard to hear. He looks at our hands, then back at me. Hardest thing I've ever had to face. Hockey was my whole life, you know? And just like that, it was over. What did the team say? Mavrik shrugs, but I can see the pain in his eyes. Manager called me in, said they were letting me go. Called it a mutual parting of ways in the press release. That's ridiculous, I blurt out, surprising both of us with my vehemence. He laughs, a genuine sound this time. Yeah, it was, but that's the business. I squeeze his hand. Well, their loss is Oak Hill's gain, and... I hesitate, then add softly, mine too. Mavrik's eyes meet mine, intense and vulnerable all at once. Your turn, he says. What brought you to Oak Hill? I take a deep breath. The cool night air filling my lungs. Mavrik's question hangs between us, and I know it's time to open up. Well, my ex-husband and we just grew apart. I start, fidgeting with the stem of my wine glass. He was always chasing the next big thing, and I was just trying to keep up. Mavrik nods, his eyes never leaving mine. Sounds rough. It was, I admit. I gave up my career as a pastry chef to support his dreams, but in the end, it wasn't enough. For either of us. What about Ollie? Mavrik asks, his voice softening at the mention of my son. I can't help but smile, thinking of my little boy. He's been so strong through all of this, but the divorce, it hit him hard. He needed a fresh start as much as I did. And that's how you ended up here? Bingo, I say, raising my glass in a mock toast. I always dreamed of opening my own cafe. When I heard the previous owner was selling, it felt like fate. Mavrik leans back, a small smile playing on his lips. So you just packed up and moved, just like that? I laugh, the sound carrying across the quiet hilltop. Oh, trust me, it wasn't just like that. There were plenty of panic attacks and second guessing, but seeing Ollie come to life here, it makes it all worth it. And what about you? Mavrik asks, his voice low. Are you happy here? I look out over Oak Hill, the twinkling lights of the town below us. Yeah, I say softly. Yeah, I really am. As if on cue, the first stars begin to appear in the darkening sky. Mavrik shifts closer, his arm brushing against mine. The warmth of his body sends a shiver through me that has nothing to do with the cool night air. Cold? He asks, his breath tickling my ear. I turn to face him, suddenly very aware of how close we are. Not anymore, I whisper. Mavrik's eyes darken, and before I can think, his lips are on mine. The kiss is passionate, urgent, like he's trying to pour everything he can't say into this one moment. I melt into him, my hands finding their way to his chest. When we finally break apart, We're both breathing hard. Mavrik rests his forehead against mine, a soft chuckle escaping him. "What?" I ask, still a bit dazed. "Nothing," he says, brushing a strand of hair from my face. "Just thinking how glad I am you chose Oak Hill for your fresh start." I smile, leaning in for another kiss. "Me too, Mavrik. Me too."
Chapter 24. Mavrik. I'm restocking shelves at Liam's store, trying to keep my mind off Amber, when I catch snippets of conversation from a couple browsing the fishing gear. "Did you hear about Mavrik and that cafe owner?" The woman's voice is hushed, but not enough. "The single mom." "Yeah, talk about an odd pair," her companion replies. My jaw clenches. I grip the box of lures tighter, knuckles white. "I give it a month before he's bored and moves on," the woman continues. "These celebrity types always do." I whirl around, ready to give them a piece of my mind, but Liam's there, shaking his head. "Don't," he mouths silently. "Damn. He's right. I can't go off on customers." I turn back to the shelves, shoving items into place with more force than necessary. "You good?" Liam asks quietly. "Peachy," I growl. "I'm taking 5. I storm out the back door, gulping in the crisp autumn air. The urge to punch something is overwhelming. Instead, I decide to grab a coffee. Maybe seeing Amber will calm me down. As I approach the roasted oak, the chatter from inside grows louder. I push open the door, the bell jingling overhead. "Well, speak of the devil," a guy at the counter says, elbowing his friend. Amber's behind the counter, her smile faltering as she sees my expression. "I heard she landed the local celebrity," another customer stage whispers. "Who knew the hockey star had a thing for single moms?" That's it. I stride over, planting myself between them and the counter. "You know," I say, keeping my voice low and controlled, "the way I was raised, talking about people like that to their faces is considered pretty rude." The color drains from their faces. "We didn't mean—" "Save it," I cut them off. "How about you finish your coffee and mind your own damn business?" They nod quickly, suddenly very interested in their mugs. I turn to Amber, who's watching me with a mix of concern and... is that amusement? "The usual?" she asks, already reaching for a cup. "Please," I sigh, some of the tension leaving my shoulders. "And maybe we can talk? When you've got a minute?" She nods, a small smile playing at her lips. "For you? I think I can manage that." I watch Amber work her magic behind the counter, her hands moving with practiced ease as she prepares my usual. The aroma of freshly ground coffee fills the air, momentarily drowning out the lingering whispers around us. "Here you go," she says, sliding a steaming mug across the counter. "Give me a few minutes and I'll join you." I nod, taking my coffee to a corner table. The warmth of the mug seeps into my palms, grounding me. I take a sip, letting the rich flavor wash over my tongue. True to her word, Amber appears a few minutes later, wiping her hands on her apron. She slides into the seat across from me, her eyes searching my face. "So," she starts, "want to talk about what just happened?" I let out a long breath. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have..." She holds up a hand, cutting me off. "Mavrik, this is small-town life. You take the good with the bad." "The tight-knit community with the gossip," I mutter. "Exactly." She leans forward, her voice low. "Look, I know you grew up with this, but now I've experienced tabloids and gossip bloggers. It gets to me more," I finish for her. She nods, a small smile playing at her lips. "Bingo." I run a hand through my hair, frustrated. I can't stand them talking about you like that. I appreciate the sentiment, but... She pauses, choosing her words carefully. "I need you to watch your temper. For my sake." Our eyes lock, and I see the sincerity in hers. I nod slowly. Yeah, okay. I'll try. That's all I ask. She reaches across the table, giving my hand a quick squeeze before standing up. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a business to run. I watch her walk away, feeling a mix of admiration and something deeper I'm not quite ready to name. As she disappears behind the counter, I make a silent promise to myself, and to her, to do better. I'm savoring the last bite of my pumpkin spice muffin when the bell above the door chimes. A wiry man in a crisp button-down and khakis strides in, clipboard in hand. Amber's smile falters for a split second before she plasters on her professional grin. "Mr. Hawkins! Welcome back to the Roasted Oak," she chirps. The man, clearly the health inspector, nods stiffly. "Miss Johnson, I trust you're prepared for today's inspection?" "Of course," Amber says, gesturing towards the immaculate counter. "Feel free to look around." I watch as this Hawkins guy pokes and prods, scribbling furiously on his clipboard. His lips are pursed in a permanent frown as he examines every nook and cranny. He mutters, peering into a spotless coffee grinder. "Residue buildup. Tisk task." Amber's smile wavers. "I clean that every night, sir." "Not well enough, apparently," he sniffs. I can't help but roll my eyes. This guy's on a power trip if I've ever seen one. Hawkins moves to the pastry case, squinting at the array of baked goods. "And how long have these been sitting out?" "They're all fresh from this morning," Amber explains patiently. "I bake in small batches throughout the day." He grunts again, unconvinced. I've had enough. Standing up, I saunter over to the counter. "Everything all right here?" Hawkins turns, irritation flashing across his face. Then his eyes widen in recognition. You're Mavrik Winters!" "The one and only," I smirk. "And I gotta say, these muffins? Best I've ever had. Fresh as can be." The inspector's demeanor shifts instantly. "Oh, well, if you say so, Mr. Winters. I'm sure Miss Johnson runs a tight ship here." "Damn straight she does," I nod, catching Amber's grateful look. "In fact, why don't you try one of those apple turnovers? On me." Hawkins hesitates, then nods eagerly. "Well, if you insist." As Amber serves him, I lean in close. "You know, it'd be a real shame if word got out that our local health inspector was giving undue hassle to the best cafe in town. Might make people think there's some ulterior motive at play." His face pales slightly. I assure you, Mr. Winters, that's not the case at all." "Glad to hear it," I say, clapping him on the shoulder. "Now, how about we let the lady get back to work?" Hawkins nods quickly, scribbling something on his clipboard. "Everything looks to be in order, Miss Johnson. Keep up the good work." As he scurries out, apple turnover in hand, Amber turns to me with a mix of exasperation and amusement. "You didn't have to do that, you know." I shrug, feeling a warmth in my chest at her smile. "Maybe not, but I wanted to." Amber smiles at me, nods. "All right then. See you tonight, Mr. Winters." I nod back. Wouldn't miss it for anything. I pull up to Amber's cozy bungalow, killing the engine of my truck. The porch light casts a warm glow, inviting me in. I take a breath, steeling myself. Dinner with Amber and Ollie. No big deal, right? The door swings open before I can knock, Ollie's excited face beaming up at me. "Coach Mavrik! You're here!" "Hey, champ," I ruffle his hair. "Something smells amazing." Amber appears behind him, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "That would be the lasagna. Come on in. It's almost ready." I follow them inside, the aroma of garlic and tomato sauce filling the air. The house is small but homey, with framed photos of Ollie lining the walls. "Can I show Coach Mavrik my room?" Ollie bounces on his toes. Amber laughs. "After dinner, sweetie. Why don't you set the table?" As Ollie scampers off, Amber turns to me. "Thanks for coming. It means a lot to him. To us. I nod, suddenly feeling out of place in this domestic scene. Thanks for having me. Dinner is a lively affair, with Ollie chattering about school and hockey practice. Amber and I exchange glances over his head, sharing silent smiles at his enthusiasm. After we clear the plates, Ollie drags us to the living room. Movie time! We settle on the couch, Ollie wedged between us. As the opening credits roll, I feel Amber's hand brush against mine. I intertwine our fingers, heart racing at the simple contact. Halfway through the movie, Ollie's head starts to droop. Amber nudges him gently. Bedtime, mister. Oh, Mom, he whines, but his yawn betrays him. Tell you what, I chime in. You hit the sack now, and next practice, I'll show you my secret ultra super slap shot technique. His eyes light up. Deal! After Ollie's tucked in, Amber and I find ourselves alone on the couch. The air feels charged, expectant. So, she says, leaning closer, about that kiss. I cup her face in my hands, bringing my lips to hers. It's soft, tender, nothing like the heated make-out session at the picnic. When we part, her eyes are shining. Stay, she whispers. I nod, unable to form words. In her bedroom, we don't speak. There's no need. We undress quietly, slipping under the covers. Amber curls into me, her head resting on my chest. I wrap my arms around her, marveling at how perfectly she fits against me. As her breathing evens out, I'm struck by a realization. This moment, holding her as she sleeps, trusting me completely, is more intimate than any physical act could be. My chest tightens, a mix of fear and elation washing over me. Holy cow, I'm in love with her.
Chapter 25. Amber. I wake to the aroma of coffee and pancakes wafting through the house. For a moment, I'm disoriented. Did I sleep through my alarm? Panic surges through me until I remember. Mavrik stayed over last night. Stretching, I slip out of bed and pad downstairs, following the enticing scent. As I reach the kitchen, I'm greeted by a sight that makes my heart skip a beat. Mavrik stands at the stove, his broad back to me as he flips pancakes with expert precision. Ollie perches on a stool at the counter, chattering away. And then, boom! The puck went right into the net. Ollie's hands gesture wildly, nearly knocking over his glass of orange juice. Whoa there, buddy, Mavrik chuckles, reaching out to steady the glass. Save those moves for the ice. Mom! Ollie spots me and grins. Coach Mavrik's making us breakfast. Mavrik turns, spatula in hand. Morning, sunshine. Hope you're hungry. I cross the kitchen, drawn by the warmth in his blue eyes. Starving. But you didn't have to do all this. Wanted to. He shrugs, then pulls me close for a quick kiss. Though I gotta warn you, my coffee-making skills are trash compared to yours. I laugh, reaching for the mug he's poured me. I'm sure it's not that. The words die on my lips as I take a sip. Well, calling it coffee might be generous. Mavrik watches my face, amusement dancing in his eyes. That bad, huh? It's, unique, I manage, setting the mug down. He barks out a laugh. Damn, I was hoping you wouldn't notice. Well, that's why I go to your cafe every day. Guess I'll stick to pancakes and leave the coffee to the pro. Smart man, I tease, leaning into him. As I watch Mavrik and Ollie dig into their breakfast, chatting and laughing, warmth spreads through my chest. The coffee might be terrible, but this moment, it's pretty close to perfect. At the cafe, I tie on my apron, greeting my customers with a cheerful, "Morning, everyone." As the morning rush dies down, I catch snippets of whispered conversations. Is it just me? Or is Amber glowing today? Must be that new man of hers. Lucky girl, snagging the town celebrity. I try to ignore the chatter, focusing on my work, but I can't help the warmth spreading through my chest. For once, the gossip doesn't bother me. The afternoon lull hits, and I'm elbow deep in inventory when the bell above the door chimes. We're fresh out of decent coffee, but I hear the owner makes a mean latte. I whirl around to find Mavrik leaning against the counter, a takeout bag in hand. What are you doing here? He shrugs, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. Thought you might be hungry. You always forget to eat on busy days. I do not. My stomach chooses that moment to growl loudly, betraying me. Mavrik raises an eyebrow. You were saying? I laugh, wiping my hands on my apron. Okay, maybe I forget sometimes. What'd you bring? He unpacks the bag, revealing sandwiches from my favorite deli. Figured we could have lunch together. If you're not too busy? For you? Never. I grin, leading him to a quiet corner table. As we eat in the storage room, I can't help but marvel at how comfortable this feels. Mavrik's gruff exterior has softened, revealing a thoughtful, caring man underneath. Who knew the town's brooding bad boy could be so sweet? As we finish our sandwiches, Mavrik's intense gaze locks onto mine. The air in the small storage room suddenly feels charged, electric. He leans in, his calloused hand cupping my cheek. You've got a little, he murmurs, his thumb brushing the corner of my mouth. I catch my breath, hyper-aware of his touch. Did you get it? Not quite, he smirks, closing the distance between us. His lips meet mine, soft at first, then more insistent. I melt into him, my hand sliding up his chest to tangle in his hair. Mavrik growls low in his throat, pulling me closer. The kiss deepens, and I find myself pressed against the shelves, surrounded by the scent of coffee beans and Mavrik's cologne. His hands roam my sides, leaving trails of heat in their wake. I gasp as he nips at my pulse point. The feeling's mutual, big guy. Just as things start to get really heated, the distant chime of the cafe door cuts through our haze. I reluctantly pull away, my breathing ragged. Damn, I mutter, smoothing down my hair. I should. Mavrik nods, his eyes dark with desire. Yeah, you should probably get that. Before I can leave, Mavrik catches my wrist, pulling me back for one more searing kiss. This isn't over, he promises, his voice husky. I bite my lip, a thrill running through me. Come over tonight? After Ollie's in bed? A slow, wicked grin spreads across his face. Try and stop me. With one last lingering look, I hurry out to greet the customer, my skin still tingling from Mavrik's touch. It's going to be a long afternoon. The house is quiet, Ollie's soft snores drifting down the hallway. I've changed into a simple cotton nightdress, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. I'm not a teenager anymore, but damn, Mavrik makes me feel like one. A soft knock at the front door sends my pulse racing. I open it to find Mavrik standing there, his broad frame silhouetted against the moonlit porch. He's changed, too, into a fitted black t-shirt and sweatpants, his hair still damp from a shower. Hey, I whisper, stepping aside to let him in. Hey yourself, he murmurs, his voice low and husky. He kicks off his shoes, his eyes never leaving mine. There's a heat in his gaze that sends a shiver down my spine. I lead him to my bedroom, each step filled with anticipation. The room is bathed in the soft glow of my bedside lamp, casting long shadows across the floor. I close the door behind us, the click of the latch echoing in the silence. Mavrik turns to me, his blue eyes dark with desire. He reaches out, his calloused hand cupping my cheek. You sure about this, Amber? His voice is rough, barely more than a growl. I nod, my breath hitching as his thumb brushes my lower lip. I'm sure, Mavrik. His mouth crashes onto mine, hungry and demanding. I melt into him, my hands sliding up his chest to tangle in his hair. His arms wrap around me, pulling me closer, until I can feel every hard plane of his body. He breaks the kiss, his breath ragged. "You taste so sweet," he murmurs, his lips trailing down my neck. I gasp as he nips at my pulse point, his stubble scratching my sensitive skin. His hands roam my body, exploring every curve. I shiver as his fingers trace the hem of my nightdress, his touch leaving trails of heat in its wake. He pauses, his eyes locked onto mine in a silent question. I nod, my heart pounding. He slides the fabric up, his knuckles brushing my skin. I raise my arms, letting him pull the nightdress off. The cool air hits my bare skin, sending a shiver down my spine. But Mavrik's there, his warm hands chasing away the chill. He dips his head, capturing my mouth in another searing kiss. I cling to him, my nails digging into his shoulders as he guides me towards the bed. We tumble onto the mattress, a tangle of limbs and desperate kisses. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. We lie there for a moment, our breath slowing, our hearts returning to their normal rhythm. Mavrik rolls off me, pulling me into his arms. I nestle against his chest, his heartbeat a steady drum beneath my ear. I trail off, unable to find the words. He chuckles, his chest rumbling beneath my cheek. "Yeah, it was," he murmurs, his arms tightening around me. I close my eyes, a soft smile playing at my lips.
Chapter 26, Mavrik. I wake up with a start, my heart pounding. Amber's warm body is pressed against mine, her soft breathing the only sound in the room. Damn, this feeling. It's intense. Too intense. Carefully, I untangle myself from her and sit up, running a hand through my hair. The first rays of sunlight peek through the curtains, casting a soft glow on Amber's sleeping form. She's beautiful, inside and out, and that scares the hell out of me. I get dressed quietly, trying not to wake her, but as I'm pulling on my shirt, I hear her stir. "Mavrik!" Her voice is groggy with sleep. "Where are you going?" I turn to face her, my chest tightening at the sight of her sleepy smile. "Hey, I gotta help Liam open the store." She props herself up on one elbow, her brow furrowing slightly. "This early?" "Yeah, we've got a new shipment coming in." The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, but I can't bring myself to tell her the truth. That I'm running scared. Oh. Her disappointment is palpable, and it takes everything in me not to crawl back into bed with her. "Well, will I see you later?" I nod, not trusting my voice. I lean down and kiss her forehead, breathing in her scent. "I'll stop by the cafe later." She reaches up, her fingers grazing my stubbled jaw. "You okay?" "Yeah, just got a lot on my mind." I force a smile. "Go back to sleep. I'll see you later." I practically bolt from the room, pausing only to ruffle Ollie's hair as I pass his bedroom. The kid's snoring softly, oblivious to the turmoil in my chest. Outside, the chill morning air hits me like a slap to the face. I take a deep breath, trying to clear my head. But all I can think about is Amber's smile, her laugh, the way she looks at me like I'm worth something. I make my way to Liam's store, knowing full well he won't be there for at least another hour. But I need time to think, to process these feelings that are threatening to overwhelm me. Leaning against the storefront, I watch as Oak Hill slowly comes to life. A few early risers jog past, nodding in recognition. The smell of fresh bread wafts from the bakery down the street. This town, these people, they're becoming more than just a pit stop. They're becoming home. And that terrifies me more than any hockey enforcer ever could. I'm leaning against the storefront, lost in thought, when Liam's beat-up pickup rumbles into view. He parks, hops out, and does a double-take when he spots me. "Mav, what the hell are you doing here at early as hell o'clock in the morning?" I shrug, trying to play it cool. "Couldn't sleep. Thought I'd help open up." Liam narrows his eyes, fishing out his keys. "Yeah, right. You look like you've seen a ghost. What's going on?" "Can we talk?" The words come out gruffer than I intended. He unlocks the door, gesturing me inside. "Sure, but I'm gonna need coffee for whatever this is." "Not the roasted oak," I say quickly. Liam looks at me with a knowing suspicion, then sighs. "Oh, this is gonna be great." We head to the small break room in the back. Liam fiddles with the ancient coffee maker while I slump into a chair, rubbing my face. "All right, Spill," Liam says, setting 2 steaming styrofoam cups on the table. "What's got you looking like you went 10 rounds with Chara?" I take a sip, wincing at the bitter taste. "It's Amber." "Ah," Liam nods sagely. "Let me guess, you're freaking out because things are getting serious?" "Piss off," I growl, but there's no real heat behind it. "It's not that simple." "Isn't it?" Liam leans back, crossing his arms. "You've got a good thing going with Amber and Ollie. Why are you trying to sabotage it?" I stare into my coffee, struggling to find the right words. "You remember how it was with Mom and Dad?" Liam's expression softens. "Yeah, I do. They stayed together till the end, but..." I trail off, the memories flooding back. "But they were miserable," Liam finishes. "Is that what you're afraid of? Ending up like them?" I nod, unable to meet his eyes. "What if I'm not cut out for this, Liam? What if I screw it up and hurt Amber and Ollie in the process?" Liam sighs, reaching across the table to punch my arm lightly. "Listen, you meathead. Mom and Dad's issues don't define you. You're not them." "But oh..." "No buts," Liam interrupts. "You think I don't see how you light up around Amber? How great you are with Ollie? That's not our parents, Mav. That's all you." I look up, surprised by the conviction in his voice. "You really think so?" "I know so," Liam says firmly. "Stop overthinking it, and just let yourself be happy for once in your goddamn life." His words hit me like a check to the boards, knocking some sense into me. Maybe he's right. Maybe I'm letting old fears hold me back from something great. "Thanks, little brother," I say, managing a small smile. "When did you get so wise?" Liam grins, standing up to refill his mug. "Someone had to be the brains of the family. Now, you gonna help me stock these new hockey sticks or what?" I nod, feeling lighter than I have in days. "Yeah, let's do it." I throw myself into work, methodically stocking shelves and arranging displays. The repetitive motions help quiet the storm in my head, but Liam's words keep echoing. Maybe I'm not doomed to repeat my parents' mistakes. Maybe I can actually do this right. After a while, Liam comes back, leaning against a rack of hockey sticks. "You know, I went through something similar a few years back." I raise an eyebrow. "Yeah?" He nods, running a hand through his hair. After Sarah left me, I was a mess. Thought I'd never put myself out there again. What changed? I ask, genuinely curious. I realized I was letting fear dictate my life, Liam says, shrugging. Haven't found the one yet, but I know I never will if I don't at least try. I snort. When did you get so wise, little brother? Someone had to pick up the slack, he grins, then sobers. Look, Mav, the best thing you can do is tell Amber everything. Be honest with her. Everything? The thought makes my stomach churn. Everything, Liam confirms. The good, the bad, the ugly. Let her see all of you. I sigh, running a hand over my face. And if she runs for the hills... Then at least you'll know you gave it your all, Liam says, clapping me on the shoulder. But something tells me she's tougher than that. I nod, feeling a mix of terror and determination. You're right. I need to talk to her. Attaboy, Liam grins. That's the spirit. I roll my eyes but can't help smiling. Thanks, Liam. I owe you one. Just name your firstborn after me, he says before heading to the register. I spend the rest of the day at Liam's store, trying to focus on anything but the gnawing feeling in my gut. We're restocking shelves when an elderly man shuffles in, his weathered face breaking into a smile when he spots me. Well, I'll be damned. Mavrik Winters back in Oak Hill, he says, extending a gnarled hand. Remember me? Old Man Johnson. Used to watch you play street hockey with the neighborhood kids. I shake his hand, memories flooding back. Of course, Mr. Johnson. How have you been? He chuckles. Oh, can't complain. These old bones still get me where I need to go. He leans in conspiratorially. Now word on the street is you've been spending time with our Amber from the Roasted Oak. I feel my jaw tighten. Damn, news travels fast in this town. Yeah, we've been seeing each other. Mr. Johnson's expression turns serious. She's a special one. That Amber. Been through a lot, but still manages to brighten everyone's day with that smile of hers. He fixes me with a pointed look. I hope you're treating her right, son. I'm trying my best, sir, I say, the words sticking in my throat. He nods, seemingly satisfied. Good. That's all anyone can ask for. He turns to browse the fishing gear, but not before adding, just remember, Mavrik, sometimes the best catches are the ones that take a little extra patience and care. As I watch him shuffle away, Liam sidles up next to me. Subtle as a freight train, that one, he mutters. I snort. Yeah, well, he's not wrong. The rest of the day passes in a blur of customers and inventory. As we're closing up, Liam tosses me the keys. Lock up for me, will you? I've got a date. I catch them one-handed. A date? With who? He grins. Wouldn't you like to know? Some of us can actually maintain a love life without freaking out. Screw off, I growl, but there's no real heat behind it. I turn the sign to closed and lock the door before grabbing the broom from the back. The sweeping is a nice, methodical way to let my mind unwind from the day's wisdom. I make a decision. Tomorrow I'll talk to Amber, lay it all out on the table. I'm done letting the ghosts of my past ruin what could be a damn good future.
Chapter 27. Amber. I wake up to an empty bed, the sheets still warm from Mavrik's body heat. The memory of last night floods my senses, and I can't help but smile. But as I stretch and look around, my smile fades. Where is he? Mavrik, I call out, hoping he's just in the bathroom or making coffee. Silence answers me. Then I remember he left 2 hours ago. Something about helping Liam open the shop. Except the shop doesn't open that early. Damn it, Mavrik, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. You promised. As I get ready for work, my mind races. He said he wouldn't run anymore. Was last night too much for him? Did I do something wrong? Mom, are you okay? Ollie's voice snaps me out of my thoughts. Yeah, baby, I'm fine. I force a smile. Ready to help me at the cafe today? His eyes light up. Yeah, can we make those leaf cookies again? Sure thing, kiddo. Go get your shoes on. At the cafe, I try to focus on work, but my mind keeps drifting to Mavrik. I'm rolling out cookie dough when Ollie pipes up. Mom, when's Mavrik coming over again? I pause, the rolling pin hovering over the dough. I'm not sure, honey. He's probably busy. Oh. Ollie's face falls a bit. I like having him around. He's cool. Yeah? I hand him a leaf-shaped cookie cutter. What do you like about him? Ollie starts carefully cutting out shapes. He's funny, and he knows everything about hockey, and he makes you smile a lot. I feel a lump in my throat. He does, huh? Uh-huh. Like your real smile, not your I'm okay smile. Damn, this kid is perceptive. You're pretty observant, mister. He grins, proud of himself. So, can we invite him over for dinner soon? Please. I hesitate, not wanting to make promises I can't keep. We'll see, okay? Let's focus on these cookies for now. As we work, I can't help but wonder if I've made a mistake letting Mavrik into our lives. But seeing Ollie's excitement about him, I realize it might be too late to back out now. We're all in this, for better or worse. Cinnamon and nutmeg fills the cafe as the cookies bake. I lean against the counter, watching Ollie meticulously arrange cookie cutters by size. His little tongue sticks out in concentration, reminding me so much of myself when I'm focused on a new recipe. Hey, Mom. Ollie looks up, his eyes bright with curiosity. Can I ask you something? Sure, kiddo. What's on your mind? He hesitates, fiddling with a leaf-shaped cutter. Do you think Mavrik will be around a lot more now? Like not just for dinners. I take a deep breath, choosing my words carefully. Well, I hope so, but relationships can be complicated, sweetie. But you like him, right? Ollie presses, his gaze intense. I do, I admit, a smile tugging at my lips. I like him a lot. Ollie nods, seemingly satisfied. Then he drops the bomb. So, are you going to marry him? I nearly choke on air. Whoa there, buddy. That's jumping way ahead. We're just getting to know each other. But you could, right? He persists, reminding me of his stubbornness when learning a new hockey move. I ruffle his curls. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay? These things take time. Ollie considers this, then says, I think he'd make a good dad. My heart skips a beat. Oh? What makes you say that? He's patient when he teaches me hockey stuff. And he makes you laugh. And he's strong, so he could protect us. I swallow hard, touched by Ollie's observations. Those are good qualities, honey, but being a dad is about more than that. I know, Ollie says, surprising me with his seriousness. It's about being there, right? Even when things are hard? I nod, my throat tight. That's right, baby. Well, Mavrik's here now, even though he seems scared sometimes. That's brave, isn't it? I blink back tears, amazed at my son's insight. Yeah, it is. You're pretty smart, you know that? Ollie grins, puffing up with pride. So, can you guys get married then? Please? I laugh, the tension breaking. We'll see, okay? For now, let's focus on not burning these cookies. As I check the oven, I can't help but wonder if Ollie's right. Could Mavrik really be the missing piece in our little family? The thought both thrills and terrifies me. The morning rush hits like a tidal wave, and I'm surfing it with practiced ease. Ollie, my little helper, zips between tables and gathers empty plates and cups, his enthusiasm infectious. Mom, look what I got. He waves a $5 at me, grinning from ear to ear. I wink at him. Nice work, kiddo. Those charm lessons are paying off. Mrs. Hendricks, a regular, chuckles. That boy of yours is going places, Amber. He's got moxie. Don't I know it? I reply, sliding her usual order across the counter. Sometimes I think he could run this place better than me. As I work, my eyes keep darting to the door. No Mavrik. The knot in my stomach tightens with each passing hour. Hey, sweetie, I call to Ollie during a lull. Why don't you take a break? You've earned it. He plops down at the counter, sipping on a hot chocolate. Is Mavrik coming today? The question catches me off guard. I'm not sure, honey. But he always comes, Ollie insists, his brow furrowing. Did something happen? I force a smile. Grown-up stuff is complicated sometimes, but don't worry about it, okay? As Ollie nods and returns to his drink, I feel a surge of frustration. Damn it, Mavrik. You promised you wouldn't run. The day wears on and still no sign of him. My mind races with possibilities. Is he freaking out? Did last night mean nothing to him? The worry gnaws at me, but beneath it, I feel something else, something deeper. It hits me as I'm wiping down tables after closing. This frustration, this constant checking of the door, it's not just annoyance. It's a sign of how much I care, how much I want this to work. I pause, leaning on the table. When did Mavrik become so important to me? To us? Mom? Ollie's voice breaks through my thoughts. Are you okay? I turn to him, really seeing him. My brave, perceptive little boy. Yeah, baby, I'm okay. Just thinking. He tilts his head. About Mavrik? I nod, deciding honesty is the best policy. Yeah, about Mavrik. Ollie's face lights up. Me too. I hope he comes in soon. You're always happier when he's around. His words hit me like a ton of bricks. I know it now. Despite the frustration, despite the worry, Mavrik does make me happy. Happier than I've been in a long time. I pull Ollie into a hug. You know what? I am. And you know what else? I think I'm ready to tell him that. As I hold my son, I feel a weight lift off my shoulders. Yes, my last relationship hurt me badly, but Mavrik isn't my ex. He's his own person with his own fears and hopes, and I'm ready to face those with him, head on. I flip the sign on the cafe door to closed and let out a long sigh before heading home. The day's been a whirlwind, and my mind's still spinning from the Mavrik situation. Luckily, I've got reinforcements coming. Right on cue, Zoe bursts through the door, a whirlwind of color and energy. All right, spill it, sister. What's got you looking like someone stole your secret recipe? Jasmine follows, her calm presence a stark contrast to Zoe's exuberance. Give her a minute to breathe, Zoe. Here, I brought wine. You're a saint, I say, grabbing glasses. Ollie's at a sleepover, so we've got the place to ourselves. Once we're settled in my cozy living room, Zoe leans forward, eyes sparkling. Okay, now dish. What's going on with Mr. Tall, Dark, and Broody? I take a long sip of wine, gathering my thoughts. We slept together last night. Finally, Zoe exclaims while Jasmine gives a knowing smile. And? Jasmine prompts. And? It was amazing. But then he bolted this morning, and I haven't seen him all day. Zoe's eyes narrow. That son of a... Wait, I interrupt. That's not even the craziest part. I think I'm falling for him. Like, seriously falling. There's a moment of stunned silence. Then Jasmine reaches out and squeezes my hand. Oh, honey, are you sure you're ready for that? I nod, surprising myself with my certainty. I am. It's scary as hell, but I want this. I want him. Zoe leans back, crossing her arms. Okay, but what about his vanishing act today? That's some grade A nonsense. I know. I sigh. But Ollie said something today that made me realize Mavrik's trying. He's scared too, but he's still here. That's got to count for something, right? Jasmine nods thoughtfully. It does. But Amber, you need to be careful. We all know what happened with... Don't. I cut her off. Mavrik's not him. He's different. Zoe snorts. Yeah, different as in emotionally constipated and allergic to commitment. I can't help but laugh. Fair point. But there's more to him than that. You should see him with Ollie, guys. It's like he becomes a whole different person. Jasmine's expression softens. That's a good sign. But Amber, you need to talk to him. Really talk. No more of this hot and cold nonsense. Jazz is right, Zoe chimes in. Lay it all out there. Tell him how you feel, what you want. If he can't handle it, then he doesn't deserve you or Ollie. I nod, feeling a mix of fear and excitement. You're right. Both of you. I'm going to do it. I'm going to tell him I want something real, something serious. Jasmine raises her glass to new beginnings and taking chances. Zoe grins wickedly. And to Amber, finally getting some action. We clink glasses, laughing. As I look at my friends, I feel a surge of gratitude. With their support, I can face anything. Even a brooding ex-hockey player with commitment issues.
Chapter 28. Mavrik. I watch Ollie wobble onto the ice, his determination evident in the set of his small jaw. The rink is quiet this early in the morning, just the two of us carving lines into the fresh surface. Remember, kid, keep your knees bent, I call out, gliding backward with ease. Skating's the foundation of everything in hockey. Ollie nods, his face scrunched in concentration. Like this, Coach Mavrik? Better, I say, circling around him. But relax your shoulders. You're not bench pressing, you're floating. He giggles at that, some of the tension leaving his body. I feel more like I'm sinking. That's 'cause you're thinking too much. I come to a stop beside him, spraying a little ice. Here, let's try something. I take his hands, guiding him forward. His grip is tight, but I can feel him starting to find his balance. There you go, I encourage. Feel the ice under your feet? It's not your enemy. Work with it, not against it. As we make slow laps around the rink, I clear my throat. So, Ollie, you know your mom and I have been spending a lot of time together lately. His eyes light up. Yeah, it's awesome. Are you gonna move in with us? Can we get a dog? I chuckle, caught off guard by his enthusiasm. Whoa, slow down there, champ. We're not quite at the dog stage yet, but I do care about your mom a lot. Ollie nods sagely. I know. She smiles way more now. And she bakes those maple cookies you like all the time. My heart does a little flip at that. Yeah, well, I'm glad. Your mom's pretty special. The specialist, Ollie agrees. Then he looks up at me, suddenly serious. You're not gonna leave like my dad, right? The question hits me like a body check. I stop us both, kneeling down to his level. Listen, buddy, I can't promise what the future holds, but I can promise you this. I'm here now, and I want to be here for you and your mom for as long as you'll have me. Got it? Ollie's face breaks into a grin. Got it. He throws his arms around me in a quick hug before pushing off, wobbling but determined. Race you to the other side. I laugh, letting him get a head start. Oh, it's on, kid. Show me what you've got. As I watch him zigzag across the ice, I feel something settle in my chest. A sense of rightness, of belonging. It's different from anything I felt on the professional rink, but somehow it means so much more. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. This is it. The moment of truth. I face down 250-pound defenseman without flinching, but asking an 8-year-old about marrying his mom? That's a whole new level of nerve-wracking. Hey, Ollie, I start, trying to keep my voice casual. Can I ask you something important? Ollie looks up from where he's retying his skates, curiosity sparking in his eyes. Sure, Coach Mavrik. What's up? I crouch down next to him, my heart pounding harder than it ever did before a big game. Well, I've been thinking about asking your mom to marry me. How would you feel about that? For a second, Ollie just stares at me, his eyes wide. Then, like a dam bursting, he explodes with excitement. Are you serious? He shouts, leaping to his feet. That would be the best thing ever. We could be a real family, and you could teach me hockey all the time, and I can't help but laugh, relief washing over me. Whoa, slow down there, champ. I haven't asked her yet, but I'm glad you're on board. Ollie's practically vibrating with energy now. When are you gonna do it? Can I help? Oh, we should do it at the rink. Or maybe at Mom's cafe, or... Actually, I interrupt, an idea forming. I could use your help planning it. What do you think your mom would like? Ollie's face scrunches up in thought, then brightens. Definitely the cafe. She goes there every day, so it could be a big surprise. I nod, impressed. That's a great idea, buddy. Any other thoughts? She really likes those fancy cupcakes from her cafe, Ollie adds. The ones with the sparkly sugar on top. Oh, and flowers. Mom always says flowers make everything better. I ruffle his hair, grinning. You're a regular romance expert, huh? All right, partner. Let's start planning operation. Propose to Mom. But remember, it's our secret, okay? Ollie mimes zipping his lips, then throws an imaginary key over his shoulder. My lips are sealed, Coach. This is gonna be epic. I glance down at Ollie, his hand firmly clasped in mine as we stand outside Hargrove's Jewelers. The kid's practically vibrating with excitement, and I can't help but feel a mix of nerves and anticipation myself. Ready for this, partner? I ask, giving his hand a gentle squeeze. Ollie nods vigorously. Operation. Propose to Mom is a go. I chuckle, pushing open the door. A little bell chimes, announcing our arrival. The shop is small but elegant, display cases gleaming under soft lighting. An older man with kind eyes looks up from behind the counter. Well, well, he says, smiling. If it isn't Oak Hill's newest celebrity. What can I do for you, gentlemen, today? I clear my throat. We're, looking for an engagement ring. The jeweler's eyebrows shoot up. I see. And who might the lucky lady be? Before I can answer, Ollie pipes up. It's for my mom. We're gonna surprise her. The old man's eyes twinkle. Ah, young Ollie Johnson, I should have known. That woman is quite the catch, Mr. Mavrik. I feel my face heat up. That she is. Think you can help us out? Of course. Let's see what we have here. As he starts pulling out trays, Ollie tugs on my sleeve. Remember, Mom likes simple stuff. Nothing too flashy. I nod, impressed by his observation. Good call, kid. We peer into the cases, Ollie's nose practically pressed against the glass. The jeweler points out various options, but nothing feels quite right. What about that one? Ollie suddenly asks, pointing to a delicate ring with a single diamond surrounded by smaller stones. I lean in for a closer look. The design is elegant, but not overstated, with a warmth that reminds me of Amber's smile. It's perfect, I breathe. The jeweler beams. Excellent choice. The center stone is ethically sourced, and the band is rose gold. Very popular these days. As he rambles on about carrots and clarity, I find myself imagining the ring on Amber's finger. It feels right, like it was meant for her all along. "We'll take it," I say, cutting off the sales pitch. Ollie bounces on his toes. "She's gonna love it. Can I hide in the cafe when you ask her? And then I'll jump out and say surprise when she says yes." I ruffle his hair. "You bet, champ! Couldn't do this without you." As the jeweler wraps up our purchase, I feel a surge of certainty. This is it. The start of something real, something lasting. And with Ollie by my side, I know we're building more than just a relationship. We're creating a family. As we step out of the jeweler's, the autumn air hits us like a refreshing slap to the face. Ollie's practically skipping beside me, his energy infectious. "Ice cream time," he asks, looking up at me with those big, hopeful eyes. I can't help but grin. "You read my mind, kid. Let's hit up that new place on Main." We stroll down the leaf-strewn sidewalk, the weight of the ring box in my pocket a constant reminder of what's to come. My stomach does a little flip every time I think about it. "So, how are we gonna do this?" Ollie asks, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "You gonna hide the ring in a cupcake or something?" I chuckle, shaking my head. "Nah, too risky. Knowing your mom, she'd probably eat it without noticing." "True," Ollie nods sagely. "She does love her cupcakes." We reach the ice cream shop, a quaint little place decked out in fall decorations. The bell jingles as we enter, and the scent of cinnamon and pumpkin spice envelops us. "What can I get you, gentlemen?" the girl behind the counter asks. Ollie's eyes go wide at the flavor options. "Can I get the caramel apple crumble?" "Sure thing," she smiles. "And for you, sir?" I scan the menu, settling on, "I'll take the maple pecan, thanks." As we wait for our order, I feel a tug on my sleeve. Ollie's looking at me with a serious expression that seems out of place on his young face. "You nervous?" he asks. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. "Yeah, buddy, I am." "Don't be," he says with all the confidence of an 8-year-old. "Mom's crazy about you. She's gonna say yes for sure." His words hit me right in the chest, a warmth spreading through me that has nothing to do with the autumn sun outside. "Thanks, Ollie." I ruffle his hair. "You're a pretty cool kid, you know that." He beams at me, then turns his attention to the ice cream being handed over the counter. We grab our cones and head outside, finding a bench in the nearby park. As we eat, I watch the leaves dance in the breeze, their vibrant colors a backdrop to the town I once couldn't wait to leave. Now it feels like home in a way it never did before. And it's all because of Amber and this little guy sitting next to me, chocolate smeared on his chin. The ring in my pocket doesn't feel so heavy anymore. Instead, it feels like a promise. A future. A family.
Chapter 29. Amber. I wake with a start, my mind already racing through the day's to-do list. The alarm clock blinks 4:30 a.m., its red digits a silent taunt. With a groan, I roll out of bed, my feet hitting the cool hardwood floor. "Coffee," I mutter, stumbling towards the kitchen. "Need coffee." As the rich aroma fills the air, I lean against the counter, ticking off tasks in my head. Order more pumpkin spice. Call the repair guy about the wonky espresso machine. Finish the new fall menu. My phone buzzes. A text from Ollie's friend's mom. Boy's still asleep. I'll drop him off at the cafe later. Thank God, I sigh, relief washing over me. One less thing to worry about. I gulp down my coffee, throw on some clothes, and head out. The crisp autumn air nips at my cheeks as I unlock the cafe door. Flicking on the lights, I freeze. What the? The roasted oak has transformed overnight. Golden and crimson leaves artfully adorn every surface, their edges catching the soft glow of dozens of candles. The warm, spicy scent of cinnamon and clove hangs in the air. My heart races. This isn't some random prank. This is intentional, beautiful, romantic. That's when I see him. Mavrik, standing by the counter, hands shoved in his pockets, looking as nervous as I've ever seen him. Mav, I whisper, my voice barely audible over the pounding in my chest. What's all this? He shifts his weight, those piercing blue eyes locked on mine. Amber, I stand there, frozen, as Mavrik takes a deep breath. His eyes, usually so guarded, are open and vulnerable. It's like seeing him for the first time all over again. Amber? He starts, his voice low and rough. I've been running my whole life. From feelings, from commitment, from anything that might tie me down. But being here, with you and Ollie, it's like I finally found a place I want to stay. My heart hammers against my ribs. I want to speak, but the words catch in my throat. He continues. I know I'm not easy. I'm stubborn as hell, and I've got more baggage than a damn airport. But you make me want to be better, to open up, to learn how to love completely. Mav, I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. Let me finish, he says, gently taking my hands in his. I never thought I'd find this. A woman who challenges me, supports me, puts up with my nonsense. A kid who makes me want to be a better man, a family. The word family hits me like a sucker punch. I've been so careful, so guarded since the divorce. But here I am, falling hard for this gruff, tender-hearted man. It's taken me a long time to open my heart again, I admit, squeezing his hands. After the divorce, I thought that part of me was closed for good. But you and Ollie, you've shown me I was wrong. Mavrik's eyes light up, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yeah. I nod, feeling lighter than I have in years. Yeah, you drive me crazy sometimes, but I wouldn't have it any other way. He pulls me closer, his forehead resting against mine. I love you, Amber. You and Ollie both. I can't see a future for myself that doesn't include you two. My breath catches. Those 3 words, so simple yet so powerful. I've been waiting to hear them, afraid to hope. I love you too, Mav, I whisper, my lips curving into a smile. We both do. He leans in, his lips meeting mine in a gentle, tender kiss. It's not our first, but it feels like a new beginning. As we stand there, surrounded by autumn leaves and candlelight, I know that whatever comes next, we'll face it together. I'm still reeling from Mavrik's declaration of love when he suddenly drops to one knee. My heart skips a beat, and I can't believe what's happening. Amber, he says, his voice husky with emotion, you've changed my life in ways I never thought possible. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small velvet box. Will you marry me? The ring inside is stunning. A delicate gold band with a solitaire diamond that catches the candlelight. It's perfect, but I can barely focus on it. My eyes are locked on Mavrik's face, so open and vulnerable. I want to scream, yes, at the top of my lungs, but my throat closes up. Tears blur my vision as I try to form words, any words. I choke out, then stop, frustrated at my inability to speak. Mavrik waits patiently, his eyes never leaving mine. His hand holding the ring box is steady, but I can see the tension in his shoulders. Take your time, sweetheart, he murmurs. I'm not going anywhere. His words, so gentle and understanding, break through my emotional paralysis. I nod vigorously, tears streaming down my face. Yes, I finally manage to whisper, then louder. Yes. Of course, yes. Mavrik's face breaks into a grin so wide it must hurt. He slides the ring onto my finger, then stands and pulls me into his arms. Our lips meet in a kiss that's equal parts passion and promise. Suddenly, the quiet of the cafe is shattered by cheers and applause. I jump, startled, and look around to see Liam, Ollie, Jasmine, and Zoe emerging from various hiding spots. "Mom!" Ollie shouts, running towards us. "You said yes." I laugh through my tears as Mavrik scoops Ollie up into our embrace. "You knew about this, little man?" Ollie nods proudly. "I helped pick the ring." "Wait, aren't you supposed to be at Charlie's house?" I cry, ruffling his hair. "I left early," he says, shrugging his shoulders. "Way to go, bro," Liam says, clapping Mavrik on the back. "Told you she'd say yes." Jasmine and Zoe crowd around us, both talking a mile a minute. "Oh my God, Amber, let me see the ring." "I can't believe you kept this secret, Ollie." "We need champagne. Where's the champagne?" "Jasmine, it's 5 a.m. I look up at Mavrik, feeling overwhelmed but incredibly happy. He squeezes my hand, a silent reassurance that we're in this together. "I love you." I mouth to him over the excited chatter of our friends and family. He winks at me, that cocky grin I've come to love spreading across his face. I know. I stand there, still reeling from the proposal when reality hits me like a freight train. Oh God, the cafe. I need to open up. Mavrik's hand on my arm stops me. "Whoa there, sweetheart. You're not seriously thinking about work right now, are you?" I blink, torn between responsibility and the overwhelming urge to celebrate. But, no buts, Zoe chimes in, already tapping away on her phone. "I'm posting a closure notice on your social media right now. Closed for a very special occasion. We'll be back tomorrow with some exciting news." "Perfect." Jasmine nods approvingly. "Now, where are we going to celebrate? I'm starving." Liam grins, slinging an arm around his brother. "I know just the place. Mav, remember that Greasy Spoon diner we used to hit up after hockey practice?" "Rosie's?" Mavrik's eyes light up. "Damn, I haven't been there in years. You think they still make those monster pancakes?" "Only one way to find out." I laugh, caught up in their enthusiasm. "Lead the way." We pile into our cars, a giddy caravan heading across town. Ollie bounces in his seat next to me, firing off questions faster than I can answer. "Mom, can I be the ring bearer, please? I promise I won't lose it." I catch Mavrik's eye in the rearview mirror, his smile matching mine. "Of course, buddy. We wouldn't have it any other way." At Rosie's, we crowd into a big corner booth, the air thick with the smell of coffee and syrup. Mavrik's arm drapes casually over my shoulders, and I lean into him, still marveling at how natural it feels. "All right, let's see that rock," Jasmine demands, grabbing my hand across the table. "Holy crap, Mav. You've got good taste." Zoe leans in, whistling appreciatively. "Seriously, it's gorgeous. Now, on to more important matters. I call dibs on maid of honor." "Excuse me?" Jasmine's head snaps up. "I think you mean I'm the maid of honor. I've known Amber longer." "By like 2 weeks," Zoe protests. "Besides, I'm way better at planning parties." I roll my eyes, amused despite myself. "With that attitude, neither of you will be maid of honor. I'll ask Liam instead." Liam chokes on his coffee, sputtering. "Hey, leave me out of this." Mavrik laughs, a deep rumble I feel against my side. "Come on, Amber. He's already the best man." As our food arrives, stacks of pancakes as big as our plates, I look around the table. My son, my fiancé, God, that word still gives me butterflies, our closest friends, this mismatched wonderful family we've built. Ollie sits between us like it's the most natural thing in the world. He digs into his pancakes with abandon. He's completely at ease in a way I haven't seen him in a long time. That alone tells me I've made the right choice. "You okay?" Mavrik murmurs, leaning over Ollie and brushing his lips against my ear. I nod, squeezing his hand on the table. More than okay. I'm perfect.
Chapter 30. Mavrik. I lean against the counter of the roasted oak, watching Amber expertly craft her newest creation, the anniversary latte. The aroma of cinnamon and nutmeg fills the air, mingling with the rich scent of freshly ground coffee beans. It's been a year since I put that ring on her finger, and every day I'm grateful she said yes. You gonna stand there looking pretty all day, or are you gonna help me serve these? Amber teases, sliding a tray of steaming mugs towards me. I smirk, grabbing the tray. Thought that was my job description. Eye candy and heavy lifting. She rolls her eyes, but I catch the smile she tries to hide. Just don't spill any on that fancy coach's jacket of yours. As I distribute lattes to the eager customers, I overhear snippets of conversation. The cafe's become a real hub for Oak Hill, and today it's buzzing with excitement for the anniversary celebration. Can you believe it's been 2 years already? Mrs. Henderson gushes as I hand her a mug. This place is such a godsend. I nod, feeling a swell of pride for what Amber's built. Time flies when you're serving the best damn coffee in the state. Returning to the counter, I find Ollie perched on a stool, his math textbook open in front of him. Hey, champ, how's the homework coming? He grins up at me, all gap-toothed charm. Easy peasy. Did you know there are 60 minutes in an hour? That means practice is 300 minutes long. I ruffle his curls, chuckling. That's my boy. Keep that up and you'll be team captain in no time. Amber joins us, wiping her hands on her apron. And here I thought I was raising a future pastry chef. Who says he can't do both? I wrap an arm around her waist, pulling her close. Our kid's gonna rule the world, one goal and cupcake at a time. She leans into me, her warmth a comfort I never knew I needed until I had it. Speaking of goals, how's the team looking this season, coach? I can't help the grin that spreads across my face. Solid. That new drill you suggested is really paying off. Ollie's leading the pack, naturally. Ollie beams at the praise, then hops off his stool. Can I help serve lattes, Mom? Please? Amber hesitates, but I give her a reassuring nod. Let him help. Kid's got good hands. Must get that from me. She swats my arm playfully. All right, but careful with the hot drinks, okay? As Ollie carefully carries a tray of mini lattes to a nearby table, I pull Amber closer, pressing a kiss to her temple. You know, a year ago I was terrified of all this. Marriage, being a dad, putting down roots. Now, I can't imagine my life any other way. The last of the customers trickle out, leaving the roasted oak quiet and still. Amber's new employee, a bright-eyed college kid named Emily, takes over the counter while Amber and I head to the back for inventory. Amber's office is a small, cluttered space, filled with the scent of coffee and pastries. The walls are lined with shelves of ingredients, and her desk is buried under a mountain of paperwork. She shuts the door behind us, and the sudden silence feels heavy and charged. All right, she says, turning to face me. Let's get this over with. I raise an eyebrow. That's the most enthusiastic anyone's ever been about inventory. She rolls her eyes, but there's a hint of a smile on her lips. You know what I mean. We start going through the shelves, checking off items on the list. It's a mundane task, but there's something comforting about the rhythm of it, the easy companionship. We work in silence for a while, the only sound the scratching of Amber's pen on the clipboard. As we reach the end of the shelves, I find myself standing closer to her than I realized. She looks up at me, her brown eyes warm and soft. For a moment, we just stand there, looking at each other. Then, without a word, she sets the clipboard down on the desk and steps into my arms. I pull her close, feeling the familiar curve of her body against mine. Her hair smells like cinnamon and vanilla, and I bury my face in it, breathing her in. Mavrik, she whispers, her voice low and husky. I kiss her, hard and deep, my hands tangled in her hair. She moans softly, pressing herself against me. We stumble backwards, knocking into the desk, sending papers flying. We don't care. All that matters is the heat between us, the way our bodies fit together like puzzle pieces.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
And slowly reality starts to seep back in. We pull apart, our breathing ragged and uneven. Amber smooths her hair, her cheeks flushed. I adjust my clothes, feeling a little sheepish. Well, she says, her voice shaky. I guess that's one way to do inventory. I laugh, feeling a warmth spread through my chest. I'll say, we finish up the inventory, our movements a little more relaxed, a little more playful. When we're done, we head back out to the front of the cafe, where Emily is waiting patiently. Everything good? She asks, her eyes darting between us. Just peachy, Amber says, her voice light and breezy. I give her a sideways glance, a smirk playing at the corners of my mouth. Yeah, I say, just peachy. I stand back, admiring the transformation of the roasted oak. The place is decked out in autumn splendor. Garlands of golden leaves and twinkling lights drape from the ceiling, while centerpieces of mini pumpkins and pine cones adorn each table. The aroma of cinnamon and spice wafts through the air, mingling with the rich scent of coffee. Not bad for a bunch of amateurs, huh? Liam nudges me, grinning as he surveys our handiwork. I smirk, giving him a playful shove. Speak for yourself. I've got a natural eye for this stuff. Yeah, right. And I'm the Queen of England. Our banter is interrupted by Amber's voice calling from the kitchen. If you two are done admiring yourselves, I could use some help with these pastry trays. I head to the kitchen, where Amber's putting the finishing touches on an impressive array of autumn-themed treats. Damn, babe. You outdid yourself. She beams at me, her eyes sparkling. Well, it's not every day we celebrate our first anniversary and the cafe's second. Go big or go home, right? As I help her carry the trays out, the first guests start to arrive. Zoe and Jasmine sweep in, arms laden with bottles of wine. Let the party begin, Zoe announces, earning a cheer from the growing crowd. The cafe fills quickly with friends, family, and regulars. The chatter and laughter blend with the soft jazz playing in the background. I watch as Amber moves through the crowd, greeting everyone with her infectious smile. She catches my eye and winks, sending a jolt through my chest. Ollie tugs at my sleeve, pulling me towards a table laden with games. Dad, come on. I want to show you the new chess set Uncle Liam got me. I let him lead me, still marveling at how easily that word, Dad, rolls off his tongue now. As we set up the board, I can't help but reflect on how much has changed in just a year. Even when the game is finished and Ollie moves on to something else, all I can do is sit and think about how damn lucky I am. Earth to Mavrik, Amber's voice cuts through my thoughts. She's standing by our table, an amused expression on her face. You planning on joining the party? Or are you going to brood in the corner all night? I stand, pulling her close, just thinking about how lucky I am. A year ago, I thought my life was over. Now, I gesture around us at the warmth and joy filling the room. I never imagined I could have all this. She leans into me, her voice soft. Me neither, but here we are. I kiss her, not caring who's watching. When we part, I see Ollie pretending to gag. Gross, guys. Laughing, I ruffle his hair. Just wait, kid. One day you'll understand. As the night wears on, I find myself in a heated game of charades with Liam, Zoe, and Jasmine. The cafe rings with laughter as we make fools of ourselves, trying to act out increasingly ridiculous phrases. In a quiet moment, I step outside for some air. The night envelops me, and I take a deep breath, savoring the smell of fallen leaves and wood smoke. Through the window, I can see Amber laughing with friends, Ollie excitedly showing off his chess moves to anyone who'll watch. It hits me then, how perfectly everything has fallen into place. The end of my hockey career, which I thought would destroy me, led me here. To this town, this family, this life I never knew I wanted.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.